All right, hello everybody. Welcome to the top cut of the World Showdown event run by Man in the Moon. And with me in commentary, I have the People's Champion, Jai.
I you you promised
No,
you
I promised that I won't call you the Player of the Year.
oh my I got bamboozled into doing this bloody commentary gig in the first 10 seconds.
And it will be it will be with some serial signature today. I think our top cut contestants have really varied deck lists. Like I don't think I have ever seen this much different ideas during a tournament top cut.
Yeah, today this is the top 17. Technically top 17 because we had one player shoe drop from top cut, so we have all the way up to Jan Sonic. So looks like we have a reasonable amount of a reasonable chord mix. I say that the one I would have lost money if it asked me to guess which would be the one Wayland Corporation featured in the cut. Because what is this Earth Station? Like,
Earth Station
how,
kinda
how,
is interesting in current meta, where like Shaper is still relying on deep dive and criminal exists. I think that kind of like is an
it's
interesting
kind
meta
of.
call.
And I mean, I think like the Earth Station flip ability is like kind of interesting against. It's like a good, not good, but it's like a reasonable counter to like the notoriously balanced card trick shot because you can't actually use trick shot credits to pay for the Earth Station ID.
Yeah, and also just have by your ID, you start including these cards that make rounds not considered successful. I think in Baxter's deck or Buzzerton's deck, I think we have like Transport Monopoly on there as well.
Yeah, definitely, and of course you're always going to see like stuff like Chrism Grid that makes Crim really sad. Whether you're playing like Steve with all your HQ triggers or just Sable with Mark stuff, etc. And even against Shapers, like when they're just like poking random centrals, and you can't just res the Chrism if you have the money and just make them really annoyed because they didn't expect that their random poke to set up a deep dive is going to get like negated, and then now they
Yeah,
have to actually go and crash the damn thing and run back.
Jaron
So yeah,
HQ to fight through an archer twice does not make you happy. Yeah, I think tables are getting set up here. If you want to jump on the table, we consider before the run.
let's take a look.
And yeah, I think top 16 should be like going on with a decent pace. You don't have that many strugglers. Although I
Yeah,
think we can't start early rounds like just yet, like early.
yeah, we'll see about that. Top 16 double eliminations traditionally last around 8 or 9 rounds, depending on whether the bracket gets reset in the grand final. So you can expect to budget about maybe 7 or 8 hours for the entire thing.
Yeah, it depends on. We have a break also, so.
Yeah. So we'll see how long this lasts, and in the meantime,
Is table
go.
4 alright with
Yeah,
it?
yeah. Looks like we are good to go on table 4. Of course, bearing in mind that the round actually hasn't started yet.
Yeah. And yeah, I think people are just figuring out something.
Yeah.
Yeah, people just getting ready, setting up the tables. Start of tournament, trying to figure out everybody's here.
Looks like about 2 minutes left before the start of the round, and of course, single-sided 40-minute rounds, and I think thanks to XDG's generosity, today we are using a private JNet mirror. So I don't think lag should be an issue, at least in terms of like it getting in the way of like clear action and
Yeah.
slowing this. So that should be great, regardless. Okay. Speaking of which, this is a new JNet mirror. So let me do the responsible thing and like turn down my game volume.
Yeah, I just remembered to mute the browser. So
Okay, there
if
we
you're
go.
like, if you go into this game, who do you think is favored at the start of the match? Like just outright.
That's a good question. We're talking. So this is 419 versus precision design, and let's just
Yeah, I
take
think it's specifically shoot the moon variation of the deck.
yeah, just shoot the move version. I don't think there are any spicy spicy tech choices in Snoop's deck. I don't think, but let's just take a look.
Yeah, I think it's just vanilla as at least can be. Like typically I think 419 is quite favored in the PD, just based on like PD sometimes having limited money outputs, and 409 being able to like pressure economic engines quite heavily. But this shoot the moon thing, if it gets off floor, it will start like going to the moon, as they say.
I find it a little bit difficult to evaluate like 419 decks and influence spreads compared to other variations of Crim, I think, because I think the very popular Shoe Flower published deck of the week a couple of weeks back, right? How to build a Regas runner deck, and I feel like I want to posit that that isn't a Regas runner deck, because like mining accident is like absolutely, I don't think you can consider that a red card, right? And that deck, the deck of the week was playing 3 copies of it, but this does look like a lot more of a red kind of 4-9 deck. You're playing 3 copies of Dr. Nuka, Mystic Miami Paladin Pomu, and the twinning. Like this is just very classic criminal imports dating all the way back from like the pre RWR release. Like people were playing this in Crim even last meta.
Yeah, like just getting your non-interactive econ engine, win condition and draw as your influence bench does make total sense. And this is exactly the start that PD kind of wants to take. We're opening up one of the servers, so you don't have enough money to rest everything, but
my settings were not updated. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Okay, refreshing.
Turtle click 1 going down, so letting server 1 leave this turn, getting punished by Rashida.
Punished by Rashida. There we go. Yeah, not contesting server 1. So of course, like the classical face checks in PD are drafter, gatekeeper. Of course, the drafter isn't that good here, and the install actually kind of works against PD somewhat, because you will be giving an armor core counter if you don't pay for the expose on the install, even on the runner's turn, which is pretty bad.
Yeah, I think drafter is kind of neutered here, but gatekeeper is way more scary in this situation, where opponents have like YDL sitting there that will generate quite a bit of money.
I will say though, I think the gatekeeper isn't particularly. It's good on the turn it's rest for sure against 4-9. But of course, like every turn after that, it's pretty much a liability to armor core, because it's not. You can't get a lockout just by purging. So that I expect that to come into play at some point during this matchup, especially if like the game goes like the 4-9 player wants the game to go, which is long, to get more value out of the trigger. Oh, okay. So here we go. Wild going for the double run on archives. Get the armor core up to 3 counters.
Yeah, probably just to stop Rashid drafter firing, I would assume.
So drafter fire would be pretty bad here, because in addition to getting back another Rashida, you can take back a Southern Commandment, and that's a lot of tempo that you don't want to be giving the cop. And it is a
Yeah,
draft
that
on
is
you, right?
still electing to fire rest the drafter even though it will get broken by 2 credits here.
Like spin draw.
Oh, and sniping the agenda out of hand. Even with the spin doctor getting rest before the approach.
Yeah, I mean, you expect this number of cards that the PD has drawn to be seeing some number of agendas at this point. At least you expect like 1 or 2. Worth noting that I don't think that Wild had the credits to steal an Equal project of the Bravado. So it really was only like 6 cards that were stealable in the deck. But okay, track grid. Stoops trying to get back into this game economically.
Yeah, having to rest
and
the mana
while you do-
garment isn't not happy about that, but you sometimes just have to do it.
Absolutely.
Oh, Icing Archives? But even then, like you still have to get your econ rolling before you kinda can purge. Otherwise you will just make your opponent eat like 1 face check.
Yeah. So the Icing Archives is, traditionally what you have to do against Omega. Ice Archives into purge if you don't have like a virus threat. Of course, the problem is that, well, obviously, I don't think while I don't think Snoops is on any virus in this list. And oh my god,
No,
that's
yo, sniping an Ikuma project out of hand as well.
yeah. So yeah, this method, I think, without any early economy, like the YDLs, the hedge funds, this is kind of going exactly how the matchup between 409 and PD goes, because you just kind of get strangled, especially because of the early Omakua, meaning that it's very difficult to secure servers. And we do see the purge here, but now Wild has to see what kind of face check that he's comfortable taking. And Blueberry Diesel, right? We don't see that card very often.
Yeah, probably doesn't have the influence for the real thing.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Like, I think it's curious that Wild elected to go for Blueberry Diesel in addition to the 3 copies of Dr. Nuka already that he has in the list. And there we go. We see the Nuka, we see the Hermes. Hermes coming down after stealing 2 agendas. That's I mean, take it from me. I do recommend installing Hermes before stealing agendas if you have the chance. But with the cop still on 0 points, definitely still excellent install.
Yeah, we'll definitely get the value out of it.
Exactly. And now, even with with the board as it is, and in theory, yes, this is a lockout situation where Omega can't get counters. But that's only in theory because, firstly, Snoops can't rest more than a single piece of ice on this credit total. And secondly, on any agenda score, even if Wild doesn't choose to contest, the Hermes will open up another hole for Omega to get counters and start the chain again. That's like just one of the strengths of this Crim console and why it's been like meta staple since it's been printed.
Yeah, like after the printing, I think most of the people just saw the card and instantly pivoted into it.
Yeah, for sure.
And like, as noobs, how do you dig yourself out of this situation? Is it just like keep installing stuff on Tranquility, try to get your like some econ getting rolling here?
Absolutely. Like you just have to try to find the economy. If you get a hedge fund, all the better. But if you don't get a hedge fund, you just got to click for credits and rest ice wherever Wild chooses to run and lets you rest the ice so that it's not liable to get Hermes later. And that's how you try to crawl back into this game because if you try to go too fast and try to push an offer to get your econ back on track, the Hermes Encore is just going to punch another hole in. Here we go. Miss Bones coming down. So
Yeah, going to clear that remote server for basically 2 credits here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, seamless launch? Are we scoring out? Oh, exactly the gen you need at this point. Luminal being such value here.
Yeah, Luminal's pretty good here. So that was a seamless advance, and it was a Skunkworks res.
Yeah, electing the pre-res Managram Skunkworks beforehand, interestingly.
Yeah, I that's an interesting call because I would have imagined. I think if I was the 419 LP, I wouldn't be targeting a card in the remote server. For any possible Hermes bounces because I wouldn't be wanting to give the precision design another trigger because we don't know of course what Snoop has in hand, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but okay. In either case, the Hermes bounce was on R&D and the ice did get reinstalled and Snoop's back up to 5 credits and
diversion of funds.
This one is gonna hurt, friends. So we have a boomerang doof. Of course, Snoop's going back down to 0. It's almost certainly a Rashida in the remote server, which obviously doesn't help with ducking the doof. But Snoops will draw another 4 cards and go to 3. And I mean, Snoops is desperately trying to draw a YDL here. We haven't seen any of this game and we're already through half the deck.
Yeah, just 3 agendas out of the 8 currently gone.
Yeah.
So still you have to like set your stuff up. Wild maybe not aggressing as much as I would have assumed. Like I think typically like 419 just runs these face down servers, just making the Shark Corporation kind of has to rest stuff. Oh, YDL protecting against all of this econ pressure though.
Yeah, absolutely. Snoops finally has found the YDL and this is the key card in this particular matchup, and it's like I think is probably the main reason why the shoot the moon variation is good grief.
Double
third
eyes.
Eyes on the remote.
Oh,
okay. Yeah, that doesn't look like it's supposed to be on the remote. That's right. Eyes on HQ. Okay, very sensible. Okay, so up to 7 credits. Definitely, you can still rest 2 eyes, maybe 3. But what was I saying? Yes, the YDL, your digital life. I mean, the ability to like turn card draw into credits, and HB decks. I mean, known for the abundance of card draw between like consistent access to Rashida and Gatekeeper Fires. You turn your card draw into credits, and while Crim is able to deny credits on like a semi-consistent basis, especially if you're 4-9. Sometimes you play Steve and you play Panwheel, that kind of thing, with the Doofs and so on. But denying card draw is not really something Crim can do. And
a second YDL for plus 5 credits here. The YDL econ floor being able to play YDL from 2 credits is such a boon in this matchup.
Yeah. I think regardless of what format that you're playing, I think Hesbyroid is definitely happy to see YDL in their decks. I mean, you can see PD in standard. I'm pretty sure that PD in startup also plays YDL just for econ. Well, maybe not if they're on Skunk Void, but who knows? But I mean, and let's not even talk about Eternal, cerebral imaging. No. For 2 credits, double your hand size. Seems pretty good.
And that's kind of valuable.
Yeah. But yeah, okay, so we see the first gatekeeper of the game. And Wild has chosen to run into this gatekeeper, and critically, I think we'll be breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief that the gatekeeper was rest only after the 2 YDLs have been played.
Yeah.
So, the odds of there being a third one is not as bad. And here we go, Off-World Office. And this is not a Midnight 3. Oh, that's not great. We are discarding 5 cards this turn.
Six cards with the bounce. If we can
Yeah.
get into HQ, I think HQ is just full of agendas.
Yeah, I mean, so Snoops is going to be discarding 6 cards. Yeah, the fact that this is an awful and not a Midnight 3 is I think really bad for the Corp here.
Yeah, definitely interesting that Snoops elected to play Sudden Commandment Forest. Just to drop that seamless launch in there. Just drawing twice before the score out.
I mean, I think there was a argument that that Snoops could have been digging for the third seamless launch.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you go commandment seamless, you can save a click to reinstall with the Trend Grid, save yourself, or like repair the Hermes damage, right? But obviously didn't hit the seamless. And what was the PD? The PD trigger obviously took the YDL. But okay, so looks like
now we're just farming these Amakua counters.
Correct.
I would be surprised if we don't run back for a third time here.
Almost certainly. Dirty Laundry Nuka. We will be discarding 2 cards unless we have another run event, but it looks like 2 laundries have already been played. Oh, it looks like we're just installing a chest.
Chest will also make sense. Next turn, maybe dropping down the twinning to get even more access on R&D.
Snoops. Oh, getting credits.
Oh, I think we're just... Yeah, it might be here.
Have it. Oh, yo, is it? It's actually...
Oh, Expose Eco Project!
He has...
Yeah, oh my god! Plus 6 credits in a turn. Starting the turn on just 14 credits, going up, managing to spend 18 on scoring out a big deal, like just 1 credit left in the tank.
That was such a bait and switch, I want to say, by Snoops, taking back the YDL, and I think while is probably thinking, he has 1 more turn, he needs to YDL before the turn before in order to be threatening big deal money, but no, RLC for the clickless credit
just showing up
into greasing Trank, and you can expose at that point, who cares. Yeah, got that 18 credits with 1 credit left. Also, he could even have blocked the 419 trigger if he so chose. But yeah, amazing and well played to both players.
Right. I think if we want to jump into some other game, maybe table 5 could be still going on for a bit longer.
Absolutely, let's take a look.
If you ask. Other than that, I think table 7 could still be going
on. No, looks like they're good for Amaran versus Arlie KJ. Kit versus Egg Infusion matchup, and it looks like we see a bacterial programming in a score area, which probably explains why the game is is going as long as it is. The funny thing about bacteria is it doesn't matter which score area it's in. It's gonna extend the length of the game by existing.
Yeah, definitely a powerful agenda. They're letting the corporation kind of control the next few turns of the game by themselves, basically.
It looks pretty interesting, and one thing I like to do with Kit List is to try and get a gauge on like what they've chosen to spend their influence on. It looks like Amaram is taking a leaf out of the Crim playbook and importing companions. We see Trickster Taka and Mystic Miami. That's 5 of your 10 available influence on companions.
Yeah,
and another Miss Bones 7 and Pinhole Pinto for 8 and 9. So there's no.
Just 1 influence left. I would assume that's going on.
DJ Fenris, probably.
Yeah, DJ Fenris would make total sense.
Yeah. And have you played a lot of the kit? I mean, either with or against. How do you feel it fares into like glacier matchups such as this Egg Infusion?
Again, like your big strength in these Egg Infusion matchups is that your breakers are just so powerful in breaking this big ice, but some ice still taxes you. Like Vampire Nasa taxing you for 5 credits by itself is going to be kind of taxing.
Absolutely. It looks like Amaram is choosing not to break all subs. Is that right? Yeah, looks like he's letting the draw sub on Vampire.
Yeah, makes sense if your opponent already has cards in hand. Access 2, nothing there.
Nothing there. We don't know exactly how long ago this.
Yeah, if Bacterial was scored like recently, it might be still
Bacterial
no
was
cards.
2 turns ago.
Yeah.
Was stolen on turn 8. It is now turn 10. So yeah, you would expect that no cards, no relevant cards there. But here we go, trick shot with 3 credits on it now.
Oh, Bran.
And that's a Bran 1.0.
Yeah, still a taxing card for lobby. I think you paid something like 5 credits to get through here.
That's correct. 2 to pump, 3 to break all subs.
Yeah, also you lose a counter on lobby summon, but I would be surprised if those end up mattering this game. Maybe if we see multiple tattoo bolas being set up in the same server, that could be taxing enough for those counters, but...
Oh, it looks like Amorum actually looks like he's gonna let the end the run fire. No? Yes?
Oh, misclicked apparently? Yeah.
Oh, misclicked. Okay, right. Because like looking at the chat log, management function. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, it looks like Amaro is just going to break the installs up and let the end the runs fire, which I think is very reasonable considering it's all house money, right? It's just chip money.
Yeah.
And if you're going to break the end the runs as well, that's eating to real crits, and then you're committed into going to the next ice, and it gets a bit spooky from there if you're going to spend 4 crits per ice, and then at the bottom maybe you just get punted back into the Vampy and like, what am I doing here?
Oh, we're just breaking the first subroutine?
Yeah, looks like just breaking the install sub. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
and
that's
Interalia here doesn't elect to go in. I think we might know that server 1 is not agenda. Just using those trickshot credits to make sure your opponent has to res, and you still break it basically for free.
Absolutely.
Yeah, mandatory draw. It's 8 cards in hand. You have to start getting rid of some of these. And I think that does look like it could be a Biovault in the server 1.
I mean, that's been there for a couple of turns now. And I think RKJ is not in that big of a rush to score as of yet.
Mm-hmm.
I think still quite comfortable on the timer. There's still about 15-ish minutes left, I want to say. So I think even if it no,
Sisyphus!
Sisyphus! Okay.
Yep.
I think this is between these two agendas and scorers, both of them are very alarming for the runner for different reasons. One is going to slow down the game because the cop is going to spend all the time thinking about the top 7 cards of the deck. One is going to slow down the game because the runner is going to think, like, what am I going to do with my life?
Yeah, having to spend basically 10 credits to get through here.
Okay, yeah, please encounter this vampire again. Thank you very much. You have 14 credits that will not last forever.
Yeah, I remember people like looking at the Sisyphus protocol just thinking that this is way too much stuff considering the effect. But actually, yeah, just every turn you're basically having 1 extra ice on your servers does add up quite noticeably.
Exactly, and it's quite good. I want to say against decks that want to make like high impact runs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I think this Skit deck probably just wants to run once a turn for the cataloger, and maybe the contest remote.
Yeah. So I mean, we can talk about Sisyphus upsides and all and such. But let's talk about like the one big downside. You have to play a 5/2 in your deck, and that's like a big problem.
Yeah.
Right? You compare to something like Nisei Mark 2.
Yeah, definitely
Right?
like the last agenda you basically include in your deck as like just a secondary thing to score out. I think Nisa is way more powerful. And if you had more economic troubles, I would assume this would be replaced by Off-World Office. But new cards from the RWR, like Charlotte, is like helping your econ so much that they
Yes,
kind of don't
exactly.
need it anymore.
I mean, it's hard to say, right? Because you will need the econ in order to have to rest the big ice that you need to have for Sisyphus to be good. And okay, that's a install advance. The advance makes me think that this is probably not a Charlotte. But other than that,
Yeah, you could just. I think we have 3 Charlottes in the bin, anyways, already. So.
oh yeah, absolutely right. So
Yeah,
absolutely.
there's a reason why the corp had 24 credits before we joined.
I just wanted to archives and like hit the hotkey to reshuffle archives and nothing happened and I was like, what's going on? And oh wait, I don't have Cyber Feeder installed on this on this version of JNet. Damn it. Shout out to, of course, Rahi for making the Cyber Feeder plugin that I'm pretty sure like a significant portion of us use on regular JNet. The invaluable device, if I do say
Yeah,
so myself.
luckily sorting, JNet sorting is also a like mechanic you can turn on from settings in JNet.
Sort archives in the sort heap. You can click it. Let me see. There we go.
Yeah, still,
So
yeah,
unfortunately,
Cyberfeed a great program anyway. So much like customization you can do.
yeah, and quality of life and so on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Amarum still up 3-2. Like in theory, if the game ends now, you you will win on time. But I suspect RDKJ is not going to let it come to that. 15 cards left in R&D though. Like those agendas have to be somewhere. So 15 cards R&D, 4 HQ, 1 in the remote. Let's ignore those 2 cards in archives, right? So they are between these 20 cards, there are 15 points, and as I like to say, the R&D density in terms of points per card is approaching 1. And with this cataloger installed, there is like a non-zero possibility, that Amaranth can brute force this with, tanker double vampy, tanker double vampy, and then trick shot back for 5 points or 4 points as it were. You only need 4 points to win. Because of the fact that there is no unrest ice on R&D, so you can't get a boot off as the egg infusion.
Yeah,
So
I
I
think
think if I was Ali KJ, I think I would try to cover that potential weakness.
that's the angle that the Again Fusion probably would lose if they were losing right now. I just have real tough time imagining that Amarum can get enough access considering the Sisyphus protocol is on table. Like, there really is nowhere you can run for cheap anymore.
Absolutely. And like I think single accesses can get you like another agenda if you are like, because as I said, R&D density is increasing dramatically.
Mm-hmm.
But if either player scores another bacterial, I think the game is instantly over, because like with the power of like the score of steel trigger on bacterial, I think it's quite trivial for RKJ to make sure that Amaram gets no relevant central accesses for the rest of the game, and he'll got a burner on
Yeah.
HQ. Okay, so Amaram will know that the probability of this run actually succeeding is near 0. And here we go. That's an Anansi. This is going to be a double Anansi because of the Sisyphus.
Yeah, having to spend 8 credits, and I think we're going to see the boop on HQ for the inner ice here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, spending 4 and 1 from the Trickster Taka, still has 6 in his credit pool.
Absolutely. So we will be seeing paying 1 credit. Okay, so paying 1 credit to make the runner lose 4 credits. That's an economic warfare on demand. That's pretty good.
Yeah, the extra credit on Sisyphus Protocol's ability is kind of like funny in there. Just feels a bit tacked on. Also, I can discard a card if you really need the 1 credit.
I think, in these credit type scenarios, if like RDKJ was a little bit poorer, uh, that ability would be relevant.
Yeah, I could see it happening. Although I think we're getting the poop here into the one per NASA. At least we're thinking about it here.
Yeah. So I don't think RDKJ is interested in rezzing another ice, especially another piece of big ice. And
yeah, 9 credits on the tables. If you want to rest something big, you maybe start to struggle in your econ. Especially with all of the Charlottes being gone. You don't have access to like this really powerful, like really quick econ anymore, with most of the hedge funds already gone. Rashida's 3 gone.
Yeah.
Basically 2 econ cards left in the deck.
I suspect that he's thinking right now. The cop is thinking about where to boop the runner into, because it is very appealing to boop into the Vampy and get a Vampy fire, right? It's like the subs are almost certainly all going to fire. Probably no. Actually, I take that back, because Amara will probably boost once and break one subroutine. Probably the draw sub, I want to say. Because you're losing the 2 credits anyway off of the other sub. But Amaral can then continue because Vampy is not ending the run, and then you get a cataloger trigger, and because the Orca broke the Anansi earlier, we have a second counter in this cataloger, which means that Amaral can spend the first cataloger counter to look at 4 cards, and then use his last click to rearrange. To rearrange, and then he spends his last click to click the cataloger and actually get that 1 access.
Yeah, maybe still an agenda, then it's like 1 access game after that.
Exactly, and you steal another 2-pointer, or you still send the match. It doesn't matter at this point. And
probably for the exact reason going pooping into the Bran, still getting a fire here, I think. And I would assume you probably have some ice in the archive, just get that installed for free.
Yeah. We absolutely 100% have at least 1 ice in archives, because
yeah, you pooped already. Just pooped already.
Yeah, there we go. Saisantan and digital rights management. That's a very exciting piece of influence.
Yeah, typically, I think that idea behind that is getting your Sisyphus protocol and being able to score it when you need it, or when you have an opening early game for it. Could also, like, seeing that and Mindscaping, I start thinking of this familiar deck that actually plays a Cloud Eater in there to make those tags be kind of scary. You can't be certain, but
yeah. But I think, okay, so importantly, RKJ has found another ice for R&D, and now it's extremely tricky to get any kind of catalog off, because you're going to eat a boop into a double Anansi, and then you need to go through a Vampy. And none of this stuff actually ends the run, so it's not like game-endingly bad, but it's kind of game-endingly bad, because you really don't have enough cards to deal with it. Like your Nukas are done, your Stone Chips are done, your credit total is kind of done.
Yeah, realistically, I think we're just getting couple access anymore in this game.
And we see another advance, a manual advance, even after the Lacoste, which leads me to believe that this is a bacterial programming cooking the remote.
Yeah, I think it's secure enough. Like going through here could be hard,
Yeah.
especially if you like have to fight through Bran. Then the core presses a like a sentry or a code gate that you have to break through twice, and then you get booped into the Anansi on HQ as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like that means the remote, like with these 4 eyes in the remote, is like almost certainly off limits right now. We don't know like how many of these are like tattoo bolas, which are credit positive, tempo positive, ice bricks. And then there's always the boop into double and Nancy. Like I'm just wondering like how we get any more accesses. I suppose the hope for Amarum is that there are agendas in HQ, and there probably have to be multiple agendas in HQ in order to win the game. So you may just have to tank the Anansi, because I don't see a way, realistically, unless there's more econ, unless Amarum has more econ from hand. But I think we see the 3 commissions gone, 3 laundries gone. Looks like there's one more gamble.
Yeah, I think
somewhere.
like one of the ways that you still can win is just run R&D this turn, try to sneak that access in, steal some agenda, and then go HQ.
Yeah. Yeah, I think like the good news is that the cataloger is going to undo the damage that that Booping into Anansi and that Anansi rearranged sub is doing to R&D in terms of like being able to bury agendas. So you can get a cataloger off, and you only need to make one successful run on R&D to get an agenda. The hard part, of course, is like the middle bit where you actually have to go through double Anansi and the Vampy, and that's off the top of my head. How many credits is that? It's like 8 credits for double Anansi, and for Vampy, it's at least 2 from the loose credit sub alone.
Yeah.
Not counting the damage. I think if you're okay letting the Vampy fire, you can just say, you know what, this thing fires. I only going to pay 8 for this Anansi.
Technically, I wonder if there's like a line here where you run through R&D, eat the Vampironasa just twice, like making you lose 4 credits in total, and then get your cataloger, and then you still like run R&D, run HQ, break Anansi once for the second counter, and click cataloger twice.
And okay, we see a last click.
Yeah, just sending it.
Shot here. I think RKJ is not going to risk anything here. I mean, you have a few options. Like first option is no rest. Oh, we see a rest. Okay, this is a tattoo bola. And I don't know if RKJ knows the interaction between Kit and Sisyphus Protocol. Actually, I think this is. I don't know if I don't know if it would rest. It's because this tattoo is currently a code gate. It's a code gate for the duration of the run, which means that Kit will be passing this tattoo bola as it is a code gate, which means that the Sisyphus will fire off of this tattoo bola. And that means you won't be getting a double Vampy. It will be a double. It will be a double tattoo bola, and I think Amram is extremely happy to have to only pay 1 credit for Sisyphus activation as opposed to however many it is for Vampire.
Yeah, I mean, anyway, paying 1 extra credit here, like you are pretty happy with that, considering the other option is just 5 extra.
Yeah, absolutely. And like a good chunk of this is
getting the fire. Maybe going after server 1 now, just forcing out the boop.
Oh, that's very interesting though. Okay, we're going on Bran instead. So this run, we assume, of course, that this is an agenda in server 1. But Amaram, of course, will know that there's 0% chance of this run on the remote. actually succeeding just because AliKJ still has the boop. Probably the idea is to force out the boop from one of these eyes here and use this, and it's a tattoo bola. So
Yeah, like there's 3 face down eyes here. Like, does the boop actually tax anything for the corporation here though?
yeah, that's the thing. It's tricky to evaluate over here because we of course don't really know Amarum's hand. We do see this is this the third trick shot? No, there's one more trick shot left actually. There's one more trick shot left. And how many overclocks? Looks like there's only been one overclock used. So there might be more.
The problem is the 0 clicks in the corporation runner's side here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there is like a world where Amarum can just throw all the run events at the remote and try and overload AliKJ. But I think
send a message though.
Send a message. Ooh, that's not a bacterial. Okay.
Yeah, game still basically up. Cloudy targeting rest on the server one.
Good grief.
Also, an ice agenda there. At least what I assume would be an agenda.
Yeah. It looks like all 3 Rashidas are out. All 3 Charlottes are out. 2 Animatic Voids are out. I'm not sure what else this could possibly be other than maybe a 3rd Spin Doctor. But I think putting 3rd Spin Doctor under Brand Tattoo, Cloud Eater, and a 4th Ice Unrest for Egg Infusion Boop is a little bit overkill to protect the Spin Doctor. So you know what? I am just going to call that. I think this is an agenda. Right.
Overclocking in.
1 minute is okay, so overclock. So RM has clearly decided that this is not the place to be. The remote is not the place to be attacking, even after that double ice rest and Cloud Eater, of course.
Yeah, I think we're going for the cataloger here, I would assume.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, if you see 2 agendas here, and one of they're not both bacterial, I think Amarum just has it here.
Yes, absolutely. But importantly, they cannot both be bacterial, because if one of them is a bacterial, it's fine because you steal the other one first, and then run back for bacterial. But if both of them bacterials, there's no way you can steal one of them without AliKJ doing the thing and rearranging R&D.
Yeah.
But let's see.
I think there's still four agendas here. It's still in the game, at least.
Okay, and it is time in the round. So
yeah.
So okay, now this is very interesting because we don't know what is in server 1. It could be an agenda, of course, and it's likely an agenda. But if let's say it's the third bacterial, AliKJ has no clicks left on his last turn to score it out, which means that now Omen only needs on HQ. On HQ.
Yeah, just calling, like you have to call it, like somehow.
Yeah, you have to call it because you can't mad dash R&D ever because of the boop, right? Because of the threat of the boop. So we mad dash HQ.
Access anonymity, right? Not enough.
And
GG's.
Looks like
just couldn't find it.
And so the Lackluster did advance the card in someone, but I don't think we'll ever know. I don't think we'll ever know if it was an actual agenda. I think it's definitely not a spin, right? Because if it's a spin, I think you pop it just because of the cataloger threat.
Yeah, just draw 2.
Yeah. But that was so scary.
Yeah, nothing in hand, still agendas left in the deck.
Yeah, it might be a Nisei, it might be another 5-3, it might be another Sisyphus, who knows. But yeah. Top deck is blank, there's nothing. Yeah.
All of the agendas still hiding around bottom of the deck.
Yeah, where are the damn things? The 8 points in score areas, we assume at least 2 in the remote, so there has to be at 3 or 4 more agendas somewhere. All right. Yeah, well, wow, what a game. Well played to both players.
Yeah, and we see this matches.
Time in the round,
I think does look like most of the matches I would have expected. Mercury losing against Niera's Hub is kind of interesting, but Like, I don't think Mercury has the econ to contest kill threat, maybe. That could be a problem.
Not sure.
Other than that,
Yeah.
like, yeah, Reality... Lat winning against Reality Plus is interesting. And yeah, other than that, does look kind of like what I would expect here for these results.
Yeah. So, but it does look like the majority corp wins here. The only two runner wins are the Lex and Devs 131 on the Steve. I assume it's the Banha Steve that EA Sports has been so high on, with Kikai winning the UK regionals last weekend with the deck. And against, I think, traditionally advantage matchup in the Hesperid PD. So we are just waiting on the last result, Zoe and FireRL. And it looks like FireRL did win that last game as well as the Hoshigo against Acer Group. So there goes the cut run one. It is in the books. So it looks like 5 top wins, 3 runner wins. Sounds about right, I think. I don't, yeah.
something corporation meta game, I guess.
Coffee meta. But okay, so but bear in mind, of course, that nobody's getting eliminated from this round one. The losers of this round one will go into the losers bracket to play against each other, and then you're on your last life. You lose another game, you're out. And I think the rest, the winners will continue up in the winner bracket. They're guaranteed, I believe, top 12. And looks like we'll be proceeding shortly. So let's just take a look at.
Yeah, still no pairings in the
Pairings are not up yet. Yes, and it will be confirmed that after round 3 will be the meal break, which means that we'll be here for at least 2 more rounds before anything else happens. Which means that will be the top 8. Yeah, so by the end of round 3, we'll know who the top 8 are, which is pretty exciting.
Yeah, 100%. Top 8 still feels like what you need to achieve to be happy sometimes. Although Top Cut, like, having to go even better than 5-3 yesterday, like, huge fight. Just even getting here.
Let's not forget that there were 86 players yesterday. And like one of like the biggest online fields, and I mean, shout out to Cannon and Boone. One of the, I think his showdown events have consistently been like the highest attended events.
Yeah, definitely premier level online events here.
Yeah, in the entire scene. And I think like the diversity of players we see playing has been like quite impressive. Like lots of these players, I think, wouldn't come out for any other. Don't come out. You don't see them come out often, I should say, for other events other than like showdowns. You don't really see it like AMTs, and I think that's the testament. There is some star power factor at work here. I'm pretty sure. All right.
Yeah, just trying to look at the matchups that we have available here. Trying to pick a match from the lower tables. Do you think table like the Reality Plus versus Mercury could be interesting?
Yeah. I think the chat will never be unhappy to see Mercury gameplay.
Yeah, if you want to jump there.
So, let's check in on table 9, and after that we can see what happens.
Other option definitely is seeing the Earth Station doing work.
Earth Station is Earth Station. What I do want to watch is that one of the Arizona players at work. That there are two of them playing this round, Barambu and Santa. But I
Yeah.
think that can wait until after.
Yeah, both
the
players
victory
on
game.
the top winners bracket here, so no chance of them getting eliminated just yet.
Yeah. So let's check in on table 9 to start. I must say, scrolling over the names on JNet, it is pretty funny to me to see all the players, game completion rate too little. Wait, hold on. That's not right. Baserton has a game completion rate of 100%.
Playing a couple of extras after the server.
Yeah, wait, hold on. What's up? Were we grinding practice games in the night or something? Like, why do we have a game?
Like Janet was lagging you. You have to take every possibility you can.
Data? Hello? Why do we have sufficient data? What's going on?
Not only one, I think. Might be that it's just based on the go. Could be that everybody else ID'd, but does not feel like it. Yeah, like Janet lagging too much. Gotta get a couple of practice games.
Games in there. Let's use the man in the showdown. So I'm sure nobody's gonna find out.
Are the players on the table fine with being streamed?
Yeah, let's get into table 9. Okay, so the round's gonna start in about 2 minutes, or less.
I just gotta get a couple of seconds for people to join on and start checking.
Absolutely. So the matchup here is, of course, Desiderator on Mercury and Zansonic on, I believe this is Reality Plus. Right. So
yeah, I think Mercury here, not the version that we have seen previously. Yeah, playing kind of a different version with cards like Logic Bomb, my all-time favorite.
Wait, good grief! I was like, I was just gonna say Desiderator on R plus and Mercury. I was like, okay, I just have to check the other players' deck list to see which of these lists is supposed to be the one in the game, and then realize Zansang is also on R plus and Mercury. Okay, what a heckin' coincidence. But I believe we can confirm that it is Zansonic playing the R plus, which looks like an end of the line. Flatline kill R plus list, and the Desiderator's Merc is on Finality. Ooh,
yeah, Finality Logic
Finality.
Bomb. I know you're an Adam enjoyer, so maybe some nostalgia here.
I do like me a good Logic Bomb. It's an unconditional bypass, unconditional with a big asterisk there. Do not try to steal any Icaro projects with these cards, friends.
Yeah, maybe Logic Bomb just has to be like 3 influence cheaper, and it could be a hype include something like Sable.
Absolutely. All right. Looks like the game can start. And this is currently contemplating the Null or keep. Both players on the correct number of cards. I know, shockingly bold call there, but yes, Mercury on 45 cards. I feel like it's
Mercury is, Mercury is an idea where you don't get like free pass to go over 45. You're not playing Anarch where you can like just hand wave your
Wait, actually, I need to know who died and made you king of getting to decide which IDs are allowed to go over min deck size or not.
Hey, you get perks for having a YouTube channel.
Is that what's happening here?
100%. Or just drawing and icing up R&D interesting in Server 1. Maybe it's showing up off that there's no agendas in HQ. I would assume icing up HQ would be a priority otherwise.
We do know that there are the 0 doof in this deck, which is the only play that the only way that this play is like allowed. Digital is absolutely not falling for the bait. That HQ is open. Come on, don't you want to double access HQ? I'm sure you want to access all my. I'm sure there are Oracle think tanks.
Yeah, everything nice in there, just waiting.
Oh no, I take that back. There are 2 beholds. So
yeah,
absolutely don't go into those, especially not on turn 1.
Yeah, 100%. YDL just as a hedge fund, still a huge value, but not what you definitely want. A second ice on Server 1 as well.
Okay, double ice against Mercury means the server the server's over, right?
Yeah, yes, Logic Bomb getting installed. Yeah, going for the triple access.
Yep. 2 accesses is enough. We need 3 access. Let's do this thing. Behold me, you fool.
Oppo Amaze.
We are not stealing that. We're not trashing that Amaze after that first access, I don't think.
Yeah, I think if you just want to trash the other card around, so like if you could trash Oppo.
We are thinking about this though. Digiterated, contemplating. Nothing. It is a trash group.
I think we might be just clearing out HQ, and Oppo is still like a small, so you can live with it.
Makes sense. And I think if you trash the image, you trash the gaslight. No, we leave the gaslight. Okay.
Interesting choice, leaving the gaslight in there. Like gaslight will get you those kill operations back to hand.
Yeah, I think Zansonic has like a very easy play next turn of like install gaslight in the remote and do whatever, click for a credit and then Oppo, and Digit is obligated with these 3 resources installed to clear 2 tags, and that's like I think a tempo trade that Zansonic will be satisfied with.
Yeah, especially with Oppo getting you those 2 credits just straight back with R+'s ID ability. First, just drawing a card, so maybe not installing this gaslight this turn.
Yeah, it's interesting. Okay, we see an install.
But decided to play for a credit. Yeah, no, I don't think you're in a hurry to play the Oppo. Like, I think the deck is on false leads, so I think your priority here is just get that false lead online, and then you can still start thinking about the Oppo after somebody has went over threat 3 here.
Yeah, you go threat 3 and you get a big Oppo false lead of 2 clicks into the end of the line, either double end of the line, or is this deck on the Mindscape?
I would assume we have like some Mindscaping in there.
Yeah, there are 2 Mindscapings, 2 end of lines. Is absolutely all-in kill deck. And a double advance. Interesting.
Going for a triple? Does look like the false lead getting scored out here.
Okay.
Yeah, now Oppo starting to look much scarier.
Mm-hmm. That being said, it is still the what we call petite Oppo. So even with false, you can still clear tags unless you're too poor to do so. Mercury historically not been a particularly rich deck, but with these 2 daily cards running, at least for the moment, the Digerator is sitting comfortably on the credit total. Haven't had to break any ice or commit any resources into like bypass operations or malandration or whatever. Marcus Archives, not very useful Azul for
currently
backstitching
just
at
have to
turn
get
one.
it maybe next turn. Maybe thinking here, can you like go after R&D here? Problem is that like NBN Ice is just kind of free to res after, especially if you are face checking into it. Like the plus 2 credit back from the tag or give you so much value.
Yeah, and a lot of the times, right? So the deck looks like it's only on 8 eyes, if I'm reading this correctly.
Mhm.
So 7 eyes, ping, 3 pings, 2 Zaravnas, and 2 VSAs. Ping is like okay to bypass, right? Especially with
Yeah.
Melandragem. And the Melandragem pretty useful against what's it called? Zaravna. That's one Zaravna. But
Oh,
yeah,
VSA,
VS
definitely what you don't want to
is
see
the
here.
annoying one. Like this is really what's even the point of bypassing this damn thing, you know? Like you are getting the tag anyway.
Saving a credit
And
at best, like doesn't just add up. But
I honestly, if I was the distributor and I see like I get my mark roll on R&D and I get a jailbreak off, and my R plus opponent reses a VSA into me, my eyes would just roll into my head automatically. I'm like, oh my god, like give me a break, you know?
yeah, we
Like,
are at least seeing 4 cards in here.
Yeah, 4 cards between jailbreak, Pretty Mary,
And the ID
and
ability.
headline.
Oh, headline.
Okay,
That's a nice start.
that's a nice start. So 4 accesses. This is the 4th card.
Yeah, now deciding
Yes.
maybe to
So
trash or
so
rest.
we do have a big problem here, which is the generator has 2 tags and only
A click left,
and
yeah.
yes, because yeah, there is an option of getting a falsely scoring
I
falsely
think
or forfeiting the
realistically,
falsely, I should say.
you might be just dead here. Like if you click for draw, you can get like mindscaping up end of the line.
Yeah,
If you
I
clear the
think
tag, you just get end of the line. Like there's no good option here.
yeah, I think the generator has no option but to click click to draw and check if Sonic
Yeah,
is
definitely
interested
have
in
to
getting
ask
a
for
falsely.
action. And I think
Yeah.
this really get popped here if we have the kill. So you kind of get free information, technically.
It's either you get a free info or you die.
Yeah,
So
100%.
so okay, good news. Game still goes on. We
Yeah,
do not have
so
a falsely forfeit.
yeah, so no mindscaping and end of the line in hand.
So now we know for sure that there is uh that there's at most one end of the line or uh only 2 mindscapings
Mhm.
and no end of the line in hand. And a double okay,
Oh, second
2
dice going on
A-Rocks.
R&D.
Okay, interesting.
Mhm.
Marcus HQ, not really relevant once again. And I believe that there were no cards drawn, so I believe the top 2 cards of R&D are known. That's
Oh,
important.
going
And
HQ
Jailbreak
this
HQ,
turn.
we're going another triple access. And now we'll see exactly what Sonic's kill range is. Orbital Superiority,
Orbital?
okay, very relevant. There's an end of the line.
Sorry. Also in
And
false lead?
okay, we have 5 points now. Okay, we do know there's an Oppo research in hand, so
Yeah,
we
I
know
think we also know
there's
that there might be a gaslight on the table here.
absolutely. I think you need to. I think you need to find a gaslight here, right?
Yeah, like this gaslight will get you the second kill operation, and next turn we go just Oppo click basically regular mining license for credits, and I think it's kind of sealed.
I mean, so okay, so what's the generators out here? You need to kill a gas like this, this click, right?
Yeah, kill gaslight. We make sure that Corp has the least possible chances of actually drawing into the skill operations.
Yeah, because it might not be double gaslight. It might just be gaslight and let's say spin doctor, right? So, uh, hmm. I think it's tricky. Like I think you absolutely have to kill a Gaslight this turn. Zansonic calling you can finish your turn. Of course, you don't need to volatilate that information to the runner
Yeah, just yet.
before they take their second click.
I'm-
Currently, the jury is only
Technically, you
on-
can use it here if you expect the opponent to play double event, but
That's very true. If, for example, the generator was on doof, that's
yeah,
a very
that would be maybe changing the like
good way.
calculations quite
Yeah, it's a
heavily.
good way to dodge. Absolutely.
Electing
Okay,
click for a draw. Yeah, now is the window. Just can't pop the false lead like without clear kill, I think.
Yeah, I don't see a way that Zansonic can pop the false lead or that he should pop the false lead, because so in theory popping the false lead will get you, hypothetically speaking, double Gaslight, right? And you can get a Gaslight. You can get a big oppo off, but Digital is still at a credit total to be able to clear 4 tags and survive.
Yeah, and after you clear those tags, I think the runner is just safe here, just running R&D, clearing stuff up, and you're not really in this oppo kill range anymore.
Exactly, and then we are still on a timer because let's not forget with all the kill threat that the runner is on 5 agenda points. At the end of the day.
Yeah, luckily for the corp, we don't see stuff like there's 3 class act in the deck actually.
Oh.
So we might be just digging for those, and if you drop that next turn, I think we're just safe.
I think so. Yeah, you're right. Okay, Eru. Basically saying.
Double Gaslight.
Right. I mean, I was gonna say, like Eru install is basically the Merc player, like telling the R+ player, you want to give me tags? Okay, 2 can play at that game.
Mm-hmm. And a
I
flying
will
getting
give myself
added.
tags as well. Okay, there we go. Second end of the line has entered the hand, so we do know.
Yeah, Mindscaping as well. Just have so many options. I think we might be able to kill through the class acts even.
Yes. You can kill through class act. So the problem with that is, I think you're 1 credit of being able. No,
you have kill through class act here.
Perfect. You have a credit perfect kill through class act. So.
Yep. I think the idea here is that you have to go R&D and hope that you hit enough access.
You have to go R&D here, absolutely. That I think the odds are actually pretty decent because, like, between Eru, Pretty Mary, it's like almost the full girls combo, right? That we see out of Akiko so often. This is 1, 2, 3, 4 card access. You only need to see another 2 points, and there we go. Just a click on Akiko sending it. And I think there are good odds for this to just win the game on this click 1.
Behold, first click. First.
Literally whatever.
And you're not paying this, I think. Yeah.
Declines to use Behold. Like, when was the last time you saw R+ declining a Behold?
But finds the degree mill.
Oh, that's it. And I mean, this gets to happen, because the guys, like, yes, they do get you your kill combo, but they also shuffle the deck.
Yeah.
And that's like super important. And I mean, it's so difficult to say. Is it possible that you let the Gaslight sit on the table for a turn? Just to not get the shuffle, because you do know the top 2 cards of R&D were clean, right? From the last
I
R&D
wonder if the brother can just like run the both of the Gaslights this turn though.
Yeah, that was the other option. The runner could just like Gaslight, run Gaslight.
Yeah. Still some games going on here.
But I mean, what a game! I think. Muck. People kind of kind of rag on Muck a little bit, but they get the job done.
Yes, some people who like don't know good Netrunner. I know.
Yes. I have no idea what you're talking about, sir. Okay, so all I'll say is, regardless of the outcome of this game, one Mercury would have made top 12 at this World Showdown. So,
Yeah, big
it's
double
a
for
win
you for the
situation.
Mercury enjoyers.
It's a win situation.
Looking at games that are still going on, I think probably safest bet is one of these Egg Infusion games, like Table 16.
All right, you want to go Egg Infusion? Let's do some Egg Infusion, and it's an RE game as well. Let's show. Let's hit it. All right, let's do it.
Oh,
right.
kind of less ice than I was expecting here. Still turn 8.
And good grief, that's a lot of runner kites on the corp side of the board. That's not how you want that to go. And I think, Santa not in the best credit situation, but
Spec Work keep helping out a bit here, like trashing.
Absolutely.
I
think importantly has the important Trojans posted on the relevant pieces of ice.
Oh, Charlotte is going to carry the corporation kind of here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And Santa being on 0 credits on that turn, not able to go in and trash the Charlotte, I think hurts so badly, because I think like the thing is, on this board, the egg book isn't even that scary. Right?
Yeah, like symbol getting fast around, like maybe could be an issue if it was a scarier ice, but symbol not doing too much.
Yeah, exactly. So the egg book wasn't even that scary. I think it's hurting Santa. It must hurt Santa so bad that you can't that he couldn't contest this Lacosta Charlotte last turn, because that was his like best chance to do so. And now Firewall back to 9 credits. It's getting a lot trickier, because now we're back into Bran range, we're back into Anansi range, that kind of thing. So even if the book isn't scary, now the actual ice rest is going to be. And
yeah,
your Trojans have already been committed. Yes, you can spend a chip for them, but you're spending a chip for them. Oh, and wow, would you look at the econ that Santa has already committed? All 3 gambles and 2 creative commissions.
And I wonder what all the grades have gone. Like, is it just contesting Charlotte's and Beowulf's here?
Yeah, I mean, I suspect so. I mean, 1 Spin Doctor has been used.
Yeah, and in the chat, Charlie saying that they have killed 2 of these already, and the third one just rising up, showing up.
Yeah, looks like 2 Charlottes were trashed. 1 got shuffled back, and then there's another one back in the same remote. I mean, they're clones, right? They just keep coming back.
Are they?
What? Charlotte,
it's asset. It's asset clone, yeah.
Yeah, come on, it's on the card.
I don't know my lore.
You cannot shit on me for lore deficiencies. It's literally on the card, sir. Now, if you wanted to ask me how the powers can keep on defibrillating Rashida Yashim every time you score an agenda, I wouldn't have an answer for you. But this one, there's a lore reason for it.
Yeah, I guess. Problem is just reading cards here. And do you think Santa can go and challenge this remote this turn? Or is it just Mission Impossible here? Realistically, Fire RL can rest 1 ice here, but you might have to fight through that ice twice.
So it all depends on what this outermost ice is. If this outermost ice is a Bran, you probably can scam your way through it twice.
Yeah. If it's an Anansi, it starts to get way harder.
Yeah. And you do have a 5 Zyrum in that you just ace up, so to ace up. which will do something against like everything other than a Nazi. So and even and a Nazi will not be a flat, and so it's like fine, right? It's like it's not
Yeah.
great, but it's survivable. That being said, I don't even want to think of what the psychological damage is going to be if oh, something's happening.
We're
Are we
running this
getting
thimble?
the thimble rig? We have a unity in the Hemo, right?
No, just going in here.
Okay, okay, I kind of dig it. We will be getting a ice swap though. Just here to watch for play speed. All right, of course. I have to say I've not seen this profile picture from Man in the Moon before. The picture associated with this particular email account. Is that I believe that is the Lu.
Yeah, from 2020 or
Yeah,
2022 Worlds, I think.
yeah. The Lu avatar ID.
Yeah, cyberspace
Okay.
altered.
We're going DJ Steve into run Simulchip Unity. So this is a one credit Steve trigger. You can't ask for much better than that. Viral. Let's see if it takes the thimble swap. Swapping to R&D. Okay.
Does make sense. Just get the more taxing thing on HQ here.
It's between 1 credit to 2 credits. It's like okay.
Access back. Yeah,
okay.
just.
Oh my god. Here we go.
And yeah, we might be here for a while.
Bad back, bro. Man in the Moon not beating the lycanthropy allegations. Wintergun. On the one hand, what? On the other hand, I mean, do explain.
I mean, we have seen vampires in Netrunner already, so getting a couple of werewolves would not be too surprising, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Lobisomem is a werewolf. Although I haven't seen many Lobisomem. I think the art is like would be pretty sick as a profile picture for Lobisomem.
Oh yeah.
I think especially if you like turn it upside down, so the wolf is like facing the correct direction. It might be a bit too low res for like Jane and avatars though. I don't know. But okay. That was a shockingly fast bacterial activation.
Yeah, I mean, if still adding 2 cards in HQ, so not just clearing it. And yeah, now just setting up ice here.
Absolutely. So we do see 2 bio vaults in the bin already for Firewall. I mean that has to be on 3, right? Let me just double confirm that.
I would assume 3, yeah. Although there are other upgrades, maybe. Like realistically, you could play something like my virus.
There's 1 more bio vault and 1 animated void.
Oh, so we have 4 defensive upgrades. I think this does look like the void then.
Well, it could be either because like I think like with the Charlotte, the Charlotte pre-advance makes a lot more sense if you intend to put in another Biovolt, the 3rd Biovolt, which means now the Lacosta can be feeding the Biovolt instead of feeding the Charlotte. But either way, I think Firewall is I think I don't want to say just about ready, but it's getting close to the point where he feels comfortable to start pushing the agendas out.
Yeah, I think you have to push agendas sooner or later, and I think you just can't afford them to start stacking up in your HQ when runner is on 5 points.
Yeah, and like game state aside, we do it is still a 40-minute time down, and there is still a clock to take into account. So, you will need to score at least 2 agendas, and I do believe because of the seeding. Actually, I think Fire will win if it's a time drop because he is the higher seed compared to Santa.
Yeah, it does definitely help you
So
in this situation here. Like Santa is winning for the next agenda, so you just have to get 2. If the game goes tied,
yes,
you win.
absolutely. Okay, and we do see Eyes on Archives. This is probably playing around pinhole threading, of which there are how many copies in Santa's list? We see 2 copies in Santa's list. Okay, so very
Okay, this has more influence than I would expect here. Like, we have Physarum wheels, I would assume a second Physarum here.
yeah. I mean, we see one. We see Revolver,
Mm-hmm.
Physarum Revolver compilation. You know,
Oh,
the
just one of
usual
his
triple
arm.
set.
Like, yeah, that's interesting to me.
Just one.
It does feel like the best an Arizona card, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. But I expect that the thinking is that between 3 Samuel chip, 3 mules, that you have more than enough ways to recycle it. Oh,
Hammer.
what is
Do we
this?
do we have access to revolver here?
Yeah,
No.
that
So
is not. I mean, we have Samuel chip Muse
yeah.
Revolver.
Problem is
That's
that you have it
okay.
stuck on the Fizar or Muse at that
I mean,
point.
we can just Pfizer it. You can
Yeah,
still have
Fizarum
access
is the
to it.
only thing because actually we don't have MU here, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you have to trash
Uh,
something. Also, you can move the eco around, but that will cost you quite a bit.
Absolutely. Okay, no, we are getting something from hand here, though. It's
Oh,
a Muse
getting
from hand,
Muse?
right?
Muse can get you the Fizarum from the archives, saving you a simul chip and getting you a thing that you can sell for Aesops. Yeah,
Yeah, there we go.
especially with this kind of just being free credits using the trickshot.
Absolutely.
And the cards in R&D are still known to fire RL, I believe.
And oh my gosh,
Oh,
that is a brand.
definitely a costly res here.
I do believe so.
But yeah, still going through here for 3 credits because Propeller is kinda nasty.
Yeah, so we will be going through Popala and seeing 2 cards and then getting 2 cards to make a run on the remote. And I think this is like a really good trick shot remote run, right? Because like Farah's back to only 2 credits.
Mm-hmm.
The bio vault's not fully charged yet.
Yeah, realistically can't
And it's
defend this
yeah,
server. And
there's only a
Charlotte will
Timberwolves happening.
probably be cracked here. If we don't
Yeah,
see like Tattoo Bolas showing up in a huge way.
yeah.
There will be a boop
So
onto Hammer maybe, which can
yeah,
cause issues.
so what Farah can do, and I think this is the only line that defends the server, is to swap the so don't boop on the first ice on the twinning run. Sorry, on the trick shot remote run. So let center brick the thimble rig and pass the brick, then swap it with the Bran and then boop back onto a hammer.
Oh,
Now you have a Bran on the remote server instead of a thin brick, and now center can run back.
yeah, we will see if that line will be found out here. Not as in the first ice, there's probably no reason to, except if we see the Tatubola, that probably would get dressed there.
I think a Tatubola, I think center. I don't know actually. Like
You kind of
if
have to,
center is
like, you don't want to go through there, but it's kind of hard. Paying 1 for the trick shot.
yeah, there we go, and we'll see. Oh yeah,
Yeah, for the
It
brand,
is the
yeah,
brand.
exactly. And we,
And yeah, and then you have to boop here. You boop back into hammer. You force out.
yeah,
Was it Rashida
notably, again, Fusion saying that you are encountering the outermost ice, so you don't have a window to use Fisarm's ability here.
I think you do.
Do you? No. You go instantly to
You
encounter.
it is an encounter. So like, and then Fizarm is a when you encounter, right? So I think you don't need to overcomplicate it. You can
Can you?
Fizarm. I do believe you can Fizarm.
Okay, yeah. I would call a judge
I
on this
mean,
situation, but
good news, the judge is already in the room with the 2 of them. Yeah, but that being said, yeah, Santa, I think, doesn't really have a choice but to let this one fire. No, I mean you can you
No,
can
I don't think you can Fizzarm here.
really.
I
You
think
sure
so.
about that?
Somebody in
I
chat,
mean,
please tell me.
I mean, I don't know. I am not a judge, but I would imagine you can Fizarma boop. Like that just seems absurd to me.
No, but like text on Agony Vision, I guess if you read the errata, it could be different. Like encounters any.
Oh my
Time
god,
to open
German
NetherDB
settings.
on a single second.
Uh, keep zoom cut on screen. Okay, back to game log. Okay, egg infusion. Click. Uh, yeah, the runner moves to the outermost position of that server and encounters the runner encounters the outermost
Yeah,
ice.
but like.
Yeah, and then Fizerm says when you encounter, like, I mean, I'm pretty sure you can do it. Like I'm pretty sure you can do it. Like I think Santa just valued the 3 credits
No, but
more
like
than
you have to spend
some of
2 credits here to clear the tag, anyways. Uh, no, yeah. So if the rulings on NetronDB know that when encounter trigger occurs immediately after the corp uses Egg Infusion ability, runner does not get priority to use the paid abilities before encountering. Oh, that's
yeah. I
specifically
mean,
to install it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
oh wait, hold on. Are we getting a dive? Oh, I think we are getting a deep dive. Hello.
Are we like
Yeah, I
no
think
shot?
we
You can
are.
run archives.
What do you mean no shot can run? It just did.
Oh, we did. I was looking at NetronDB. Never mind.
It just- yeah, I think we're getting a deep dive.
Yeah, definitely. Like if we, like you say, have run archives here.
Yeah, it looks like a credit perfect deep dive. Yeah, I mean, who gives a
Oh,
shit?
actually send a
Who gives a
message.
shit
Don't
about
even
that?
need it.
Oh, boo! Chat demands deep dive. Come on. All right. Yeah, that's it. I really wanted to say this was a credit perfect win, but it kind of wasn't because the
Yeah, I believe there's dive in hand.
uh yeah. So if either of these unrest ice on centrals was a Tatubola, I think center would have been credit imperfect to break.
Yeah, but
Uh,
apparently not Tatubolas in there. I would assume those get rest, definitely.
exactly. And I think this is the power of trick shot, right?
Yeah, card is kind of busted, who knew?
The card is kind of balanced, I have to admit. Yeah, like forcing Fire to commit the boop and the Thimberuk swap to get the brand off centrals. But it doesn't matter because you know your true objective was like the archives and HQ either way. So
Yeah, 100% like deep dive should win the game there, anyways. I think we have still a couple of minutes left in the round. And but it's still just a couple of minutes, so like jumping into a game and disrupting the players doesn't seem worth it. So I think we will cut for like 5 minute break and continue straight from round 3, and after that I think we will have the break. So see everybody in
yeah,
5 minutes.
yeah, stay hydrated, everyone.
Alright, hello everybody. Walking back in on round 3. We will have one of the more unique ideas for this tournament, Steve Cambridge. Finally being freed from the DJ Fenris prison. Again, fighting against this Ag Infusion deck. I would assume it's going to be an interesting matchup. I don't know if this Steve deck is probably like tuned to fight Ag Infusions, but he can get through HQ and cause quite a lot of pressure early on for that ID trigger.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's very interesting to see how this matchup is going to play out because for those of you who were in the know and were watching, this exact matchup did play out in the finals of the East Anglia regionals last weekend.
Mm-hmm.
It was a Kikai on the Manha Steve versus I believe it was Bowsley on the Egg Infusion,
Mm-hmm.
and Kikai actually ended up winning that one. It was a best of one. It was a single elimination finals. So there was no bracket reset of it. It's also very exciting. And yeah, so we'll see if Dax manages to replicate that against Wild in this lower bracket. This is the lower bracket, correct? Let me just
Yeah, I think loser of this game will be out of the tournament in 12th place, so quite a bit going on here.
Yeah, in 9th to 12th. All right. Excellent.
Mm-hmm. Still deciding on mulligans here. Doves.
Both players.
Yeah. Both players mulliganing, like, that's interesting.
So I think a big part of this matchup comes down to how fearless the Steve is in face checking. Well, not necessarily just HQIs, but primarily HQIs, right? And a lot of it also comes down to which ice Wild is able to find and deploy on HQ. Like, it makes a very big difference if the HQ ice is Bran or if it's a Saisentan, the first ice that you raise in the game. Both have their upsides and downsides, and it will shape. It will decide the shape of the game. Ooh, that's a very aggressive.
Is that just a Rashida push early on? Like, Infusion is interesting in that if you have like an Saisentan in HQ, you really can't pressure out this like server 1 here.
Yeah, so five credits you are smelling, of course, the Saisentan right, as the Steve. The question is the Saisentan HQ or is the Saisentan R&D? Well, it can't be an R&D on the remote. And I kind of want to say it's on HQ. Of course, there is the world where both of them are Saisentan. There's really no winning, and Dev's obviously taking his time to contemplate his life choices.
Yeah, this done one definitely an important one. Sending it with a bravado might be just dead here if we find a wrong ice here.
Well, you're only dead to Saisentan and calling the correct thing. Devs is maybe spending the time before click 1 doing the math.
Oh,
wait, it is. Okay, here we go. Okay, bring it.
Oh, Stilskin's scarring in hand.
Okay, we are.
There goes quite a bit of cards from hand. Losing Brava, Dirty Laundry, Earthrush Hotels, Stilskin's scarring Strike Fund, and Class Act in a single access.
Okay, you are allowed to do everything except run HQ. So correct. Dash did not lose the game on turn 1. You may proceed. Wild has 0 credits. We'll see if he has another Rashida or some kind. Right? But oh, that was a spicy one.
Going
6 cards.
Huh?
Wait, hold. Oh wait, I mean, surely he has another steel skin. Like
surely
he has another steel skin.
It's. I mean, even with another steel skin, there's a chance you die. Yeah, if calling event, steel skin scoring. Yeah,
there we go. Yeah, because you always call event, right? So,
I think here there might be a chance you don't, like, you call something else just because there's a chance your opponent gets caught out. But you're now going HQ. You get your sweet DJST value. Yeah, still skin scarring, allowing you to challenge this even more.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do we go even back? No, just design to draw a card for next turn.
Yeah. So we were talking about the runner having to be fearless in checking, and I think this is this is the kind of attitude we want from the Steve Cambridge players.
Yeah, do you see it for the third time here?
And the advance, okay, I mean, this has to be a Charlotte, like 100%, right?
Yeah, this time deciding to check off, take a turn off. Charlotte lets you get back in the game though.
Yeah. So, but of course, you will need to find a La Costa to get that automation running down, because having to spend I mean, it is a click for 3 credits and a card, but it is still a click, and you have a lot of board to defend. A double Ice HQ, alright.
That upgrade on server 1 does look quite threatening though.
And an advance, interesting.
Revolver is so huge though.
Critical. Ooh.
Are we providing HQ? No, just doing server 1. Calling event, but yeah, revolver letting you shoot down the subroutines. And I think here we pop the Charlotte. You just need the 3 credits here.
Absolutely do.
Yalla Costa. An interesting choice to trash, but yeah, probably has to do it.
I find if you can just get rid of the La Costas, if you find them, they're really expensive, but if you have the opportunity to get rid of them, it can really set the corp back.
Yeah, you want to introduce yourself for the stream? I don't think everybody was here yesterday.
Man in the Moon. I'm running the event. I drop in now and again.
You're telling me? Hold up! You're telling me anyone watching this stream doesn't know who Man in the Moon is?
There might be some Zoomers around.
Oh, sure, fine, I guess. But okay, the Banha coming down for the Steve. Just drawing hand weave. So back up to 15 credits, which is not bad. I should note that there is a Zenith chip already in the heap. And oh my god,
sending it with the dwarf.
This is a fun run.
And I see that you have to break this, right?
This is just lethal if it goes through. I say that no, there is a steel skin in hand.
Okay.
It's still lethal, right? You just draw 2 cards and it's 6 damage in total.
Yeah.
You also can draw for two credits, so as long as you have 2 credits and 3 cards, you don't die.
Oh yeah, true.
But okay. I think the Anansi was the worst case rest for devs there, because I think any other ice you are okay to Banha through, because specifically we know we have the 1 steel skin.
Oh yeah, Banhar. Was Banhar on HQ? That would have
Banhar was on HQ.
Quite a bit worse, yeah. Okay. But then you still take 4, draw 3. Yeah, I think
Yeah, I think the hope was to get a Banha into force a boop into, of course, the Saisentan. The revolver pays for that, and then now you only have 1 ice on HQ to deal with. But now, we have the worst case scenario. It is an Anansi, and there's still a boop behind the Anansi to contend with. So the next doof is also not going to go off.
Yeah, that makes sense. I haven't looked at this list. Is this playing crew? I remember Koga was doing some of that a while back, but it looks like it has steel skins, and there's probably no things for crew.
Yeah, I do believe this is the stock Banha Steel with 3 Strakfan Steel Skin and 2 Banha Paragon. Getting that credit filtration. I want to say this is the only non-Hermes console that Crims are playing right now, and it's only Steve that is playing this card.
That's cool.
Yeah, of course, the really nice synergy with Zenith chip. and of course stacking the rest of the successful HQ run triggers. Not that I expect many more successful HQ runs this game, unfortunately for the Grim player.
Mhm.
Okay, so here comes the second cybernetic for the Tremolo.
Yeah.
Notably, the third cybernetic, the Zenith chip, is already in the heap, so we are not going to get any free Tattoo Bola bricks this game, I don't think, which is a little bit unfortunate. Tremolo, notable that once you get your 3 cybernetics, and oh my goodness, this is a remote. Once you get the 3 cybernetics down, it's a free break on all the small barriers that a lot of people are playing in this meta, notably Tattoo Bola, ablative barriers, pings. I think roughly in that order of popularity, and then it brings like Bran 1.0 down to a 4 credit break, which is comparable to Cleaver Turbine, which is very respectable for a criminal program, you know.
Yeah, for sure. That's very cool. Ooh, are we just getting booped into HQ here?
Yeah, we might be getting booped into HQ here.
I think it depends on the second ice. Ooh.
This is a 8 credit Vampy.
Yep.
I think I do like this this rest because now it gives an alternate boop target
Mhm.
For Wild. And it does cost
Yeah.
8 credits because of the Cat's Cradle, but I think you're happy to pay that because you get the fire.
Mhm.
And once again, very importantly, you preserve your boop fodder behind the HQ and Nancy.
Yeah, I think that like you don't really want to have to send the runner into the Anatsi because it depends a lot, I guess, on what the outer ice is, or the second ice is. But if you boop them into the Anatsi, then you can't like boop them after the Anatsi.
Yeah,
so
exactly. And this way, you can make them encounter Anansi into boop Vampy on the same server. On the HQ end. Or I mean, who are we kidding? It's going to be Anansi boop Anansi, right?
Yeah.
With that send a message score. Yeah, Walt is like almost. I mean, it's we can see that Walt has taken firm control of this game at this point. It's a very intimidating server 1. With the seamless launch, scoring out that send a message for cheap. We haven't actually like talked much about the influence spent in this Ag Infusion deck. Let's just take a quick look.
Looking at Seamless and Skunkworks in the heap is in the archives. It's very interesting.
Yeah. So this is the kind of PD cosplay Ag Infusion that I believe Not Again played at one of the NENPCs earlier this season. I think it's a very legitimate way to play Ag Infusion. If you feel that you need the speed of seamless launch, and in combination with Lacoste grids, you can go extremely fast as Ag Infusion if you need to. Once you get the lockdown, like the lockup as we see here, the game ends like really quickly before the runner finds the economy and like the resources to punch another hole through. And speaking of punching a hole,
there we go.
And okay, it's a E shutdown on the HQ and Nancy. And hold up, wait, what did the Zenith chip get? Oh, it got removed from the game because it got chosen together with the Sneak Door beta. All right, yeah, of course. And okay, bacterial programming. Okay, yeah, this.
Well, I mean, we're a threatening game next turn, right? Just the quick reinstall for 2.
Exactly. I imagine we are absolutely 100% going to see a gem this turn. So rearrange
Yeah,
7,
what?
draw 0. Okay, that probably means it's in hand. We have
Yeah.
something in hand.
So, I mean, as the runner here, if a card is installed in server 1, you know you can't win off of R&D because the bacterial programming was just scored.
Exactly.
Like, there's theoretically could be 7 points in HQ, but very unlikely. So,
and you're not on Hermes, so you need to be scoring 7 points, and not just try to get a bounce, a cheeky bounce on the Hermes because you're on Paragon. Devs will be going HQ, so
we're probably
it's either
staring.
we see a res here, we either see a res or it's either res or no res. I don't think we see a book because I think Walt wants to be saving the book for the remote. Oh, I take that back. Here comes the Nazi.
I think the res here makes sense. I mean, you still have enough money to res Skunkworks or use Void in the remote and then still score. So I don't think you need to do anything else with your money. And this just like limits the runner's options pretty significantly.
Yeah, that's fair.
They can't run HQ more than once, and you can even boop them into Vampy now. And
or if you're not scared of a single access, you can just go.
Yeah, I think that what we really don't want now is to get doofed. So I think that I would have maybe kept the. I guess we'd have to have a doof. They're probably all in the bin.
But it is worth noting that getting the first successful round in HU is going to turn on, all the buttons are going to light up on the Steve side of the board.
Yeah.
Most importantly, the pen whip, which means that you can't get a skunk or a void trigger off and get the triple advance next turn.
That's true. Well, now that we've got our 2 credits from Vampy, that doesn't matter anymore. But
yeah, for sure.
But yes, it would have for sure.
Okay, Devs is just going and saying, I am going to face tank this Anansi. Oh, no, wait, hold on. Something's
happening.
Hold.
Yeah.
All right. Sure. No. Okay. There we go. No problem. Preferably not. Running R&D. Okay.
This is the I don't believe you that there's got to be agendas somewhere.
2 cards. Yeah, I mean, there's no way the waking plant can't possibly match the. I mean, the not even talking about the bacterial fire, but also even the Anansi fire from earlier in the turn. So that was a little bit of a fool's gold kind of scenario.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think you take the accesses you can in this board state, and which in this case it's only on R&D. So you play to your outs, and if somehow Wild misclick the bacterial or whatever it was, and then you take your chances there. But nope, it's just the Nisa in the remote, and I mean I will say it got a little bit spicy at the start of the game, but I think Wild did play this matchup like he was supposed to.
We have, I think, 3 more matches going.
Right. We can check out some of the games. Can I just as an aside just say, I just quit out into the lobby and I see 0 games, and I'm like, wow, okay, what a ghost town. And then I realized, all right, yeah, we are in a ghost town. All right, let's take a
ghost town with Ghost town, but with the capacity to run 40 games yesterday. That was critical.
Yeah. And I think I can't really speak for the success or failure of this kind of experiments. Okay, I mean before we talk about that, let's get into a game. Let's just see what's going on in here. Okay, never mind. The NVN match is also literally just ended.
Mhm.
And unfortunately for Aksu, it looks like we're going to have to watch some HB versus Shaper.
Yeah, it's either HB versus Shaper. I guess there's the Mercury versus Aga Fusionist. Okay. Okay.
All right, let's do this thing. But yeah, so Hectorus, aka Wenjong, versus Barang Wu, of WuTube fame. Well, this looks like a pretty action-packed board, I want to say. Score 4-2 to Bar. So Bar on game point, just looking for that final Ikawa project. A Hush on the HQ Ice, which I don't know if we know the identity of. And a Prognostic Q Loop, Aesop's Pawnshop, Urbanat Vernissage Gaming. Bar, definitely a player known for liking to click a lot of buttons on his turns, and this is probably the maximum number of buttons that you can click on a runner board in the current meta.
It's a lot of things to do. Q-Loop is super fun card. I would
absolutely
love it to be more usable in more decks, but it's really fun to see it splashed in Arasana here.
Yeah, then looking at the corp side of the board, we just do 2 Mavaras in Archive, Spin Doctors, of course, and a seamless launch in the bin, which probably means this is a Skunk Void version of Asa Group. And a Wage Workers comes down 3. And a co-op project.
There we go.
That's kind of hype. So getting that out of the way. So no powers that be, no nothing. And yeah, WTF is in 3. That's a really good question, Bob. I would just have to not lose.
Classic Netrunner.
I mean, so just checking out now. Wenjong has the ability to, with a Biotic Labor or some other fast advance tool, can fast advance out an Offworld Office because of this Wage Workers. So we assume 9 agendas, 9 agendas in deck, 5 agendas left somewhere. 4 of them are fast advanceable. So it's a question of whether Wenjong has the ability to go on, has that fast advance capability, and whether Bar has Clot. I have to imagine that Bar doesn't run Clot in the Q-Loop deck. That seems like a lot of influence, especially with a compilation as well. And the 5-7, good grief, that's a lot of influence.
Yeah, one of the best plots is clotting with blind clot with Q-Loop. Is pretty hilarious. I don't know if you've ever been clotted by a Q-Loop before, but I haven't, but it's happened when I was around.
Oh, I imagine there was a lot of shouting involved.
Yes, it was like, I have an action. I'll use Q-Loop, clot.
Oh, the crowd goes wild.
Yeah, I think the corp just conceded on the spot, which was also funny. But
I mean, it's just pure emotional damage. I can absolutely forgive that. Okay. And that's
I was just looking at the list for the ASA group because Hectorist had said that they didn't have any fast advance tools in the chat. And there are no No tools to fast advance, but there are 2 copies of Stavka.
Stavka?
I think
Hold
it's
What in the goddamn? Hectorus, what have you cooked? What on earth?
so that'll be exciting if we get a
Wait,
Stavka recipe.
there's no anything voids in here. He legit just spent the void influence on 2 Stavkas.
Yeah.
What a monster.
I'm
Alright.
really excited to see a Stavka recipe.
Oh, well, that's a pretty sad hush, I gotta say. It's a pretty sad hush. I mean, it's not like Ba was going to click through anyway. You just use you always use the propeller here. So I mean, Ba of course has options. He still has the RA ability. He still has Q loop, and he has seen the top 2 cards already. And interestingly, he did hard install the Ika instead of using it as the RA trigger.
Mhm.
And that kind of makes me feel like, wait, is Ba on 1 or 2 5-0? Surely it's only 1, right?
I would assume only 1. I can.
Sure. Yeah, it's only 1 5-0, and it is in the heap already because the only reason I could think of is trying to dodge another gatekeeper risk.
Mhm.
But of course the unity is down already, so I suppose he just wanted to get the Pishasho and just rehushes.
What? There's two Ikas.
2 Ikas. Honestly, I want to say Shaper rigs, as the meta has progressed, have contorted into some really weird things, and I can't really make head or tail of it. Like, I know like multiple decks have started just playing double Ika just straight up as their only killer, and I think that's what Ba has done here. I do not see another killer here. It's only the Ika, no Echelon, nothing of that kind. And I mean, did you see what other Trojan that we have in here? Like, I'm pretty sure no one has ever seen this card in the top card before. I will put money on this. But they're not. All right. It looks like this Nico res is being allowed to be taken back. That's fine. Okay, so Hectorus back up to 8 credits. Interesting that Ba didn't choose to trash there after seeing the Nico, valuing the 2 credits over. I mean, honestly, it's like the 9 credits that he's getting. More than that, actually. Wow, how many credits has this Nico been? Is this Nico worth? It's worth technically already 3 credits because of the extra folio up trigger, and 3 and counting because of it ticking down. So
I'm
Resin
surprised. Yeah, I'm surprised
Uh,
not to see the trash, because that's like I almost always prioritize trashing cards out of Asa remotes just to reduce the fully up value, like force the group to
exactly.
install a new card.
Yeah, and there only being 1 fully up in the bin and 14 cards left in R&D. Well, I guess there were like 18 cards previously, but still, you have to expect another fully up to be coming at some point. I wonder what Ba's turn is though, and I think Hectorest feels a little bit more safe to double draw with the fully up, which is not something you see that often. Usually you only see at most two cards or a double install. Okay. Insert a 5 and
Delete the Piacha.
okay.
I'm really curious. I'm really curious with the. Oh, we're getting. Cute.
Oh,
that's fun.
That is some value. Good grief.
That's cool. I was wondering when Ba asked Hectorist about the fast advance options in the chat. I wonder if I wonder if Ba has actually done a thorough read over of the list, because I think it would be really funny if we got a surprise Stavka res. But with 2 Ikas, it won't make a big difference. But could be funny.
With 2 Ikas, I mean, not to mention, this is Acer group, right, and not op, so there's no risk of getting half room.
Yeah. Just might cost a bit.
There we go. So bar up to 40 credits, just from doing Q loop bullshit. And we'll be taking that Hushback. So notably, what is the state of recursion left? I did see like all 3 chips in the bin, 2 muses in the bin as well. So only 1 piece of program recursion left for bar, but that can be done on the run. You have access to Q loop cards, and you have access to ARI installs. So challenging server 5, especially with only Skunk being the only defensive upgrade, is extremely doable.
Yeah, I'm curious how Hectorist is gonna close this out. It seems difficult.
Cobalt in chat calling out. Yes, I apologize. I didn't consider the Lightning Laboratory half Stavron combination. I don't think I've ever seen that in the game, streamed or otherwise. That is definitely something worth putting a bounty on, like get Stavron outside of op super heavy logistics. Yeah. That is definitely a one of the plays of all time.
That'd be wild.
And that's honestly really good Netrunner trivia, to be perfectly honest.
Wow. Right? Yeah. You would have to. They would have to both be on the server, and the stock would be on the outermost. And then there's 2 pieces of ice. Get Stavron. Wow, that would be nuts.
Absolutely nuts. Okay,
I was wondering.
Just running R&D. Oh, okay, that's an excess.
Okay.
I think he can just run the remote now, though, right?
Probably. We only have 13 cards in deck too, but it's interesting.
Yeah, there's 4 agendas left in the game. One of them can be so fine. I mean, to be fair, there are like a whole bunch of things that Hectorist can install to bait runs. And probably the only way I can see for Hectorist to win the game is for him to drag Bar through the remote so many times, right? And by so many times, he has to be like at least twice, and having to pay for Medicum Scoundrels and so on and so forth. Drafter is a good shout here because it necessitates the Ika host.
It's expensive for at least the first run. We can get the Zerum probably. Is it off Q? No, it's just Arsana. Yeah, it's just Arsana.
Yeah. Oh, I think this is it though. I think what Bar is going to do is he's going to grab the Pisha Shawl and stick it on the drafter.
Oh, Fred.
Yeah, and that lets him get the deep dive off with this the only eyes on centrals.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool.
Yeah, and that lets you deep dive and get the last Eco project. Okay,
Oh.
Cuban. Okay, order. Okay, interesting.
Going for the money over the extra click.
And there we go. There goes Bishop. So there's going to be three programs hosted on this poor drafter. Get off me! Get off me! What?
I think this is when
mugged. The drafter's absolutely just been mugged.
Yeah, as court, this is when you're like, can I just get rid of the drafter? Like, I really don't want it here anymore.
Talk about the library, and there we go. The archives run, and now we have deep dive with the click in hand for Ikawa project. 13 cards. Yep. We see 8 of them. There you go, Ikawa project.
There we go. Oh, good. We have
that
extra
is
click.
The Ikawa 7th card down. Yeah, I mean, what a play! Bar had to have the muse in hand, the last piece of recursion that we talked about. Yeah.
Well done, Alex.
I am kind of glad we managed to catch this deck because I think we saw 2 RE decks doing the thing already. And I would say between the two, I mean, with this Q loop UAV stuff, Bar is really, the full power of Shaper bullshit on display.
Yeah, it's very cool. The amount that Ba was able to jump up in one turn with the Q loop was pretty wild. I think Ba installed the Ika, I think, on their turn or his turn, and then I was like, why not the next turn? Because you would have gotten the lily pad draw, but then the coalescence I think came down the next turn. So it was like I was all planned out. You knew the top 2 cards, knew what they were going to be. That's pretty cool.
Absolutely. I think what I find very interesting about this deck is that it is like an engine deck, right? You can't really get away from it. It's kind of what you have to play if you're playing this kind of RE between the ASAPs and the UAV and the cube. So you have to see these cards. You have to see the lip pad, like your MU solution. So you need to see your engine pieces. But the thing is that because the deck has so many engine pieces, I think it's a workable deck. You can still do like regular RE, Shaper bullshit stuff, RE bullshit stuff with half of the engine, right? And it's like very flexible in that it doesn't really matter which half you draw. They're all still gaining you resources and pushing you forward somehow. And then that generates you enough tempo to find the rest of the engine. And from there, once you get all these pieces down, you can start doing the thing, right? As you see here. All right. I'm not sure. Was this the winner bracket? No, it was the loser bracket. Okay, so commiserations to Hectorus, aka Wenjong, and congratulations to Ba, who has made it through into, I believe this is the top 8.
Yeah, top 8, and I think we'll have a 40-minute food break for the players. And yeah, I believe Chai, you were not coming back to commentary. Any shoutouts you want to give in the meantime?
Well, shout out to, that's a really good question actually. Shout out to all our incredible Netrunner players, the 86 who turned up yesterday, the 16 who turned up today. And the games have been incredible. Can't wait to watch them. Can't wait to watch them when I'm falling asleep. And shout out, of course, to Abraham for continuing to run such well run and well attended events. It's always a pleasure to participate in them in whatever way I can. Even if it's not playing.
Yeah, 100%. All right.
Yeah.
Good food. Hopefully everybody has good food. All right. See ya, everybody, in 40 minutes.
All right. See y'all.
Alright, hello everybody. We apparently lied. We didn't get rid of the Singaporean player.
Yeah,
And
my
we
bad.
accrued a Canadian player as well for commentary.
How's it going? Thanks for having me. Day 2. It's been hype so far.
Yeah, it's been pretty good. We had some real edge of seat moments. In I want to say surprisingly, like from the games we've watched, like the egg infusion games have been a sentence I never imagined would leave my mouth ever. But yeah,
So for me, I'm catching up a bit. We're down to 6 players left in our top 16 cut. Is that correct?
yes, we have the losers. This is the loser bracket. The two games in the loser bracket are going on now. The last two players in the upper bracket, Santa and Bar, looks like they have a little bit of a longer break.
Okay, so there's
Uh,
8 players left. We're halfway through.
No, there's 6 players. 6 players is correct.
Wait, for real?
No, wait, is that right? No. Wait. Huh.
Because like the showdown standing says that there's only 8 players ranked from 9 to 16. So I think there's just like 2 players
Yeah,
right
correct.
now.
Yeah. There are two players who are waiting for the winner of these two games. The winners of these two games.
Super cool. So undefeated, if I'm not mistaken. We have both Barambu and Santa. I'm not sure who we're going to be watching on this round, but they are currently undefeated. So I believe this round they are actually they're playing. So one of these players will be guaranteed in the top finals. And in the final, this is the top cut, the two of them will be playing. And then we have 2 other tables of 4 players at the lower finals. They're on their sorry, it's not the lower finals, at the lower tables. They're on their final life. Again, this is double elimination. So every player here has lost one game besides Ba and Santa. So they're fighting to hold on to their day 2 top 16 of what's been a massive event so far all weekend.
Yeah, absolutely right. 84 players. That's larger than some of the NSG run Continentals events that we've had this year. Absolutely massive turnout, and it's there's just something about Abraham, how he keeps managing to pull these crowds over and over to all of his showdowns. I think it's been an excellently run tournament series for him throughout the year, and massive props for that.
And it looks like we're off. Noodle Soup playing some PD. We have a Corp take a mulligan, but Cody's happy with the hand. Criminal 419 into PD. That is a matchup. Again, I think we're pretty sure Noodle Soup opening with the red level clearance. This is open deck list, but this looks like the man in the moon list. So things like your digital life there you're going to see is going to do a lot to actually stymie some of that criminal aggression. Generally just criminals running thing, forcing reses, forcing exposes. That can slow the corporation down. And if Noodle Soup starts rolling, I think they were going to continue rolling. These cards do just snowball a bit. We don't have hedge funds. We don't have regolith. So as long as you're pushing yourself forward, you should be pushing yourself. Let's see how much pressure Cody can put on here with 419. We did pay 1 credit to prevent the expose on HQ.
Yeah,
I
this 419,
Mhm.
we have seen 419 in the cut already so far, but that was like a more rec version, a more rec crim shell that just happened to be in 419. This one is much closer, if not almost identical to the version that was posted by
Shoe
Shu.
Flower. Yeah, very cool.
Yeah,
I like that
encourage that.
version. It's a mining accident version. It wants to get that bad publicity to run cheaper. And Coder there, getting down the Amakua, that is going to be an important card, not only to make those accesses, and I think canonically, the Man of the Moon list does not even run a copy of Mavirus. So Alarm Clock coming down, it looks like there might have been some small changes to the deck, but that's going to be a lot of HQ pressure. 6 cards in hand, there's definitely an agenda in there. We've drawn through 10 so far, and the question is, how do you stop this Amakua? How do you figure out to get ice on everything and afford to res it and afford a purge window if Noodle Soup doesn't have a Mavirus? Notably encoder.
Yeah.
So I need to give a huge shout out to the surveyor folks, TraceX, that's Kikai, and also Not Yeti, who put together a tool I'm using behind the scenes to look at some data. Encoder hasn't brought criminal to an organized play tournament since 2020. So showing up with 419 is actually quite a wild choice. Classically, you see Encoder playing either like some Anarch or some Shaper. This is a bit out of his maybe comfort zone. This is really exciting to see.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you mentioned the PD. This 419, this Armor pressure needing forcing the corp to fight and ice all centrals, all servers until before we can get any kind of momentum going, and having to put like one ice on all centrals, two ice on HQ because of this alarm clock, I think it's going to be a tall order for this PD deck, especially when some of this ice is going to be like Gatekeeper, which is going to be a one use only, and then it's
Yeah.
really just food for Omako after that.
Seeing the Seamless Launch HQ, 2 face down cards in archives. Whether Noodle Soup took a minute there to kind of save some agendas there, but Diversion of Funds is going to get through. Amakua now on 3. That's going to drop Noodle Soup down to only 0 credits. Now, Coder doesn't have a turn there, only 1 card in hand. Criminal card draw is not that great, but just clicking for 3 credits, I think there's agendas there in archives, whether we can get those shuffled sooner than later. This PD deck, I just checked the deck list. We're on Noma Virus, let alone also no Hagen, which is sometimes that surprise res that can really put the Amakua in a bad spot. But Encoder here understands exactly how aggressive he can be. The Gatekeepers, as you said, the Drafters, Ablatives eventually can be a problem, but here we might just see pressure on every single server if Encoder thinks he can just full send.
Can I just shout out that Encoder kept an opening hand of Mutual Favor, Dirty Laundry, Diversion of Funds, and Alarm Clock? Holy hell, that's a keep. That is a keep.
That's a great start. Rashida getting trashed. There's a mining accident. Looks like we're going to make no choices here. The corporation doesn't have 5 credits after a successful run on the central server. That's bad publicity. And I'm a huge fan of Shoeflower's deck. If Encoder can find that cup of coffee, that Chesva, we're running central servers for entirely free. That's 3 credits every turn, let alone 1 credit every run, which it's so hard to keep the Amaku taxed out. And Noodle Soup here actually having a hedge fund. So that is different than some of the Man of the Moon lists, the sort of YDL lists that are actually not on hedge fund. That is really good fundamental economy that Noodle Soup is definitely appreciating here with not a lot of board state to force the runner into.
Yeah. Yes, it looks like it is
2 face downs, yeah.
A single hedge fund in the list. Looks like
Is it just one? Oh, wow.
It is just one hedge fund, the value hedge fund, and it's probably the only thing keeping Noodle Soup in the game here right now.
Yes. Run Archives, Spin Doctor was
Because-
shuffled.
yeah.
You're still going to get the Amakua counter, but it looks like 2 agendas were pulled out of the hand early, discarded with hand size. So Noodle Soup definitely trying to carve a bit of a hand. I think Noodle Soup, if they want to put into a remote server, you're looking at probably getting a Brawn up there and obviously Mana Garma Tranquility. And just saying, Encoder, if you get a Miss Bones down, maybe you can deal with some of my upgrades a fair bit cheaper, but we can maybe build towards something. We're just worried about the next diversion. Noodle Soup here can't really purge with an open archives.
Absolutely. Let alone even if a purge happens, Encoder still can get those accesses, those turtle counters. Albeit slowly with the alarm clock. And if this is probably the Skunkworks on HQ.
It is. It was exposed. Amakua getting up to 5,
yeah.
greasing for archives, Managarm on HQ. This is going to be interesting here. Encoder's money, not very strong. I haven't checked the 419 list exactly. It has a bit of companions last I saw, but the economy is all run based. So if Noodle Soup actually can afford to get all these reses, and of course the Managarm on HQ is going to be a bit frustrating. You spend your whole turn with alarm clock if you want to click through everything. You can maybe keep the criminal out here. Obviously, we're 5 turns in. We don't even have a remote server, which is kind of unusual for PD decks. But if you can't keep the turtle down, that is the good breaker in this deck.
Absolutely. Oh, and I want to say we are a third of the way through Encoder's deck, with the only econ card has been a Dirty Laundry. Obviously, we can see Encoder click for credits to get up to like Sure Gamble money levels, but I suspect what is happening is that Encoder has drawn the only other econ events that Encoder has drawn are falsified credentials, which notably can only expose cards in remote servers, not non-centrals.
So this is the sort of kind of the play pattern I saw when Shoeflower, she was playing that in AMPC Montreal. And you can end in these situations where you just bottom out on credits. Now, of course, you do have Chesva, you have bad publicity, but getting raw credits to do other things like install cards can be difficult because this deck doesn't have daily cast. It doesn't have any other econ in the deck besides the run events, the mining accidents, and as you said, the falsified. So you might have to spend a couple turns clicking for credits because getting down to Earthrise Hotel or a Class Act on, 1 credit is going to be very difficult. Spending 1 coffee credit here, probably going to force the Managarm res and just say that's enough. You're not going to get that Amakua counter, but just forcing that res on a unique card. It's technically a free run for you because of Chesva and forces 2 credits from Noodle Soup, but doesn't really fix the board problem you have with your economy. There's the purge.
Yep,
now, if you wanted to end your turn on 3 credits, Encoder could threaten. Again, you actually need fewer than 3 credits. In theory, you can still do this. You can run HQ, double click the drafter,
Yeah.
double click the Managarm, and trash that with bad publicity and Chesva. And that means that every turn you can spend half of your turn just getting those Amakua counters. Looks like Encoder's just clicking up here, getting credits. If Noodle Soup gets another ice on HQ, Alarm Clock is going to be slowed down. And bottoming out of the Class Act, I don't even know if you can play any of these cards that you
that's
draw
not
here.
great. And yeah, I think the option was there for Encoder to go the double click into trash Managam. Which is credit perfect to do so. But the problem is that doesn't get you the total counter. That's just
Yeah, you're
an
right.
entire turn.
Yeah, just trashing. Now, the pressure on HQ will force Noodle Soup to do something, push the remote server. There's still 8 agendas amongst these cards. Again, we haven't scored at anything. Shuffle 2 agendas back. So if we divide by 5, we're assuming 2 agendas on HQ, no problem at this point. And Noodle Soup needs to do a fair bit to be comfortable putting in a remote server. Criminals are good against cheating around a single ice. This deck is on 1 inside job and 2 boomerang, neither of which have appeared so far. So if the Managarm is going to be on HQ, I don't know with the remote server how you're going to keep it safe besides affording 2 ice while still trying to threaten the ice reses on central servers.
Absolutely. And okay, so we see our first remote server push of the game on turn 7, which is absolutely about 6 turns slower than what you normally see for PD, but here we are. And yeah, this is probably the best time that Encoder has in order to get some falsified credentials action going. And you know what? I feel like if I was Noodle Soup, I would be tempted to res a Rashida here if this was a Rashida.
Yeah, I'm guessing the first ice you generally put like this, it's often not an agenda unless you're really in a bad spot. I would guess my best guess is a Tranquility, which you understand Encoder really can't fire. But if Encoder clicks for a credit here, you can always react to that. As soon as Encoder has 1 credit, then you res, and then you res your Tranquility. Yeah, as soon as you're threatening. But double click for credit really quickly there. 2 credits. Again, Inside Job does get in, but you don't have the money. You have the bad publicity to trash Rashida, but Tranquility Home Grid is one of the most important cards to trash in any HB matchup if you're playing that criminal and trying to slow the corporation down.
Yeah. And I think as Noodle Soup, you're probably reasonably happy to trade an Inside Job for a credit Inside Job for Rashida at this point of the game.
It's okay.
Yeah.
There's only one of them. The boomerangs will still come across, but you're totally right. Sometimes you just need to bait out that bypass trick, that boomerang with the first installable, almost no matter what it is.
Yeah.
Now, Encoder, can you just face check central servers? The blowouts here, I don't know how bad they are. Gatekeeper, obviously you want to get that res sooner than later because then you're running it for free on central servers with Turtle and Chesva and Bad Pub. Obviously, if we get that 3 card draw into your digital life, that's pretty rough. And even a drafter can be kind of a nightmare when Rashida hits the table and that YDL, the red level clearance, goes back in hand. There's the falsified.
Oh, there is the falsified.
Oh, let's see what the guess is. My guess is upgrade. We're going to guess assets to Tranquility. So missing that 5 credits is so important here. And Tranquility, so hard to contest. Encoder spending the whole turn getting some information and just clicking for 2 credits feels pretty rough there. Going to have to discard a couple cards.
Yeah.
Dirty Laundry mining accident. Oh, Dirty Laundry. You see there, Encoder doesn't feel comfortable to be able to face check. Amakua does get 1 counter here, so the only thing you're breaking are Tattoo Bolas and Ablative Barriers. Those can be a bit frustrating as much as 419's ability does come into conversation, which is kind of cool in the modern meta. But the face checks are kind of tricky. I think you're mostly scared of a drafter. You'd be happy if Noodle Soup spends 6 for a Brawn.
Yeah, I really am wondering here if if it was better for Encoder to bite the bullet all those turns ago and just go and quadruple click the skunk, because as it is, the longer you wait, I don't know if you're ever gonna be able to get the second and third total counters in order to go through this drafter the normal way, right? And
totally agree. There's a double install. The thing you want to be doing against 419 anyways. And Noodle Soup only has 3 cards in hand here. If Encoder wants to send it with the alarm clock, get that coffee early in the morning, wakes you up, and pressure HQ. I think you're imagining there must be 1 agenda and 3 cards in hand, but this looks like Seamless Launch is known into agenda and server 2. Let's see if Noodle Soup has the Luminal. There you go.
Okay.
Seamless double. It looks like a Midnight 3. Now draw 3 and a click left to jam on top of the Tranquility. That's what you want to do. We'll see what PD brings back, a Rashida for the remote server or just the Seamless to continue that train going.
I suspect that Noodle Soup might be interested in just using the extra click to repair the Hermes damage.
Hermes.
That is just happening on centrals.
Yeah, very much. I think you can slow down there to deal with the Hermes. You definitely want that double Seamless to get that click back. This is a really big thing for PD players or any HB players. The more you play, if you can just score out and that's all you do on your turn, it's obviously something. We'll not even mention Hermes, but if you can score out and jam the next agenda on the same turn, you buy yourself 3 clicks. You buy yourself a whole dang turn. And Noodle is getting that flexibility here. Has to decide precision design before Hermes fires. The active player does all their conditional abilities first, but we'll see what's the bounce. It looks like it's going to be R&D. We'll see if Noodle Soup just drops that back and pays the credit to keep that Amakua down at only 1 virus counter.
Yeah, and there we go. So it was the seamless launch return and not
I think
like
so.
a YDL.
It was a
Not like
seamless.
yeah, exactly.
Now there's 6 cards in hand. Anytime the corp draws 3, that kind of fires up your lights of, oh, maybe I should go touch HQ because the more they draw, the more likely they have an agenda. And it looks like we're sending here. Might be the full click turn that does protect the Icoas in hand, but we're going to double click through the Managarm, double click through the ice, and that honestly might be a good enough draw. Touching the seamless launch, the worst card to access there. That's for
Oh
sure.
my god, it's the Tattoo Bola effect, you know.
Yeah, right? Oh man. So now HQ is wide open, and now Noodle Soup has to balance between getting that second ice on HQ, that threat on HQ, or putting something in server 2. And there's a big chance that with the click compression, the Tranquility home grid, you can do a bit of both while still having enough money.
Okay, can I just say it's so weird that it's so rare that you see a Midnight 3 Ecology scored and then the corp starts the next turn with just like a normal number of cards in hand.
Yeah,
Like, what's going
yeah,
on?
7. It's like YDL for 4 or whatever. It's like, okay, you'll take it. But there's a lot of very, very explosive endings. And speaking of explosive endings, it's very important to note that the big deal is also in archives. It was discarded on the first 3 or 4 turns. Now, we're far away from 17, but this deck can explode for sure. But knowing where that is gives Encoder an understanding of how quickly the game can close if Noodle Soup is on game point. And honestly, at this point in the game, you're probably easier to just do double seamless on an Ikoa in server 2. I think Encoder's struggling. Again, there are real breakers in this deck, but when you have to install a Carmen for 5 before making a successful run on central servers and then pay 4 for a drafter, like, I don't think that's really something you can do.
I do wonder what is stopping Noodle Soup from just simply jamming another 4-2 agenda into the remotes.
I think inside
It
job.
does. Inside job is a possibility because what I'm thinking about right now is like, let's say, for example, because of this alarm clock pressure that
Yeah.
Encoders has finally started representing because we've finally gotten rid of the skunk, right?
Yep.
So there is a possibility that if Nusuk doesn't have a second ice for HQ, and there is for example another agenda in HQ that a second agenda in HQ that isn't protected by, just by jamming in the Trank remote.
Yeah.
There is the possibility to just get blown out. In, for example, like a 1 in 5 or 1 in 6 Hermes access on the alarm clock, and I think like Noodles is trying to block Encoder's pathway back into this game. Like try to keep the Omega back at 1 counter and like not give any openings. Yeah, there you go. YDL first and install
Ooh.
advance.
So we're about to hit the credit check there, and it's the YDL that is going to keep you afloat. Encoder here on threat 2 means you can start face checking again. There's some disastrous outcomes here. If a drafter, puts an econ card back in hand and then installs a Managarm on the Tranquility firing it. We're going to double click here. If this hits an agenda, we have a huge change, but just a Brawn. Again, 2 cards known in hand, Brawn, Seamless, and we'll see with Noodle Soup if that advance means that we want a seamless launch and be able to repair Hermes damage. Encoder on 2 Amakua counters. That deals with not that much different than 1 encoder. I think actually doesn't change anything being on 1 versus 2 into this matchup.
Yeah, I do think that.
PD is so wild, and I think HB is so wild right now, right? Like, as soon as Noodle Soup gets onto threat 3, there's so many more terrifying face checks. If an ablative barrier fires on a central server and installs something on top of the Tranquility, that is so much value suddenly, where the corporation's back in the game. They get a free Rashida, they get a free defensive upgrade. It is really tricky to wait until, you're up threat 3, threat 5, before you can start face checking. So there's a chance that Encoder needs to send it here and start forcing Noodle Soup to res up and get that money out of the pockets. But if this is a Midnight 3 until YDL return, Noodle Soup just has the econ to close the game out in just about any way possible.
Yeah, and I think there's arguments for like it to be any agenda in this server too. Okay, we see a seamless that we knew that was here. Okay, and it is a second Midnight 3. All right.
Now, you don't have to discard at the end of the turn. You do draw 3, and you're going to draw functionally another card back with the Seamless launch. And Noodle Soup is definitely looking to put the Echo on their remote server. And we can tell what the Seamlesses are. 2 are in the bin, 1's returned to hand, so only 1's in the bin. So if we're seeing Noodle Soup has 2 Seamless launches, any unadvanced card in server 2 can threaten to be the 5/3. The question is if Noodle Soup has a red level clearance here to be able to install and jam in server 2, but it looks like it's just going to be install, start next turn with 10 cards in hand, and we're assuming, well, actually maybe not. There might be a third YDL in hand, your digital life, to get a good econ boost there.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure what it signifies that
Yeah,
that Noodle took back the
'cause that was an
seamless
option.
instead of a white. Yeah. And
Oh, you
because
found
now,
it!
oh yeah, there it is. Oh, but
Oh,
now here
that's
comes the
rough.
doof.
And the doof is going to slow
Yeah.
the game down. Like, Amaku is on 3, but at the end of the day, you still are going to bounce back, right? Like, this is good for encoders credits because we're not breaking for money, but this is not that important for Noodle Soup's credits. That's going to start with a click for, I think it's 6 or 7 credits this turn.
Sure, but I think the critical part is now encoder is now at the
Yes.
stage where like alarm clock is actually just straight up clickless run rather
Yeah.
than having to click through to because the Omicron is back to the magic 3 number where you're not afraid of face checking drafter.
Yeah, you can start face checking now.
Yeah, and I think it's nice that I think Noodle Soup probably will end up playing the YDL this turn. And after the YDL's played, that means there's 3 YDLs in the bin, and that means that the gatekeeper face checks are now nowhere near as disastrous.
Yeah, here you want to start hitting stuff, you're right. The fact that we got on 3 counters with Amaku is really important. I think Noodle Soup here needs a red level clearance. We do have this many cards in hand, and it's hard to use these many cards. Greasing the Palm, another great way. That's going to be functionally a 4 credit card, installing on top of the Tranquility home grid. And so up to 13, Triple Ice, I think there's a big chance with the Seamless being pulled back there that this can be the Iqua, this can be the game. Double Seamless, advanced, scores of 5/3 here. I do not know what Noodle was going to prioritize there with an open HQ. So Encoder needs to find the Hermes bounce, probably on R&D.
Absolutely.
Known seamless
so
launch in hand.
We knew that already.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, odds are that there is a gatekeeper here somewhere, right?
Yep.
And in theory, with this Omicron up to 4, encoder can go run HQ,
Run
run
ID,
the
that's
remote.
your best hope. Oh, even the remote,
Oh,
you're right. On 6,
yeah.
yeah, the remote is fine.
Yeah, on 6. And Bravado is critical here.
Ooh.
Oh, this is really important, I think.
This is still a free run. Now, the Bravado on the remote server gets you more money overall, but we just need to get to that 6 counters exactly on 6 here. Knowing there's Noma Virus, you can break Brawn, you can break Gatekeeper, come down to raw credits. The bad publicity makes the HQ runs only cost a credit. Notice accessing a Rashida, but not trashing it. Super important that encoder there just keeps the Amakua counters. You don't want to steal. You technically don't want to steal an agenda here, but actually, if you do, you get a Hermes bounce. It's fine.
Yeah,
and now we're calling it still have a click left.
Yeah, so
you need to force
encoder
to spend.
Nice sequence. Yeah, this is a really nice sequence by encoder, finding the Bravado and like getting those exactly alarm clock plus 2 rail runs on HQ to get the Omicron up to 6, and that's exactly what you need. Like in this matchup, 6 like the breakpoints, like 3 for drafters, 6 for gatekeeper and Brawn, and now Noodle Soup. I think is going to find it very difficult to set up a meaningful tax on this remote unless we get another purge.
Yeah, here you need to force the runner to spend 10 credits to not afford the Iqua, and we're starting to spend the first 3. Mind you, one of that was bad publicity. And now Noodle Soup has some interesting decisions on what to do if there's gatekeepers, but Noodle Soup is now bottomed out. In theory, even if the run's not successful, you can't afford a score out here. Oh, Tattoo Bullet does change that math. Now, you can definitely get in here, but you could bounce. You could bounce.
Bounce here, right? I mean, there's one Rashida.
You spent your 5
Rashida
credits.
Archives.
Yeah.
One Rashida Archives, one Rashida HQ. What are the odds that this is third Rashida? Come on. You know what I mean?
You just want the Iqua and you want to open RNG.
Declines the tattoo. Hold on.
Declines the tattoo. No ice in hand. Maybe after the double install, the tattoo would still, I think you would get an Amaku counter. Doesn't matter, but this is changing the game. There's only one more Iqua, so Noodle has more work to do on only 0 credits with a Tranquility home grid and R&D wide open. There is no purge window here when you don't have money. No ice in HQ.
Well, to be fair, there is one ice in HQ right now after the Hermes bounce.
Yeah, no,
we know there's exactly one ice in HQ. Maybe one of the mandatory draw, but still.
Now, preventing the expose here, if that is the last Iqua, if Noodle Soup can end their turn on only 2 credits means, or 3 credits, excuse me, means seamless advance is a play pattern that was still available, but there's only one more Iqua, and now it's going to be really hard to ice up central servers. I don't think that this 419 deck has any burst multi-axis. I think it's only Awaken Plant usually, so it's going to be hard to see more than just the top card of R&D unless you start trashing things. Red level, great click compression there, and on 3 credits is threatening a res, but all these reses are broken for free this turn on centrals, barring an ablative barrier, which can be quite fun. On clock, we're going HQ. That's probably the ice that was returned off of R&D, considering the lack of Tattoo Bullet.
Yeah, and we've only had one mandatory draw to find a second ice, so odds are good that for encoder, I should say, that this Tattoo Bullet still isn't online.
Yeah.
We see a seamless launch again. So
that being said, encoder still has to consider running this, which is kind of expensive. The money off the bravado hasn't completely disappeared, but this in theory could still be the Ikoa with a double seamless threat, and unless you can get Noodle Soup to spend at least 1 credit here, you have some potential problems.
Absolutely. Oh, and it's so hard though, because
Hermes bounce, huge hit. The game is now in HQ. You're pretty sure you can run back. You will have the click. You'll have the credits here. If you can get another econ card and send it HQ, you're in a great spot. But encoder just drawing up here. You generally want to be running on click 3 if you want to respect. But the card was returned to HQ. Whether it was any agenda, let alone the Ikoa, you need to be running now. Huge bounce off R&D.
Absolutely massive. Oh, and that just absolutely feels so bad, because you installed that ice on R&D, but the thing is, it's not even the deterrent with this armor core and this bad publicity, right? And this is a
1 in 6 might be for the game for encoder to hold on to the top 16. Noodle still has a remote server finding a gatekeeper, so ice in HQ very notably. That's going to be important. We're expecting the hand as bounced cards, seamless gatekeeper.
And yeah, and we now. I'm probably sure that this gatekeeper was the mandatory draw from last turn.
Yeah, it has to be, right?
Yeah.
Unless the R&D ice got swapped. Sometimes you don't want a gatekeeper on R&D because the corporation, or sorry, the runner can force you to shuffle, which is a bit ugly, but we'll see here what Noodle Soup wants to do on 3 credits. Can still play the same game. Encoder does not have more credits than when he ended his turn last turn. If you want to put something in server 2 and just say, I don't think you can afford to run this, and still have 2 credits for Ikoa. Encoder needs a burst econ card, and we've seen 1 bravado, 2 dirty laundries. There's not that much money. Only 1 more diversion, which would actually be very important if Encoder started the turn with that.
Yeah, I think the last doof would be absolutely ruinous for Noodle Soup, but I think they can't afford to play around it at this point of the game.
Yeah,
like I can't imagine you being able to default more resources on centrals, not with like 3 ice rest on the remote. We do know there is ice in HQ, but gatekeeper is like not even a like speed bump for this armor core at this point.
Yeah, you could always put some ice on HQ to be able to duck a bit of the diversion, just to stop encoder from getting the credits, which might be important. And the expose at this point on ice might not matter, whether you want to put something in front of HQ, something in server 2. The problem is the server 2 game just got so much more risky when encoder's on game point. So anything you put in there, if encoder does call that bluff, especially with a falsified, making that expose potentially very easy, you have some issues.
And a purge, all right? I mean, this...
Encoder just has to call it, send to central servers. We can just go, for the alarm clock and play it nice and slow and steady, but you can also send to central servers and say, res a gatekeeper, you're on 0 credits. You can't even YDL likely. All of them are in the bin. The drafter is the bad res here, and getting an ablative on Tranquility also can be a problem when Rashida gets installed, but we're going to go the safer route and just double click our way through the drafter. Again, we might think there's one agenda in the 6 is the gatekeeper we knew.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but if the corp is on 0 credits, if let's say Noodle Soup reses an R&D drafter and installs something in the Tranq remote, but on 0 credits,
the Tranq will fire first. Oh no, sorry. The active player's abilities will fire first.
Correct. So you won't be able to stop the expose before you gain the Tranq credits. Am I
exactly? Yes.
Okay, yeah. So that's an interesting interaction.
Yeah, that actually does matter. Yeah. So just clicking up for credits, understanding encoder, I just need to threaten the remote server. Tranquility Grid has been there again, just such a workhorse card. Ice in front of HQ, we're assuming it's a gatekeeper, which even if Noodle Soup reses that's not going to be enough credits to threaten the score next turn, unless there's some like red level clearance shenanigans. We'll see if encoder just sends it here. On 1 credit, you are threatening to get through Tattoo Bola. So I imagine here you just want to walk away because Noodle Soup is not threatening to score out unless they have a very specific hand of red level clearance, seamless. And we've seen 2 red levels. We're just going to walk away from that. Now you can run R&D. There's no ice to threaten to res besides the ablative, and that's not going to be great for you, but you need to start making headroom with Amakua.
Yeah, and I'm actually, honestly, ablative is probably... This might be the first time I'm saying this, but ablative might be like just a terrible res here because...
it's a Rashida. Trashing that with the bad publicity, let alone the Chesva. Now we're going R&D, so we don't know if that was a Rashida. Most of us fighting the
there
Liminal.
It is.
Whoa, good game.
Wow.
Exciting game there. Noodle Soup getting that ice on the table to lock out the 409. The economy definitely struggling there, but you see the bad publicity, the Chesva, and the determination. This alarm clock is such an interesting change from Shoeflower's list, and I would be very clear. It probably won Encoder the game. That was an incredible amount of
It
pressure.
carried. Yeah. I mean, honestly, mining accident, just one mining accident and one
Good
alarm
enough.
clock. Yeah. It just did the things.
See the result. It's just a Magnet R&D, so not even a scary face check, not that you can tell, and a drafter. So I think the original list that Man of the Moon published is only on a single ablative, and that card, it puts fear in me, that's for sure, especially with the Tranquility on the table. But Encoder can just send it there. Just send it R&D if you need to. Well played to both players. Exciting game. Unfortunately for Noodle Soup, that is going to be the end of the top 16 run, but incredible performance. And Encoder, who top of Swiss, is still going to continue on with one remaining life in this lower elimination, or double elimination lower bracket. Do we have time to jump in another one, Axu?
Yeah, I think we do. Especially since the upper bracket started a bit later than the rest of them.
Oh,
So I
cool.
think that's where we're going to be jumping into.
It's labeled Arasana Fan Club Face Off, which is sick. Okay. I'm not sure on the stream yet because of the delay whether we're seeing this yet. I don't know if Axu. Okay, Axu joined the game as spectator. Okay, we're good. Welcome. These are two undefeated players in the top cut, and this looks like a very important turn. Could even be the last of the game. Ramu, mind you, is playing an Asa group with core damage, salvo testing, ontological, and Elevagaus, and we're charging the remote server here. Not a lot of board state, but Arasana is going to get through the propeller very cheaply. And I don't know if there's defensive upgrades, but Bond, 0 credits. If this is any agenda, even an Ikoa, which, mind you, there are none in the deck, excuse me, we're going to be able to walk away with this. No, Santa does have the money to trash the Holloman and Bob with salvo testing, but not much else to say for it on terms of board state.
When was the last time you saw 2 salvo testings in score areas?
I usually see them in my opponent's score area. It's cool to see in the corpse score area.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, look, it does look like Bob, sacrificed a lot to get this salvo testing. It cost him 6 points.
We're still breaking this thing. So Ba is going to
it's
click through one of the subroutine.
Ooh.
Again, open deck list. You're playing salvo testing. There's no Ikoa respect here. So we're going to get in here with 1 credit, which means we can threaten Rashida. Only 1 in the bin. We might be asking for a question here, but it looks like if there's an agenda, the remote server, any agenda is going to do it here. If I install ice on a server, Ba is asking, can I trash something in the server? No, only in front.
No. Yeah.
Protecting the server. In the root, no. We might need a judge here, but I don't think you're allowed to do that. Yeah, so very important to know. This is a rule that can be missed by a lot of maybe newer players, is that if you are installing an ice in front of a server, at that same time they install, you can trash any ice on the server, res or unres. If you install something in the root of the server, same thing. It's Elvagao. Santa takes it.
Oh, there we go. That's it.
Well played to both players. Now, neither of these players are ending their top 16 run here. Santa is now going to be in the finals guaranteed, playing some Arasana. And on the corp side, not playing Thule. What is Santa playing? It's been a minute since I've saw Santa play corp here.
I believe Santa is on Asmari today.
Just wild.
Re-education kill Asmari. So I want to say, like, for the I believe 2 events last week were won by Asmari re-education decks, and the third was won by Near Earth Hub, either Near Earth Hub or R plus. I believe it was Near, like also a flatline deck. And here we are with another Asmari in the finals.
NBN, I think we looked at some data. Asmari is the winningest deck of the recent format, and obviously folks now know what the deck is doing. It's up to some very, I think, interesting deck building choices. I really like what Cobra has done to the list. Cobra Bubble has done to the recent list to make it more surprising for players who expect Alliance, but looks like we're going to see that. If I'm not mistaken, how the bracket works, Ba Ram will now be guaranteed a spot in the lower finals, and if he can win that game, he'll be back up to try and return this favor and take this salvo testing game back off of Santa in the top cut. Do we want to jump over? Do we have time for the last one?
I should hope so. It looks like there's about 5 minutes left in the round.
Okay, so maybe we won't. It's mind you, Axie's at the helm here, trying to figure out what we're doing.
I was watching the stream, and Asmari came up, and I felt like I should jump in, and Charlie, Santa, and I are both haters of the Asmari deck. And going into the tournament last night, Charlie's like, I don't know what to play. Well, like, I guess I'll just play the Asmari deck. Give me some experience playing the deck. I hate this deck. I'll just get some reps on it. And so he went into this tournament, I think, with almost 0 games on the Asmari deck. So
it's a good list, and
going into finals, yeah.
The version that Santa's playing is like even the older version. I think there's like more quote unquote modern versions that give a bit more like kind of put a stink on it, which I'm a big fan of. But it's a good deck. People can easily flatline to this if they make one mistake is all it takes.
And
Yeah,
you know, you want to say, certified Asmari deck haters, and I just want to point out it's like, kind of you and the rest of the continent. I'm not sure what North America has against Asmari, and for some reason, like only the UK has really caught on to playing it en masse. But I'm really curious as to like what, like how much of the world's field is going to be on the deck, because demographics wise,
I'd expect it at Worlds. I think you have to be someone who's been grinding the deck and changing the deck. And there's a lot of players, mostly in the UK, who that's the case, that might bring it to Worlds. I think a lot of players understand what the deck can do and respect it. I do think it is something that will be definitely shaping the meta at Worlds, where like if your deck doesn't have a win line into Asmari, I don't know if you should bring that deck to the World Championship.
Yeah. It's a frustrating deck because I don't know. I feel like on either side, I'm just throwing cards at the table and seeing what happens. It's like chaos.
I think for me personally, like the annoying part about the deck, both when I'm playing as and against the Asmari, is even when you're behind, like even after like let's say they've stolen the first 3-pointer and you didn't have a window for a punitive kill, like when you're behind in that spot and like the breaker breakdown and so on, it still feels like you have a way out, and you still need to play extremely tightly, and the runner has to play extremely tightly in order to not get like randomly blown out, because like especially with the new versions that Cobra Bubbles and Not Yeti have brought to the table, the number of like kill lines has ballooned.
Yeah.
And it's a big ask for the runner to, or not even for the runner to know all the lines in the play around it. It's a big ask for the corp to, like, the onus is also on the corp to get the practice with the lines and know how to do the non-standard stuff, shall we say.
Cool. Well, I didn't mean to derail too long. We have a game we could also come to.
I didn't realize we're in the game. I was just lobbied out. Okay, we're in this. Hoshiko. Oh, never mind.
And we're out of this.
We don't have a game. Okay, never mind. Back to that.
Wild. Taking it to 7 points. Again, Fire Isle, definitely a master of this Ag Infusion list. Unfortunately, I believe that's going to be his second loss. Just fantastic matchup. If I'm not mistaken, in the Swiss, we just saw such a fun game between Fire Isle and Wild, where Wild was the 4-1-9, and Fire obviously playing the Ag Infusion that he's known to play. But we're going to see Wild carry on in this top cut. Shout out to Fire. Obviously, just an incredible player. Won if I'm not mistaken, the Summer Showdown a couple months ago at a also equally large field, if, again, I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Well played.
I believe top 8 here is very respectable still.
Oh, yeah.
Massive field.
Right.
Can I just say, like one thing before I leave the stream and actually crash because it is getting on 3 a.m. here. Salvo testing is top 3 at an 80-player event in 2024.
That's awesome. Woohoo!
Any comments on that?
I don't have any comments. I need to see the deck do its thing. I haven't got to see it yet. We didn't get to see Bond stream yesterday, and I'm interested to see how that deck plays in Swiss versus Top Cut with open deck lists, because open deck lists, you lose a lot of leverage, I imagine, when people expect you to be playing a different ASA list. It's probably still exciting though.
So I will say Bar is 1-1 with the ASA in the cut. We saw the loss on stream earlier. The win, funnily enough, was against an ESA.
Oof. Let's go.
And that's kind of like a matchup where even like the open deck list kind of makes it worse, because now you see it coming and like, oh my gosh, installing this Meru is gonna make the ontologicals worse.
Yeah, it's always a really tricky matchup, but that's exciting to get that lined up. The first round in Swiss too is a bit volatile because obviously the top half of the field gets to pick their matchup on their opponent, and I think looking at the stats, I think just about everyone in the top half who picked their matchup walked away with a victory in round one. So there's a big advantage to getting as high a standing as you can in Swiss. It really proved in the first round this event.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that specific statistic is something that we should be keeping more track of.
Yeah, it's a really
Because
important
I think
one.
it's not getting enough attention is what I feel.
Yes. Now, some people do have that sort of like second level play where they pick their matchup on round one, assuming, like understanding what the bracket looks like for their matchup on round two. I think it takes a really, a lot of foresight to see what that would line up, what would be the best decision. But yeah, a lot of times that first round could be the most volatile. You want to hit that top 8 if you can.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think with that, that should be it for me for the stream. For real this time, I'm actually
Jai,
gonna...
get to bed.
Oh my god. Okay, join the club.
Thanks for being here, Jai.
Yeah.
Thanks for jumping on, helping out. Appreciate it.
Yeah. All right. Shout out to everyone. As I said previously, thanks everybody for coming on and supporting the event. It was a great turnout as always. I'm glad to have been able to contribute, and I'll hope to see lots of you in 3 weeks in San Francisco.
Heck yeah.
All right.
Hey, Jai.
Good night.
Alright, any idea on which one of these games we want to spectate? I think we have seen Again Fusion quite a bit already, but maybe not against Lat. And
My guess is that if we watch the NEH Hosh matchup, it'll end sooner than the Ag and Fusion matchup.
Oh, that could be like metagaming the system.
Yeah. So we can see 2 games. That's my idea. Again, all 4 of these players are on their final life. I'm familiar Hectorist, Wenjong, mind you, only been playing now for about 9 months, is doing killer here. And that lat deck is the Swift lat deck, which is a difficult one to Ag and Fusion, but I think he can pull it off. But the NEH, I'm not sure how much we saw it on stream yesterday. I don't think I saw it at all. Maybe it was like last round it showed up.
I haven't seen a full game of it. I know we hopped into at least one game where the turn passed to the corp and then the runner was flatlined.
That might be the game I'm thinking of, yeah.
But I don't know that we have seen it much more of it since that.
Actually, what are you thinking?
Yeah, definitely. Nero Hub sounds fun.
Cool, let's do it. All right, so we have left... Oh, I always do this wrong. I think now it's still 6 players. We have 2 players who are waiting for these 2 matches to finish. These 2 matches, whoever wins those matches will play each other. That person will play Ba, and then the winner of that match will play against Santa, who's currently sitting undefeated. This is still double elimination, including in the finals. So if you get to the finals, if you are the undefeated player, Santa, you actually have to lose 2 games back to back, which, the bracket reset can be pretty hype, pretty exciting, but there's a lot of work still to do. I know it's getting late in Axu's part of the world, but we got still so much good Netrunner today even. So thanks for dropping by if you're all watching. How did you feel last night, actually? It went pretty late, as it usually does. But...
No, I mean, it ended at like 2:30, which is like fine for these events.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
Yeah, and I got like 6 hours of sleep. I think I'm fine streaming this and then going to work tomorrow, hopefully.
Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, for those who are unaware, Axu is in the Nordics, and the time zone is what I would describe as not probably great for this, but he's an absolute trooper, and we've seen some great tournaments late into the night.
Yeah, I mean, watching these games is often so exciting that you don't really realize how late it actually is.
Yeah.
Luckily, my neighbors haven't complained yet about me yelling after a really cool interaction.
So these 2 players, I ran up some data. Again, huge shout out to the folks at Surveyor, to Kikai Not Yeti, for putting this tool together that I'm currently using behind the scenes, and allows us to look at some players to see some stats. And Arlek has a bunch of tournaments reported over the last couple of years, doing great actually the last summer showdown, coming in 3rd in Swiss, 3rd in the top cuts, mostly been playing Op and Arsana. So this is the first time I think Arlek has rolled up with Hoshiko. Coder, we've seen just before, plays mostly Shaper and Anarch. 419 is a bit different, but this is NBN, and Encoder actually dabbles with Reality Plus. We've never seen Near Earth Hub in a couple of years, so this is going to be the horizontal trap-based deck with a lot of tag punishment and the line as the kill combo. We'll see if Arlic has the tools to deal with this. I also think we're joined by Williams. Sokka, how's it going?
Hey, doing well. We're right in the middle of the action, it sounds like.
We just started, yeah. We have 6 players left here, so this is lower brackets, Encoder versus Arlic, both on their last life.
All right.
And we're off. Deck lists are open. For those watching, you can find them at home on the Aesop's Tables link next to the top 16 players. And we have that 3 remote start after a mulligan from both sides. What's your Sokka? If you played this matchup as Hoshiko, you feeling favored into the sort of kill combo trap decks?
Oh man, this is. I'm just logging into the game right now.
Oh, the mirror, yeah.
So it sounds like you're playing NEH, and this is like Reaper function kill.
Exactly.
Okay, and we're playing Hoshiko. It's really dangerous.
It's
if you don't
tricky.
If you don't have like Uragnu Mercs and you're just playing with Steelskin, then I would probably favor the NEH on average.
This is the sort of Hoshiko that, like, crew Hoshiko. So in terms of asset tech, we're looking at 1 Hana, 1 Miss Bones. 2 Copulation can be important, and then just Amakua. I'm actually not sure if Encoder's playing Ice. Some of these lists are straight Ice lists, and obviously Steelskin Scarring is going to be very important. But if I'm not mistaken, Stargate just coming down and sending it after a good econ start there and getting the Hoshiko flip, seeing a Rashid on server 3, trashing a Behold off the top, and we're seeing a Checkus into Regolith. So we're going to get some good information on both sides of the table of how we want to work with the top deck. Regolith, server 1 being rezzed, Encoder up on 12 credits. I think Stargate's going to be huge here. You are risking Oppo turn after turn, but you won't get to threat 3 unless the corporation starts scoring.
Yeah, we'll see if Arlic J has the discipline to trash agendas and not go and get them.
Yeah, totally.
That'll be interesting to see because this is a really aggressive start from the runner.
And we're seeing the top 3 cards of the deck with the Stargate. That's public information. They go back in the same order. And now the thing is, if Encoder installs a new server with Near Earth Hub and the 17 influence card drawing ability, it actually breaks R&D lock cleanly every single turn, which gives Encoder the chance to grab new cards after the mandatory and the NEH could draw, but also means that Arlec can send it Stargate turn after turn after turn to see fresh cards into fresh cards. Stargate showing Regolith, Federal, and we have a Devil Charm coming down. I just need to quickly check if Encoder's even on Ice. There's a chance that he's not.
I'm looking at it now, and there is none.
I wonder why that Charm comes down then. Yeah, literally no Ice in the list, so that Charm's not going to do anything. Drawing a card here. We know the top decks were Federal and Regolith.
The Charm is a cheap install to let you steal the Green Hills.
Oh, that's huge. Yeah, that's a really, really good heads-up play. And we get double install into the Oppo Research, just 2 tags. Arlic here also is going to be able to very easily weave in and out with Stargate and Hoshiko. You Stargate 1 turn, you can run Centrals the other turn, but just 2 tags here. Not too hard to clear. If we have buy-events, we don't, so tags are going to be cleared at face value, just that click button, or maybe a Hana comes down.
I like this. I like the Stargate. I mean, the NEH has got 1 Mindscaping, 1 end of the line. It's got 3 Reaper functions. So if our game plan is just going to be Stargate every turn and draw our Steel Skins, and that seems quite good. I mean, the tag punishment is just damage. So and the score pattern is not amazing. There is 3 Hollow Man, so we do need to watch out for that.
Yeah.
Like if the corp gets a bunch of money, they can start Hollow Man scoring, and we do play 3 Orbitals in a Tomorrow's Headline in terms of real 2-pointers. So it's not like our deck is just full of 1-pointers.
Now, Arlic is running back with a Dirty Laundry to trash check Cyan after the Holloman got destroyed with the Stargate. We know that there is a federal fundraising on the board. It's very likely. So there's a chance here that Encoder can try and break lock. And I'm interested if Arlic is just going to, float tag Spin Doctor, Resin Server 2. That actually protects the check Scion and brings into hand and your digital life. So this is going to be Dirty Laundry for an unknown card. There should be Beholds in this list if Arlic collides with them. But if you can just control Stargate, we're going to clear the tags. There's a chance that you could float a small amount of tags and be okay.
I mean, I think based off the way this game is going, check Scion's not going to do anything.
And Encoder decided to draw it there. So Arlic saw the top of the deck. That is now in hand. Stargate will see 3 fresh cards next turn here. And Encoder on 10 credits. Federal Fundraising choosing to draw a card after sorting to 3 again. Political assets are going to be pretty hard to mess them up when you have no ice. Server 6, only 3 cards in hand for Arlek. Very important. If you're playing around the Reaper functions, a lot of times you want to squirrel away those Steel Skin Scarrings in hand, and a Wage Worker's on the table is going to let you do those massive installs, and in theory also threaten out a fly in the wall and to end the line if you have a Gaslight or some way to kind of break R&D lock. We're zooming out. Hopefully you're not watching on mobile, because we're going to have a couple servers here. I'm not sure if Arlek needs to contest these, and I think he understands one of them is a Chekist, which is just kind of annoying. It's 1 tag. If Encoder doesn't advance it, I don't think he really needs to right now. Do you have to deal with the Spin Doctor before you continue to Stargate? I imagine you do.
Yeah, we're gonna go and poke that.
Server 2, now you can force the trash here. Again, you can go ahead and get that shuffled back in. It looks like we are going to remove it from game, and we'll see what goes back into the deck. The Beholds don't have the exact same value when they're not going to be accessed with the Stargate, and just returning into the Stargate, seeing 3 points and another 2 points. Wage Workers on top into 5 points. Again, Saki, you mentioned the discipline of not stealing the points here, and I think that's probably correct. You could take 2 and just kind of skirt around threat 3 for a bit, but more than that is going to be a bit difficult.
So honestly, okay. So when I made that comment, I was assuming that we're playing a bunch of 1-pointers, and I'm looking at the deck list now, and we're actually not. Like as I mentioned, our agenda tree is 3 Degree Mill, 3 Fly on the Wall, 3 Orbital, and 1 Headline.
Mm-hmm.
There's actually a good concentration of real points in there, of real 2-point agendas that I think stealing is actually kind of appealing, because you steal the Orbital, you steal the Degree Mill, and now you only need 1 more 2-pointer to win the game, and that's suddenly real close. And the tag punishment is just mindscaping end of the line. So even in the world where we've taken a bunch of tags, like with Stargate hitting R&D every turn, like it's really hard to get those cards in hand. And then there's Steel Skin on top of that as well.
Yeah, this is the one of Stargate, and Arlek has drawn a fair bit through the deck with just Hoshiko at this point, flipping in and out, but that Stargate is going to cause a lot of pressure to a deck that just can't even put a single ice. Your Digital Life for a modicum of credits, and now we have to figure out what exactly are the cards on the table that Arlek can just flatline to. I think we know now there's a Degree Mill in hand, unless Federal Fundraising continue to put it down, which would be a bit of a surprise. But what are the kill lines here? It's like Wage Workers, Hollow Men, all together that, and then you need like, you need a Reaper function on the table and a Gaslight or end a line. Like it's still tricky, and you're still risking Steel Skins on most angles.
It has to be Reaper. It has to be Reaper in a single tag. So the Wage Workers is actually really threatening. But as you said, like Hollow Man does the trick too, so all very dangerous.
Coder clearly there prioritized getting the money with the YDL. A lot of cards in hand after that draw. So maybe we need the Hollow Man money. Seeing on the top, Degree Mill into Fly on the Wall. That's putting you to 6 points if you want to scoop up everything there. Mindscaping on the top as well is an important combo piece, but we're trashing the 3-1. Could be a Spin Doctors on the table, but we know where there's 6 points. Whether we can just steal one from HQ, we actually can't get to the Degree Mill. It's underneath the Mindscaping on R&D.
Interesting choice, hitting the Fly wall instead of the Mindscaping. Like we do have the problem right now that we can't steal Degree Mill and like shuffle the Stargate away. That seems not an option.
Yeah.
So we need to install another card here. Oh, we're playing Steel Skin.
Yeah, off the patchworking. We're just paying it. Did we do Steel Skin into Steel Skin?
We played Steel Skin.
Strike Fund.
And we used Strike Fund off the patchwork.
So that's draw 2, gain 4. Again, played for free with the patchwork. So I'm assuming Arlek is only going to do that if he has another Steel Skin in hand, understanding that should be an important combo piece. But another installable for patchwork and another leech, again, another just cheap card to shovel away with the Degree Mill. The actual value of the leech doesn't matter in the matchup. Rashida going to break lock. Degree Mill and Mindscaping now both in hand. And if Encoder is going to go for the kill here, I imagine we might have to see some Reaper functions rezzed before the Rashida fire. So it looks like not exactly having it unless a Hollow Man does something wild here. Even that would have to be rezzed.
I don't really... We'll see if this Mindscaping comes back into to hurt the rudder.
Yeah, it could.
I think trashing the Mindscaping that's like a big part of what you're looking for with Stargate, in my opinion.
Yeah, just getting those combo pieces out. They're so important. There's only 2 of them that really matter. Like you could die to triple Reaper function, but with Steel Skin, it's really hard. But one end of line, one Mindscaping. If you can figure out where those are, you really limit the reach. Now the deck also has Vera Ivanova. If you want to set up another kill combo and just weather cards out of hand, that sometimes opens up. That's another card on the table that we might set up to get more chip damage. But yeah, still, obviously, End of Line is the most important card there. We haven't seen one yet. Quad install Wage Workers with the card draw as well. We know if there's a Degree Mill, it might just be in Archives or in HQ and saying Arlek. I don't know if you're going to try and suss that out. Still 3 points in Archives. Dirty Laundry. Playing with the Strike Fund. 3 cards in hand here. There's no snares, but we're dealing with the federal fundraising, stopping that card draw.
So, interesting point for the runner. We ran server 8. Okay, we ran the federal. So we know that Rashida drew Degree Mill and Fly on the Wall. I think both of them are on the table.
I think the Fly on the Wall's in the bin. It got stargated.
Didn't we fire Rashida?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Yes. We stargated the Fly on the Wall. You're right.
Now that Stargate, Encoder says an uh-oh because that finds a Spin Doctor. It was gaslight into YDL into Spin Doctor on the bottom, and the Spin Doctor hits the bin, which for counting Spin Doctors, that means there's only one left in the game. One removed from game, one in Archives, and this is not a Powers That Beat deck. There should be no recursion outside of, that character. Arcanate credits. Oh, we're going for it. Reaper function. This could be an uh-oh from both sides of the table, but we can start here. You can always see what the 2 damage does before you commit to the second Reaper. You still have to res it, but we'll see if that hits. No. So if there's a Fly on the Wall to end the line, that is just lethal.
Yeah, we got him.
That's it. It's that simple. Fly on the Wall, triple advance. End of line sneaking through. Encoder going to take it 3 cards in hand. And if you see the damage, it was no steel skins at all. So Arlek pitching that steel skin or playing it, to the patchwork. That is the 1 card in hand you need to play around that combo. Stargate getting the pressure off, but Encoder threading that needle and just saying the cards on the table are going to flatline you if you don't find the right ones.
Yeah, we snuck the cards through. Didn't see the end of the line.
Yeah. I wonder if that was opening hand or just one of the Rashidas took it in. Well played to both players. Arlek, that is going to be the final loss in the lower brackets, ending again in the top, I think 6 at this point, which is a fantastic standing. And Encoder, top of Swiss, is going to carry on. I don't know if this NBN deck has actually lost any games this weekend so far. It's been doing really, really, really well.
It's also the only NEH that entered the tournament.
Oh, get out. Yeah. I think NBN just has a really good conversion rate at this tournament, right? Not a lot of people are playing it. The people are playing it are like there's 4 in the top 17. Oh, no, actually, no, there's a lot more NBN than I thought there was. Never mind. Okay, that's not a real stat, but let's jump over it again. We have what should be, if I'm not mistaken, Wild on Ag Infusion versus Hectorus playing a deep dive Swift Lat. All right, and longevity.
Yeah,
seems to be a bit. This is seamless managram. This seems like a faster Ag Infusion.
Yep, skunk void, seamless. Longevity serum.
Now, Vampiranasa is really annoying. I know Hectorus was talking about putting Buzzsaws in and out of the deck to figure out if you can deal with the Vampiranasa here. But on 4 points, assuming there's a 5-3 in here, it's difficult. Maybe with Hannah it'll be a bit easier, but one single deep dive can just close the game out, assuming that there's often like 2 copies at a minimum of Bacterial Programmings on 5-3. So Hectorus has a bunch of ways to gain clicks here. Sisenton getting double iced up, and Wild, if we look at the archives, we see no Charlottes, 1 Anoetic, 1 Managarm. Steve coming down, we're sending it HQ, only 9 credits here. We're going to start with the Nancy. That's not having any bullets, having to do that active reload. Going to pay 4 credits and continue on.
I'm confused as to what's happened in this game. So if you look at the runner side, like there's nothing surprising about the runner's board. If you look at the corp side, there was a Size 10 defending a remote, and there's 2 unres dice on archives.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's deep dive respect, right? I don't know what it would be.
Yeah, that's really weird.
Oh, just finding it off the top. Sometimes you just go for the deep dive and you take it. That's an oof from Wenjung. Wenjung classically apologizing for winning games. But well played to both. We've seen some wild games from Wild himself. Unfortunately, that will be the second loss on top bracket. Nicely called all my early bluffs. And Hectorist with that token breaker rig, just getting there. Very quick games on both sides. That's a 16 minutes Ag Infusion game. That's usually the runner wins when it's that short.
I mean, the best odds on that access was is a 5 and 26. There's only 5 agendas left, or 4. Yeah, 5 agendas left.
Yeah. Sometimes you just have to take those. I don't know how many accesses on central servers Hectorist got because the remote server clearly was pressured with Managarm and Anoetic in the bin. But well played to both players.
All right.
Very cool. Fast rounds. Again, we should be left now with only, I want to say 3 players. Is that correct? No, 4 players.
Or
So Wenjong plays Encoder, or sorry, Hectorist is Wenjong. They're the same person. And then whoever wins that plays Ba, and then whoever wins that plays Santa. So we're down to the top 4 at this point after 86 players. Pretty wild. Ooh, were you out at Casuals today? I know there's events on the West Coast.
yeah, not today, but I was out in Victoria yesterday at a CO. Great turnout. Had a lot of Victoria locals. I think we had, oh man, I don't know how many players we had off the top of my head, but we had a good number of players. Had some really fun games. Yeah, it's a good time. We took a ferry over there in the morning, took a ferry back at night, so I was on like 4.5 hours of sleep
Oof.
for the whole day. But it was good. It was like I felt really good, weirdly.
I reckon there's going to be a fair bit of BC players coming down to Worlds since it's not as far as most.
Oh yeah. There's
Heck
a lot of
yeah.
decent players like West Coast, Victoria, Seattle. Yeah, I'd expect that to be the case.
You're coming down, I imagine. I thought that was
Oh,
just
yeah.
a given. Okay, great.
I'll be going nice and early on the 12th, the Saturday before. I'll be there for the whole week.
Whoa, are there events planned before locally that people can drop into? I don't know if you're aware of the local scene or not.
Not that I don't know. I haven't been following.
Yeah, I know there's a couple players coming in early, and I imagine if there was locals they could drop into, they'd want to get some of those stress.
Mm-hmm.
Bit of that out. I did double check. It looks like Encoder hasn't lost on the NEH deck, and I think that's an NEH deck that can be tricky into certain metas. I wouldn't bet on it. Things like, Onacon being everywhere, Stone Chip being everywhere. Sometimes it's hard to get that kill combo to align. But it looks like Encoder is just absolutely doing killer there. Undefeated, I think 6 or 7 games in across 2 days. And we should be now on cut round 6. Hectorist is going to be on Asa group against Encoder's 419. I don't know, Sokka, have you seen this Asa group deck?
Hectorist's Asa group? No.
It's on 2 Stavka.
Oh yeah, okay. I scrolled through this.
So
yeah. Okay.
I think it's neat. There's a lot of influence in this deck that I think is flex influence. At some point, Hectorist or Wenjong was on. I heard rumors about this. I think from Ba even ran into this at some point. Oh no, not Ba. Sorry, someone else I was talking to was ran into playing just like Winchester and having like kind of mean ice that taxes out the bullet revolver counters against Shaper and just being a bit annoying and having a disastrous face check potentially. And then kind of it's accelerated to the point that there's a 7 strength Stavka, which if you're face checking with Amakua counters and that is the way that you're getting your pressure off with 419. That could be disastrous. Again, while there might be multiple Amakuas in the deck, that face check, if it hits a couple breakers for Criminal, really slows down the rig. So that might be a matchup where, barring Boomerang, is going to be a difficult hurdle to have to deal with a 7 strength threat potentially. Yeah,
Encoder is going to have to navigate that. That part that'll be a little blowouty. Like if it works, then
It works.
the runner's going to lose the game really really hard. And I think, but the thing is you're still Asa. The one thing that I noticed in the cut in general is that there's a lot of PD in Asa, and there's a lot of HB just in the tournament in general. So I'd expect Criminals to be doing well.
They are.
Yeah. So like even though we have this Stavka and that's scary for Criminals, like we are still playing HB versus Criminal, and that is going to favor the Criminal pretty heavily.
And not only HB versus Criminal, this is the mining accident type 419. And while we're on no miss bones, if you can land the early mining accident, so if Asa doesn't have an explosive start with a hedge fund or an early like fully op, I don't know if you can pay 5 credits to stop the bad publicity. And then obviously that bad publicity goes far if you get an Amakua down. You can just run everything.
Yeah. The Asa is really going to need a good economic start, or this 419 is gonna start making a ton of runs.
Yeah, Noma Virus. I don't think any Hagen either. So the face checks, barring the Stavka, could be pretty nice. Actually, no, there is 2 Mavirus. Okay, wait, that's huge. There are 2 Mavirus in this matchup, so that's another angle in which Encoder has to be a bit careful.
Yeah, that's important. I was just gonna say, yeah. You need to have Mavericks. If no Mavericks in the matchup is really really bad.
Yes, you don't have the time to purge.
If we have the Mavericks, then we can just ice up HQ R&D, get the Mavericks in archives, and then that can hopefully control the turtle a little bit.
Yep. No hedge fund, so Again, if you just run archives and turn one, say, you know, take bad publicity or lose most of your money, that can be a hard choice, but we'll see how it goes. I think we're being told that the round is going to be starting in about 5 minutes. Again, looks like the lobby is just starting up, and Encoder just came off a game there, same with Wenjong, so they might just need a couple minutes to catch their breath and maybe go for a little walk.
This will be very opening dependent, but at the very start of the game, there's not actually, because we're playing Stavka, you can actually take advantage of the fact that there's now more ice in the deck that doesn't do anything at the very start of the game.
Yep.
So at the very start, like if the criminal doesn't install any programs and just pokes around, the worst thing that happens is Gatekeeper, but that's like
you
now
want
is
that
for the rest of the game. Yeah. And then like Tatu we can bounce off of, Stavka does nothing, Drafter.
Ablative early is whatever.
Ablative early is great, right?
Yeah.
Like that ability is not going to trigger again for the rest of the game, and then Bren is like super expensive.
Yeah, I do think we're going to see that early aggression again. I do think the one hard thing is no misbones. So like an early Tranquility home grid, you're definitely going to need the Econ event to try and feel like you can pull that down. And I think that card is so important to pull down in almost every matchup you can afford to. It's almost always worth it. That's a lot of HB click compression.
Yeah, it's a good catch. No misbones is really odd. I think usually you'd expect criminals to play at least one. But I guess this version is really trying to lean on Mining Accident to do that.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, that should ideally, quote unquote, solve your horizontal matchup, but we'll see if that catches. I think with Hectorist, we did some games of this matchup, and it was like, if you can open up with a Dirty Laundry, say you're playing Sable, Dirty Laundry Amakua, like even a sure gamble there, Miss Bones, like you got problems if the virus doesn't connect. So. What do you think about this meta? So this is the thing going into this meta is I do not know what this tells anybody about what to prepare for Worlds. Because while I think obviously people want to win this event, I think there's a lot of people who are a bit cagey about showing what they think they're going to bring to Worlds, and they use this as like alternative testing. I think I've noticed a lot of players in this tournament, like look at Encoder. Encoder is known to play basically Shaper and a bit of Anarch. This is the first time Encoder's played Criminal at a tournament in, I want to say like 2-3 years. And whether that's because this is a nice way to test it to understand what it's going to look like at Worlds, like, do you think if you played today, you would play your stuff you're bringing at Worlds, or you just like kind of get some information on the field?
Well, there's two ways of going about it. I think if you want to get practice in, then you play the decks that you think you're going to bring. But I think like if I were to play in this tournament, like I would probably, well, it's tough to say, but like to your point about Encoder usually playing Shaper and he's bringing these other decks he doesn't usually play. Usually when testing and preparing for a tournament takes place, like there's a couple decks that you're considering. And 419 in Encoder's case might just be a deck that he's considering, he's not totally sure of. So he's going to play it in this tournament and see how it goes and get a feel for it. And this is like a good environment to get a feel for it. So I imagine that's what's going on.
Looks like we're off.
Yeah.
So welcome again. This is the lower semifinals. We have only 4 players left. And that opening economy, pretty good. Double Sure Gamble is a great start for a deck that actually lacks burst economy, into Alarm Clock for some safe pressure, and a Class Act to follow it up with that good Scry ability. So 5 more cards in hand, and Hector's start was just install, draw, paying 1 for the expose, I think. Not a explosive start.
Yeah, that's a really, really slow start. It was a mulligan, so really important to pay attention to that. So draw click 1, ice. I think a lot of the times against 419, like paying that credit tax is going to add up.
Yes.
But if your ice is weak and you don't want to show it, maybe that's what you got to do.
Yeah, you do want to double install as much as possible against 419. If you install 1 card, pay for 1 credit, click for 2 credits, your turn is not a lot of a turn. So luckily Asa does get that click in compression on the install. You want to be installing 2 cards a turn if you can get around it. So we'll see again, only on 4 credits. There's not that much ice that can be rezzed here, and you're not really respecting a drafter with no cards in archives. Hectorist drawing up and thinking this looks like a bit of an awkward start.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the runner start, we kept our hand and went gamble, Class Act, Alarm Clock.
Yeah, it's like, good.
We're gonna be running HQ at the start of the turn, every turn. Like res your piece of ice, show me what that is. And it's like, as I said, there's no, if you don't have a program installed and Stavka doesn't trash it, and there's no cards in archives for drafter to recur, like there's nothing the corp can res here that does anything to you.
And you also, like, you know, sometimes when it rains, it pours. If Hectorist doesn't feel like he has a hand he can put on the table comfortably, it means he might actually have 2 agendas in hand. And that obviously is a problem when the Alarm Clock is going to start its rigging in the morning, and you're going to see those HQ runs, no doubt. So you need to figure out how to play around this, because you don't want to end your turn with 40% of your hand being agendas.
I mean, so this is tricky. I've always obviously played a ton of Asa, and
Yeah.
Crim is always the hardest matchup.
Ooh.
Yeah, no ice in hand.
No ice install. No ice at all.
And Crim's always the hardest matchup, and like it might look like we're flooded, and maybe that's the case, but sometimes you just draw things that aren't money, and you're forced to put ice on centrals because there's just such a big central threat. And that's what makes your start look bad. Like we're not necessarily flooded here. Like we might just have cards that are not econ. And
Yeah.
so like we
fully
just have
off
like
that don't do anything.
yeah, like Powers That Be is a dead card.
Oh, that is an opening. We go
Okay.
R&D Bravado, finding Illumina on table, trashing Rashida and Coder, feeling great about that start. Now Amakua not on counters, but the second ice on HQ. I don't think Hectorist can res both of those, paying for the prevention. Now it's not only info, it's an Amakua counter. I don't know how this hand is going to look there. Maybe with Miss Bones, you think you can sneak some cards on the table because it costs Encoder a fair bit to check. But with Amakua, you're going to be checking almost regardless just to get those Amakua counters.
Yeah, no, this is really bad. One thing I was going to point out right before these runs were made is that Hectorist installed and prevented the expose last turn.
Yeah,
and that's really weird. And I think as the runner, like you'd always go and check those because
now we're alarm clocking.
Spending a credit.
This is an agenda for sure. It is. It's an awful office. That start. There might be even another one in hand. We're on game point. It's turn 3, and Coder has played not that many cards. I think we can take some time up here and just class act up. I honestly don't even know if we just have to run archives twice to get the Amakua. If you have the mining accident, it's insult to injury, and Cheza might just go as far if you can find that. Mystic, some slow money after a diesel, and Coder feeling great here. The question is whether he has the time to build those Amakua counters. Once you're on 3, you're super comfortable, but I think the alarm clock is going to be the comfort that he needs for the next couple turns. Oh, there we go. Archives.
Yeah, the one counter is really important.
Yeah.
There's a lot of one strength stuff, so getting that one counter is very important. But when we ran HQ, there's no tattoo, so that was like also really good for the runner that no tattoo was res. So we're gonna keep running HQ here.
Yeah, I think if Hector res is a tattoo, you probably just bounce it, obviously, so he doesn't get back into the game. But we'll see here on 5. What's the big difference? You can still res any ice in the deck besides Brawn, but again, as you mentioned, the Stavka doesn't look really great. Oh, ablative.
Okay.
Great. Getting Rashida on the table. Now, you do have to prevent the expose if you don't want Amaku to get a counter. At this point, I think Amaku is going to quickly hit unlimited counters, and we already know what it is. So we're going to not pay for that. This is where that one virus counter really matters. And here, you might be a bit scared if it's a draft or innermost. I think you're okay with that, but looks like we're just going to end the run and walk away.
Oh, wow. That's really disciplined play. I would have gone through, I think.
Yeah, the drafter, like, I don't even know how bad it is. Like, Hectorist will get back the unknown card in archives. It might be okay to bottom out there. Stavka would be the problem, but we're 1 credit short. So just bouncing off the Rashida, then finally Amakua taking it down. Again, 6 strength on the Amakua, get you through everything. And Coder hasn't got the card draw yet, I don't think. So we probably want to get the class act just to do a bit of work, and our board state's looking good. Actually, running R&D here. Drafter we can deal with Amakua, so touching the top, it's a virus.
There it is.
Good to find that sooner and later. Now Archives is poisoned. You can always get 1 Amakua counter, and we will, just to be able to threaten running HQ back, potentially. But if that's the case, Hectorist, if you're on more than 3 credits, the innermost can be a Stavka. Alarm clock, mind you, is only the outermost, or sorry, first ice encountered, and encountered means rezzed.
That's really unlucky.
Yeah. Install, pay for 1, build an ASA remote server, and we're just going to send it back. Still no, this would be really, really nice to get down a mining accident at this point. So we're running into the blade. If you can just bounce here, in theory, it doesn't do anything, but hey, you have a fun trigger.
Yeah, still no mining accident is not ideal. But we're getting compensation by the really slow start, the fact that we're at 4 points. So we should be okay.
Hectorist here needs the tranquility in the remote server, if I'm not mistaken. That will still be expensive for Encoder to deal with for a deck with no Miss Bones, and has played 2 of its burst econ cards and a Bravado. So we're not looking at that many other econ cards in the deck. It's like falsified. And there you go. Guessing. I want to guess upgrade. I think we saw. Oh, it's an off-rolled office. We saw Encoder miss it last time on the expose. So this one, I think we're seeing a really low hit rate on the expose in the remote server, but that looks like there's a seamless launch in hand, and just boomerang in the remote server. There's
You
no
got
way
it.
that you're not getting through here.
Yep. It's only Gatekeeper that they were ever gonna res.
Yeah. Tattoo
Oh,
Ball,
okay.
okay. You'll get
That's
some money
fine.
back here. You can actually do an Ace install and get a Mana Garm on top of it, and that could keep Encoder out.
So, this is interesting. Are we just like we really think that the runner's not going to run, or are we really in a bad spot?
I would
Because
say the latter. It's probably the
we have
latter.
a turtle, with a counter, and we installed an off-world office and put a one strength barrier in front of it, and passed the turn.
I think it's about the fear, right? Like what the ice is versus what Encoder has to respect it. Because I think if Encoder didn't have the boomerang, maybe he's actually scared to run that. Drafter would technically get the agenda in archives. That doesn't solve it, but I don't know. I hear you.
Yeah,
I think we have to play the best with the hand we have, and the hand we have doesn't seem to be stellar.
yeah.
Only 3 credits Encoder drawing up there. 2 counters on Mystic Miami, snowballing a bit forward, and 2 ice on the remote server. I'm pretty sure we can't res most of that, preventing the exposed Amakua at 2, not hitting that very important drafter 3 strength breakpoint. You need to find an event here. You'd love a bravado. Oh, sure
Okay.
gamble. Click for 8. Boomerang, it just comes back. We're running
Another
R&D.
We're given a lot of respect to the ice.
Yeah.
I think a lot more than I would be giving the ice. Like drafter here is, I think, fine.
Oh, Hector's pays 5 for the bad publicity, bottoming out. Server Force not a Rashida, but Hector's doesn't have a play here besides click for credits. Maybe click for credit, res a Tranquility, but that will still put you at low credits to threaten to res ice, especially with the boomerang and R&D. Encoder knows where to run, and with bad publicity, running HQ now becomes relatively safe.
Yeah, we just have to click for 3. We could click for 1, res Trankrid, install a card in the remote, click for another one.
Yeah. And then on 3, like, you're not worried about the Stavka, the 4 breakpoint being very important. But a drafter will do some amount of work for sure. But I think you're okay with the corporation paying all their money. Alarm clock, bad publicity gets through the Bladiv. Now the in next ice, I think the only thing that'll fire here is a Gatekeeper, if at all, and that will still bankrupt Hectorist. It is the Gatekeeper down to 0 for the rest of the game.
So there's no bad pub because we paid.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, we're not alarm clocking that. Oh, it's the first encounter. Never mind.
Yeah. You have to do it on the Bladiv. So that was still free. In theory, we drew 3. We shuffled none back. Next turn, that server will only cost 2. If a Chesla comes down, Encoder has a free run, a turn on HQ just to get that pressure. And we still don't know what server 4 is.
There's no world where we have an agenda in hand now. We shouldn't have declined a shuffle in this board state.
I think with R&D being unresable, you might squirrel away 1 agenda in hand.
But you're just gonna draw more, and the agenda's not gonna do you anything for at least 5 turns.
I agree. I think we know how much HQ multi-access is here, and I think Hector's can't defend R&D for the next couple turns. Drafters down to fully op. That's a recovery for sure. We've seen no diversions, and diversions are going to connect relatively easily. In fact, nearly creditlessly if we get the Chesva down. But R&D, again, we did draw a lot, and whether there's another agenda in hand, we've seen so far 3 in the top 20. That's only slightly less than you'd expect by this point.
So those who caught the free information, we installed Drafter, let that be exposed, and then Ace is what installed the other cards. So the other cards are non-agenda. Okay.
That's an oof from Hectorist. Just an absolute showing 4-9, running it down. I think Encoder, the alarm clock has not performed for him, and we've seen 2 games in a row where the alarm clock has been such a key card, especially because of those face checks really mattering. But Hectorist after the mulligan, it looked like an absolute tragic mulligan, and an incredible finish. Mind you, Hectorist has only been playing the game now for about 9 months, and he's had, top 4 finishes at this event and at Continentals, played at Intercons, just having a great time. But this is definitely not the way that you want to go out at the end of this tournament. We'll play to both players.
Yeah, the really, really tough draw. So many agendas there. As I said, I wonder if it was in there when we fired that Gatekeeper.
Yeah, it might have been. Maybe just 1 in 5.
Yeah.
What's in server 4? That's just been on the table for such a long time. Like, it's probably not a Tranquility. It would have maybe done something by now. Maybe not, actually.
Yeah, maybe it's another agenda. We're just waiting for seamless launches.
Yeah, or like wage workers, powers, just like something to put on the table. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're down to just 3 players. Encoder will be facing off against Ba, and that is the lower finals. Welcome to the lower finals. 86 players, we're down to 3. Now, whoever bests that matchup will end up playing against Santa, who remains undefeated. So has to lose 2 in a row, which is pretty tricky. Still, it can be done, and if there's any players that can, I think Encoder and Baremu might be great choices for that job. Okay.
Do we have matchups here?
I don't know if we know the
Barham
sides
plays
yet.
Asa. Oh, it's another Asa versus 419 for our next
Oh,
matchup.
oh, I am guessing Baremu is not feeling great about that matchup. This is the core damage HB. So we're looking at 3 copies of salvo testing. I'm just going to pull up the list really quickly. Again, you can find these up on Aesop's table, but it's a bit of a strange Asa deck. And I'm imagining what it gets in lethality and a bit of surprise. It might sacrifice in fundamentals of economy. If we look at the econ list, 3 Nikos, 3 Rashidas, obviously 3 fully ops. We have hedge funds, which is quite nice, and 2 Tranquility home grades. So if you don't have the money to threaten Holloman, this deck doesn't have seamless launch. You need big money to threaten out scoring out of salvo testing. Let's see how aggressive 419 can be.
Yeah, it seems like it'll be a pretty straightforward game plan for the 419.
Yep.
As you said, like this deck has less econ than typical aces do. Just off the fact that we don't play off world.
Yeah.
Our scoring situation is this core damage suite.
And like even in terms of the face checks, like one of a virus, that's going to matter probably, but the ice itself is also not even core damage ice. Not that it's particularly popular, but you might be a bit more nervous of face checking into, obviously Drafter is still good, but something like a Jaguarundi could be maybe a problem when it makes the ontologicals a bit easier and then things start to snowball, but it is just still the ice you expect. 1 Thimble Rig is not amazing into Amakua. We have the Tattoo Bolas, MIC for 6. That is the only really punishing tempo face check, besides, of course, the Drafters and Gatekeepers you're expecting.
Oh man, I'm scared we're gonna see a similar game.
I think there's a chance we will, but so long as things are all official with Boss, like I don't think Ba has full faith. Which, hey, if anybody watching wants to watch a cheer for an underdog, this might be it. And I don't think that Ba's a fantastic player. I think these decks might not line up incredibly elegantly. Also, shout out to Ba Ramu, mind you, content creator. You can find his channel if you search Ba Ramu on YouTube. He does live streams and some great stuff. And we're off. 2 players here left in the lower brackets. Encoder on 419. Mining accident. We saw how great the alarm clock is. Just waking up early really puts the day in order. And now we're having an ASA group with 3 salvo testing, 3 ontological.
This is a good point. This is a good point that Oxu's bringing up. Is that, and I think Bob was saying this in the chat too. Is the other matchups also horrendous? Like Arasana has no ice page.
That's
like,
true. Yeah, that's rough.
This is kind of like the situation with the meta is that like a lot of the good corp decks, well, good in quotes, is like we're trying to like kill the runner through some kind of tag punishment situation.
Yeah.
Talking about R plus and NEH obviously, and like the R plus and NEH into Arasana is like always going to be really tough for the Arasana. Because a lot of the Arasana's money is in resources that can get trashed. It's in the Urban Art Vernissages, which reduces the install cost of cards, but is not actually hard cash. And especially the NEH with no ice, like so many cards in the Arasana deck is dead.
Yeah, no, it's quite tricky. There's no asset tech in that deck, and it's only, I think, for card draw on demand is like 2 lily pads as much as you have prognostic. So looks like what players are keeping though. That's a great start. At least you're feeling happy with that. We're gonna start with the install on the remote server. Double install. I forgot to check your list. Just tell me one thing. How many copies of diversion of funds? Oh, how many pinholes? Okay, that makes way more sense. Encoder says 6. I think that is technically against the rules. So we'll see what we correct that to, but
lying is not against the rules.
I think it is. About your deck list, it technically is.
Oh, is it?
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
I think it is. Yeah, he's correcting it. It's 2. So we'll see again what the respect is on HQ for diversion versus pinhole. Now, pinhole is such a big card, obviously. If that's a Rashida, oftentimes the criminal will face check it. And then after you spend money resing ice, then you'll go for the pinhole to bring it down, to force the res and then force the loss of the econ you're hoping to get.
Okay, so this is the start that we're looking for. We want a Rashida
Yeah.
or a Nico, and there's six copies of that in the deck. We're gonna install that, put an ice on top, put an ice on HQ. So we can't get diversioned, and we gotta hope this Nico sticks. And that'll be our good start to the game. And the runner really wants to get rid of that Nico here.
On 6, do you fear like MIC? That's the thing sometimes now that I want to like do 2 things and then face check the MIC. But also like
no, because we know it's Nico.
Was it exposed?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it happened after that. Okay, so we know it's a Nico, so you're no longer worried about the MIC, which means I think you want to just face check this. Like Gatekeeper's the worst case, but I think on 419 you're okay with getting that down to 0 strength by the time it matters. Like I don't know if you pinhole this.
If we have it, we should. But I'd poke around first.
Yeah.
There's no reason not to poke around.
Getting the Amakua down as soon as possible. A very similar start to the last game. Econ into Amakua into Class Act. And so Ba's going to get the Nico. It is credit positive on the turn. It is res, which is quite neat for the campaigns. We haven't seen that on any of them besides Nico. And so now Ba has a bit of a consistent economy. It's very important to still remember that this should be pressured at some point. That is still 6 credits in a card draw. That is an immense amount of money for the corporation. So Ba has to understand that. Now, R&D open, archives open to some extent as well, and Amakua, you need to stop those counters coming through. Either stymie the information loss, or of course get those servers iced up and be able to res all that ice.
Really important to pressure here as the runner. Like the Asa, if the Asa picks up the 6 credits and get more cards on the table with a fully up behind as well, like we can start locking the 419 out if we don't put up enough pressure. I love this install. Getting a second ice on HQ is really important against Criminal, and the upgrade is really strong too.
Ooh, pair of upgrades.
It could be Mav, it could be Skunk. I guess this deck is only running those 2 upgrades that can be put on a central.
Yeah. Unless you want a Holloman bluff, which like power to you. That sometimes does do something. Now Encoder. Mav is something you want to deal with sooner than later. You're assuming Tranquility actually might be in server 1, but if you can pressure on 5 credits, Drafter's not doing too much here. If you lower boss credits, whether you want to pressure either HQ or server 1, I think is totally fair here. The question is whether you can find something like a Bravado to make it even better and sweeten that deal. But we're going to start with the Hermes while all this ice is on res and just poke R&D and see if we get a bounce. You can always res these upgrades if you think it's important, but on 5 credits, that might be a hard thing to do if one of those is a Manic Arm for 2.
This is a big access.
Encoder deciding looks like it might be a trashable. Again, the deck doesn't have Iquas as much as sometimes you might cringe a bit if the runner's accessing with only 1 credit fewer than you need for the 2. And we're going to res the Manic Arm there. So it looks like HQ might just be the Mavirus. Rashida. Good trash. R&D is open now. Amakua didn't get a counter there. And Ba did spend some money now on top of that Nico, as much as that Manic Arm is going to last a bit longer. And we're going to start with the mining accident. The res there causes no choices as much as I don't think Ba can afford to pay 5. We got 1 bad publicity. The Amakua engine is starting to roll.
Yeah, very strong. Very strong. The mining accident.
Just click 3. Again, with the Nico coming in next turn, that's the burst turn where you get 3 credits and an extra card draw. So you should have 5 cards in hand to get that double install on the turn, which is great not only for Asa, but against 419. So we'll see how Encoder puts the pressure on. This is the second Diesel. 2 in a row is really great. Again, Criminal not known for a great card draw, and just having that acceleration at this early game is a great spot to put on pressure.
I like it. It's good play. The Asa is really easy to overextend against 419.
Oh yeah,
you give their ID a trigger and then they make a couple runs and now you're suddenly don't have a lot of credits and you realize you can't res the ice you want. So just taking 3 credits, waiting for the Nico, and then using that server next turn is a really controlled way of handling this.
Ooh, pressure on HQ, 9 credits. Drafter gets a bit more teeth with the Rashida in the bin and the Ace install still firing, but we're down to 1 bad publicity. Again, Amakua at 0 counters is not going to break anything. It's up to Ba to make this face check painful, and Tattoo Bullet's just going to end the run there.
Yeah, it's a very simple conclusion. It's very interesting there. I like the run because like Drafter resing a Drafter and installing Rashida on top of the Nico or adding the Rashida back to hand is kind of fine. I'm happy to gain as the runner. I'd be happy to gain the information that is a Drafter in exchange for that.
Hell of a go. And Coder's trying to get Amaku counters and just can't do it. Stealing an agenda, bouncing the innermost ice on HQ, and bouncing ice, obviously Hermes is so good, but forcing those extra installs against 419 is really quite difficult financially. Amakua now at 1 counter, known the card on top of R&D, and we're going to break a lock there with the Nico campaign drawing an extra card after finishing the last 3 credits.
Oh, here's the great thing about running last click. That's not a problem because there's no
Yeah,
Ikawa
exactly. Yeah, it's like open deck list. I don't have to respect the Ikoas anymore. I'm just going to always send it. Okay, Bod now has a remote server, and as you said last turn, clicking for 3 credits is great if you're trying not to overextend. And one of the big things against 419, it's nice to take the econ turn because next turn you can install 2 cards, install 3 cards, and it's good to like kind of like Hoshigo flipping in and out if you want to ignore that 419 tax on half your turns. So Ba here obviously has to ice up R&D. There's still 9 more agendas in the game, and Hermes is going to be an issue, but might want to put something in the remote server to get value from that Managarm, or even set up that second server to get value off the fully operationals that haven't shown up yet.
Yeah, I think we're really looking for double install on the remote, Ice HQ, and a hedge fund.
Yeah. HQ again. Tattoo Bullets sometimes is a disincentive if you're trying to pressure economy, but it looks like HQ might just be a virus, and you need to deal with that sooner than later before you're face check into something a bit more problematic arises. Working prototype, just resonant, just an econ card. I think it's a 1 of in the deck, and ice on HQ as well.
That's a big deal. That is a huge deal because working prototype is technically infinite econ.
Yeah,
and that's the only card in Ba's deck that is that. So this is a really big deal that we've drawn it.
go to the Olive Garden and get your bottomless regolith. This is going to be interesting to see if the threat of this card, the Cyber Sand Harvester of sorts, will slow down Encoder's attack here. RD is still wide open, and in theory, if you blow open server 1, you can deal with the Managarm. Again, no miss bones, so bad publicity is what you're going to use. Biobands, bad publicity, well used here on the install. Draw 2 with the Class Act, you get a filter as well. Oh, we actually already drew this turn. Oh, coffee. No steal, no trash. So still, it's just you got so many credits with Chesman bad publicity to send to central servers and just break like any ice largely on Amakua counters for free.
This central pressure is building, and this is the scary thing about this Asa deck. About playing the Asa deck is that this agenda suite is really vulnerable. Like salvo testing is a non-defensive 5/3. So we're gonna be looking at this game, evaluating the board state, and talking about these interactions. But one of these runs, the runner's gonna just steal 3 points, and then the game's gonna be really swung in the runner's direction.
I've been like, and I think a lot of people too have been scared to play extra 1-pointers in decks. And this deck at least balances off with the 3-pointers, but we're running 10 agendas, which is slightly higher, only slightly, than most Asa decks. But that means 1 in 5, technically more than 1 in 5. It's like 1 in 4 and 0.9, right? Easy math. Those central accesses, again, if you can't get the Holloman credits up, you have a lot more options to bounce and use Hermes to disrupt impactful pivotal turns. Spin Doctor, it's going to say we haven't got any filtering so far, and we've drawn through 16 cards. So you're assuming there has to be at least 1, maybe 2 agendas in HQ here. The question is whether you can worry about the virus on HQ or if it's actually just a Holloman kind of bluffing out.
Yeah, and a Holloman would actually be a great little bluff because you can move it away later. But it looks more challenging.
Let's see here if this is a virus into Drafter for 6 credits and get a Drafter fire. Again, any ice res, little and upgrade res is technically 3 credits for the prototype, but Encoder is challenging it here and saying, okay, you can get the Tattoo Bulla swap, but also I actually assume Ba does keep an ice in hand for the Tattoo Bulla. I think that's really important.
Yeah, it'll be a big excess because, as you said, there should be an agenda in hand at least.
Ba's considering it. Ooh, MIC 4 strength encoder did run archives, and you are breaking this for entirely free with coffee and bad publicity. Prototype is on 1 and 7 credits. Now we know what all the ice is on HQ before we get the Tattoo Bola flip. And at a minimum, you'll break the lose a click subroutines, but it looks like we're going to go all the way in and pay 1 for the Tattoo Bola and see what that upgrade is and see if we have a swap. I imagine we do. Again, the swap is an install, so you have to pay for Amakua tax or 419 if you want to stop it. It looks like we do have the swap. Don't access a Tattoo Bola here. It's the worst feeling in Netrunner.
Yeah, but it happens all the time.
Let's see that upgrade. If it's a virus, you don't have to res it. The corporation, or sorry, the runner will purge themselves out, which is a nice little trick. Breaching HQ, finding an ontological. That's a totally dead 4-2 can just get stuck in hand. That's another frustrating thing about these sort of agenda suites, and we'll see what the upgrade is. We have to do the Hermes bounce first, whether we want to open up R&D or get that Tattoo Bola ice on HQ that was swapped in, a bit more expensive to fix, or even here we could challenge server 1 as much as it'll be quite expensive. You have to pay 5 for the Mana Garm. I don't think you can afford to do that unless you have... I don't know what you can do. We're fixing HQ. Oh, wow. It's a Hollow Min. So you have two options here. Again, if you trash that, we're not already knocking an Amakua counter. Not what I expected, yeah. But getting that out, that is a very expensive win condition. And unfortunately, Ba-Ramu's deck is the sort of, it's a bit of a meme. Like step 1 score of 5-3. And obviously Hollow Min is so important for step 1 score of 5-3. Diversion of funds.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, we're just following up right away.
Bot has access to throw the MIC and encoder and ending the run there. Now, this MIC needs other ice to be taxing. If you have no ice on HQ, that's a problem. If you only have one ice on HQ, that's equally a problem. So I'm not sure whether you can throw the MIC here. It's definitely an interesting choice. Encoder breaking for 3, actually, you don't need to do that. I think encoder here is losing 2 credits.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Good catch.
We'll see if Ba takes the money, considering it, whether he wants to protect 5 credits, trade it for 6 credits, and a nice that 3 subroutines is kind of the best you can ask for Amakua.
Yeah, we can't do that. You have to eat, you just have to eat the diversion.
Yeah, lose 5 or lose 6, let alone also an install. Like, there's a lot of cost to that, and this MIC will be valuable for the rest of the game here. Encoder, I think that 2 credit. Oh, actually sending it.
Okay.
Open HQ here. Encoder down to 3 credits again. If Encoder was on 5 credits here, that's a huge difference. We've played, I think, 2 sure gambles, but obviously the money in this 4-9 deck is not rich. I think losing those extra credits, hitting that break all button, sometimes that if you hit break all, it saves you mental load, but it does actually cost you credits every once in a while.
You got to keep in mind what subroutines you're breaking.
Yeah. Now Ba has access to the click for 3 credit working prototype button. We know there's at least a Tattoo Bola in hand. And we're going to start here. Let's see if they get that Ace of double install. Let's see if we protect. The information is more valuable than the Amakua counters. 8 credits, not too bad. Upgrade in server 1 as well. Hitting the working prototype. So we're assuming that to be, of course, a Hollow Min or a Tranquility. You're technically allowed to stack Mana Garms, but it doesn't make a lot of sense. And we'll see if Encoder. Only down to 3 credits. Ba on 11 actually can threaten to res some ice here. The drafters you can deal with. It's just not the gatekeepers or the bronze.
I would be surprised if we took a turn off. Just got some money as the runner.
Yeah.
Because you got to keep in mind that letting the corp res ice gives them working prototype counters.
Yeah, it's hard. I think Encoder here would love to find the Mystic Miami. I think there might be 2 of them in the list, but just getting some sort of like passive income because the deck doesn't have daily cast. It needs to be running, and that is the one card you can put down and say like that's enough value. We're checking R&D here. Again, Mavirus could be in server 1 as much as that's an expensive flip, but it is just a drafter. Again, resing this is important because it means Hermes has a slightly less options, but this is broken entirely for free.
That's good information.
Yeah,
and we use some of our free money.
Do you think it means there's not a Mavirus in server 1? Like, would Ba fire Mavirus here? I think sometimes you want to because you can just reinstall the Mavirus. But I don't know if the cards in the archives are that great. Like, there's no events, like no fully op.
Yeah, that's an interesting question.
Oh, Purge. Retorting with just getting down the Earthrise, saying you're taking a turn off, I'm taking a turn off, and Archives is open for the Amakua counters. In theory, you can also contest the Spin Doctor, and a lot of times HB decks don't want to get rid of the Spin Doctor. I think actually to some extent Encoder needs to consider the Spin Doctor because we have Ella Vagaus, but I'm not sure Ba wants to spend 2 and get a Hermes trigger just to get another Spin Doctor.
Yeah, that's not a threat right now.
Yeah.
But maybe we do want to run that later. It is half price because we've got bad pub.
Tranquility Home Grid, it is the upgrade there, resing on top of the prototype. So we're assuming, I don't know if this is an agenda unless you can res both these ice, and actually it might be an agenda. Pushing after the Purge seems like a great window, and Encoder did take a turn off, not threatening to get the Amakua rolling.
Okay, so this is a big deal. So whenever I play against Crim, you have an infinite econ source, so that's working prototype or daily quest. One general rule I always have for myself is I always need to get more money than I think I need.
Yeah.
And because you're gonna need to pay for things that you didn't take into account, like diversion, like 419 tax, like mining accidents in this matchup. So putting something in there and trashing the working prototype might turn out to be a big turning point in this game, just because we've thrown out our econ card.
This
For
has to be
whatever.
a Luminol, right? Like, what else do you put in here that's not a Luminol? Like, I don't think you put a Rashid on top of that.
Yeah, I
Oh,
agree.
it's a Nico.
Okay.
Now, Chesva and Bad Publicity can be used on that, so that's a free trash. So that server just kind of blew up. Maybe Ba wants to test whether you're going to inside job the remote or put some pressure, but not a bad turn there. And Coder on 2 Amakuo counters and finding that Mystic Miami, having the Earthrise, giving you that 2.5 cards per turn. Ba probably wants to get an Ice on Archives, and once that happens, the game is going to become a fair bit more interesting.
You know, we do have the Trank Grid, so that's like we got that going for us.
I honestly think you'd rather trash a Trinket there than a Nico, maybe. Not that you can choose after you saw the card, obviously, but man, I fear that card more.
No, I think the Nico is still better. But it's tough because the Nico does hold up the remote for 3 turns.
Yeah.
But I think, man, like the runner really wants to get in there and just deal with this remote, but with
There's no bones. I know,
yeah,
it's
no
so hard.
bones. I don't know how we're gonna do that. Like we really, really want a bones here.
Now, like, what is Ba's plan here? The deck is structured by giving core damage, so the ontologicals aren't the worst 4/2 you can imagine putting in your deck. But that is only possible if you have enough money to do Holloman into score a pre-installed salvo testing, which that costs 8 credits on its own, let alone you have to threaten to res the ice, let alone you have to play around Hermes. We did just do a pretty low value fully operational and did the double install here. So this could be the beginning of it. Holloman into salvo testing, ice on archives, and saying, okay, on 4 credits and 1 bad publicity, can you contest this? But we just need Force Ba here as the runner to spend 7 credits.
Yeah, I mean this is this is the issue with this corp deck is it relies on salvo testing.
Yes.
We like our whole plan revolves around salvo testing. Our agendas.
Yeah, real tricky. Now drawing up there with the Earthrise Hotel, getting those choices. We also have a Manangarm, of course. It's been in that remote server since I think turn 2 or turn 3, so it's hard to just like straight run this as much as you don't have to deal with Ikwa. Again, you have to be able to spend 2 clicks for 5 credits, and Encoder lacks, well, technically not lacks those, but they're going to be difficult to connect. Now, 2 cards in HQ. My guess with not using Spin Doctor is that one of those is an agenda. So you have to take these risks. You can never play entirely safely, but even if you can pressure HQ and get a Hermes bounce, you'd have to, well, not even 50-50 it, because if you disrupt one part of the combo, you disrupt the whole combo. But
Yeah,
Encoder here has to take some risky runs.
This Asa deck is I'm gonna install salvo testing, install Hollow Man, and if that gets through, then the rest of the game is gonna be really good for me.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't get through, then it's probably not gonna be really good for me. So this is a really important turn. Like if this is most likely Hollow Man and salvo testing.
Yeah.
So we need to do something about that, and we don't have a lot of money to do it.
Ooh, Boomerang start. Now it's the innermost, so depending what the outermost is, if we have still like inside job, in theory we can double click through the Managarm. It is perfectly inside job Boomerang. So this is going to force 2 reses. If an MIC gets res, that is a fair bit of money, but we still exactly have double click. So if it's an MIC, you're going to have problems without even trashing the ice, but you're going to at least force a lot of credits here. Now, you have to res both ice if you want to beat inside job, which again, with the Boomerang is pretty difficult. Encoder exactly has enough money here. Unfortunately, can't trash the Managarm, but you can trash the Holloman and steal an agenda and be on game point.
Well, still, the salvo testing is what's important. And
Yeah.
you mentioned MIC, and that is what this needs to be.
Yes, it has to be.
We res MIC, we go to 9, and then we pop the MIC, we can't deal with the skunk, and then 8 credits is enough to score the salvo testing with the Hollow Man, which is going to leave the corp on 1 credit, which might be some compensation for the runner at the end of the day.
Encoder calling the Hollow Salvo. I think if the outside is like a Tattoo Bola and the inside is an MIC, that's also a problem, right? Because you can't break all the subroutines with Boomerang, but it looks like I don't think any of this ice is getting rezzed. So Ba is just going to say, okay, the inside job is going to go through. Powerful card. Been since 2012. It's still been good. And we'll see what's in their remote server. Encoder has to do the double click. Oh, ablative barrier. We are on threat 3. Now this installs on a different server, so you can't repair server 1 by putting a card on top of it and saving yourself with Spin Doctor. But at a minimum, you can repair with a Rashida or a Holloman and understand if you're double clicking through the Managarm, you're not dealing with the table. Holloman on HQ. Get the Ace install here. You still have to pay 1 if you don't want to deny Amakua. Kind of cool.
Hollowman's really interesting.
Resing it. Oh, there's an agenda in there. We don't want the bounce. This is huge. Now, I don't know if you bounce the Hollow Man. I'm assuming you're going to bounce expensive installed ice, but it's a virus as a start for the Purge. But there is a Luminal in there.
Okay.
We're still on game point. We get a Purge here, and we get a Hermes bounce. Archives is now mostly poisoned. So we're going to struggle a bit more to get Amakua up to strength. I think the deck is only on one inside job, so this remote server is going to hold down that Boomerang not used. In theory, you're allowed to use that Boomerang even if you're inside job. Oh, no, you can't, because inside job is not optional. Neat.
So there's a lot of information here.
Yeah.
When we decided to get Hollow Man instead of firing Rashida, which means that we have a plan with this Hollow Man right now.
Which is push.
And there's only 2 cards in HQ. So we're gonna move this over to the remote. We're gonna install salvo testing. We have 2 other clicks.
Yeah.
And we think that with the Mavericks Purge and the fact that the runner just used their inside job, we think we can score this salvo testing out. That to me is the only explanation.
No, that's 100% it.
Because the other, like, that's the only thing that beats firing Rashida. Like, we only had 2 cards in hand. Like, drawing cards and gaining 3 would have been great that turn. So we have a very specific plan on this turn here.
So we're assuming salvo testing installed there. Again, you still need 7 credits. Actually, only less, sorry, because the Hollow Man's pre-resed here. So you only need 6 credits to threaten that. Tranquility, preventing the exposed there, repairing HQ. That could be the ice bounce, and 2 cards still in hand after the mandatory. Encoder, if you get a bounce here or you get a pinhole, that's going to be quite a strong play here. Could I have broken this up on a blade? I don't think you could. I think Encoder's trying to get the Boomerang back, but I think inside job is not optional. Yeah, sometimes getting that back in circulation is really important. At what point, obviously Encoder's in a great spot so far, but like you can always just send it R&D with a pinhole. You can send it R&D just to get an access. There's no defensive upgrades in the bin, so nothing will show up that easily on R&D unless it's ice and to install Mana Garm, and that will trash the Mana Garm. Like, at what point do you just start taking risks now? We've seen the one ablative. That's one of the big blowouts. Like, Gatekeeper is something, obviously. There's 2 more drafters, but Encoder's credits don't allow him to install actual breakers.
we got 1 credit. Like, maybe Bravado is decent here that can get us some money. We have to start by getting some money. But 12 credits is actually not a lot. Like, the Corp needs 6 to score. So we actually only have 6 credits to defend this remote.
You can always start like with a falsified. You know that's an agenda, or you're pretty sure it's an agenda to get Amakua to 1 and gain 5 credits with Mystic, and then maybe contest it. If Bob res is something expensive there, that will, have financial ramifications. You res a bronze, score out, you're on 0.
Yeah. That's a huge deal. And this is an important detail as well, as we chose not to res when we were inside jobbing.
Yeah.
And
it's probably expensive. Oh, it's the play.
Here it is.
Falsified from Mystic. We're gonna guess agenda for sure. Showing the salvo testing. Of course, it's the salvo testing there. Hello. It's the haircut. So the question is if Encoder can get in here. Again, you still need 2 clicks, so you probably want to run it now and understand that just about any ice is going to fire. Drafter, I don't think is a huge disaster, but you need to force an expensive res, ideally a Brawn, ideally an MIC, and just say that 6 credits is a lot of money for you when you're expecting to spend 6 more to score the agenda. Second IJ, wait, does the deck have a second inside job? I thought it was only on 1.
I'm looking now. There's only 1.
Okay.
We
Move on now.
Boomerang now?
Yeah, but then we don't have the clicks for Mana Garm really easily. I guess you could, because you still need money, bad publicity, and money to deal with the Mana Garm tax. It's not easy.
Yeah, we're kind of taxed out on tools.
Yeah.
You do need to keep in mind that spending 2 clicks on Mana Garm versus spending 5 credits, like if we have like 2 sure gambles, that's 2 clicks for 8 credits, which is a profit of 3 for the purposes of getting through this Mana Garm.
I've seen this deck. I don't think Encoder's been over 10 credits for more than like 2 clicks. Like, I don't think it has the pocket cash to be able to pay 5.
Right. Yeah. So we're playing pretty low to the ground, but as I said, there is bravados. Like, bravadoing HQ could be.
That's a good fork.
Could be a good fork. Yeah, because we need to res some ice as the corp.
The question is like whether a drafter install like sends Rashida forward and then Bot can recover from that financial damage. But like, you just have to start taking risks here for sure. You do.
It is quite the risk. If we run into a drafter and the drafter fires, the drafter could also put Mav into the remote and that gains 2 off the top grid.
Starting with the Spin Doctor again, this is threatened for 1 credit, but you also don't know if Encoder just wants to touch this to get Amakua counters. In theory, I don't know what Encoder would need to be able to contest the remote server and still deal with Managarm, but just getting enough Amakua counters. 1 is a big breakpoint, the next breakpoint is 3, and then there's a 4, and then there's a 6. So we're just going to crack the Spin Doctor. That has a huge impact on the power of Drafter, even for protecting server 1 itself. So it's nice sometimes to get that out of the way. So fully up and Rashida going back again. Sometimes you do want drafters want to keep your fully ops in the bin as much as they're not great here. Just having access again. There's no Rashida anymore. Oh, we're just sending it. Pinel threading, taking down the Holloman, understanding we have to deal with that. We have to deal with the Spin Doctor before we're just going to get the recursion. I think Ba Ramu actually just sent back into his deck some of his best targets for drafter.
Yeah, we just baited this drafter fire with a Spin Doctor run.
Yeah, that's something you have to be careful for HB. More and more players are keeping their good stuff in the bin because the threat of a Blader and drafter is so much more powerful. But now get a Nico. It's fine. MIC maybe is annoying, but the install here also will tax up the Amakua, which is great.
I don't think I agree with this play. I mean, like
it's aggressive.
We're gonna picking up anything is fine here for the corp, and then reinstalling Mavericks and gaining 2 credits off the Trank Grid is really good for the corp.
Oh yeah, the Mav is really important.
And like we're doing this so we can trash the Hollow Man, which isn't stopping the score. It's stopping the score for 1 turn while the corp has to double advance. Like we're not really. I mean, you know, maybe I'll be proven wrong, but especially with the Mavericks, like allowing the Mavericks getting reinstalled, like there's no way we're going to set up a situation where the runner's going to run the remote next turn. And to me, this play only makes sense if we're actually going to go steal the salvo testing next turn, because the only thing this is doing is delaying the score.
Yeah, now the Mavirus gives way more tools for Ba to be able to purge out on any face check. That's hard to deal with. Oh, Carmen coming down cheaper actually does change the equation a bit. Not that you're happy spending 4 credits on a drafter, but now you know R&D, even on a purge, you can contest. It's only 1 credit of real pocket money with coffee and bad pub. So now some pressure. If Ba wants a double advance to go in server 1, if R&D doesn't hold to Hermes, like all agendas besides 2 end the game, but the one that doesn't gets a very important Hermes bounce.
That's the thing. Yeah, that's what Encoder has going for him here. Is that there's 2 salvo testings, 2 ontos. That's 4 cards that are probably an R&D that win the game on a single access.
I think my read is there's at least 1 more agenda in HQ. Again, no Gatekeeper fire. Spin Doctor did not shuffle agendas back, and we are in 22 cards. We've seen 4 agendas. Maybe there's 1 more hedge fund. Some financial protection for sure, but double advance here. Just saying, hoping the top of R&D holds. We know MIC in hand. I think that's all we know.
Yeah.
Encoder starting with a draw here, something like a Dirty Laundry, all 3 in the bin, or a Bravado. That might make sense, but we're just going to get in here, touch a card. Super important, either for the Amakua counter on 3, or, of course, winning the game. We're getting a bounce. Nothing.
Okay. Big excess.
It looks like step 1 score 5-3 is happening.
Yep.
11 turns in. Honestly, that's not that slow, but we're fighting for this. We're 30 minutes in. Like, this is a timed round, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, that's a good point. We'll probably be okay. I mean, like the corp score pattern gets pretty quick after here.
Yeah, so first core damage honestly doesn't matter that much. Second core damage starts to matter a lot more. Now, this is going to open up a server because if we just go ahead and score out the the salvo testing, it will do a core damage, but now you won't have a click to repair any sort of damage. So you actually can assail server 1 with just an ablative. So we'll see where the Hermes bounce happens. Now, salvo testing has to fire first. Waking Plan hit by core damage. Okay, that is the only multi-access card in the deck, if I'm not mistaken. And very importantly, on single core damage, Ontological is just a 3-2. So Ba here has to basically score an El Vagao fast advance next turn, which will allow some more Hermes damage. But from that point forward, again, 2-2s are very, very, very powerful. Bouncing the ice on HQ, I don't know if you bounce the ice on server 1 and try and deal with it. You don't have a lot of money, but sure gamble on Mystic does help a lot. Running R&D for singles, any single could be it. I think once you get to 4 counters, you can maybe go HQ. I don't know if you have to respect Gatekeeper and hope that Gatekeeper, maybe that's the thing that stops you from drawing to the El Vagao.
Yeah. Yeah, Gatekeeper's a big deal.
Oh, that's the second El Vagao. Huge Hermes bounce here.
HQ?
Open HQ, you can run that. You know there's an MIC and then whatever was bounced 2 turns in a row. So there's going to be half ice in there. But you're pretty sure there's another agenda in there.
We should also just have a diversion in hand.
That would be sick. You also can bounce server 1. and start dealing with it. The Tranquility does matter. The Mavirus definitely matters. You can force a purge out. That's not a great purge for Ba. But that server 1 again.
Well, not with the skunk in there right now. We'd have to run and pay 5 if we run this turn.
Yeah, it's a lot of money. Again, misspelled
It's always-
stuff, but
It's always the HQ bounce. But it's just we'll just see if one of these 2 cards is the diversion.
Just going back on RD, not running HQ. We might be able to do 1 and 1 again. Just see the top of the deck. I do assume we know there's an agenda in hand, but again, half of the hand is ice. No doof, at least. Single axis off the top. No steal, no trash. Amakua up on 4, running HQ. We should know there's an MIC and 2 other pieces of ice in here. Finding that MIC, the one known card, always feels a bit worse, but Ba now has to take a turn to recover here. I'm not sure if he can just jam the Elevagao. It looks like Ba was waiting to draw that. You could tell the way he said, okay, my win rate went down, and that's because he needs the Elevagao, because the only way to make salvo testing good is to score another agenda to get to that exactly the 2 core damage breakpoint. And now he has to actually score 3-2 in their remote server, so he needs to jam their remote server and force Encoder to interact with it turn after turn, but on game point, that's very risky. 8 minutes left in the round, 3 to 6 agenda points. 2 whites on HQ using that Asa, preventing the expose. Amakua on 5, but understanding at any point the Mavirus can pull those counters off for no credits at instant speed, and card server 1 getting the Tranquility. This has to beat the Yonto for Ba to feel like he can close out on time. Fully operational, gain 3 credits, only echoing once. 13. You just run R&D every turn for a single and hope, right? Like, that's always part of the plan.
Okay, so I think Encoder actually clicked to draw.
Yeah.
In my opinion, too quickly, because I think, let me double check here. Yeah, we're playing 3 brands. So, like, I kind of like just running the remote click 1.
Force the res.
And if the brand gets res, we can click through that. We have the boomerang for the ablative, so the Mavericks doesn't screw us with the turtle.
Yeah, you're right.
And we can just pay through this remote and see what this card is.
Looks like no steal so far. Otherwise, we'd be closing that prompt quickly. But whether Encoder's deciding to trash this card, I don't know what that would be. Maybe a Rashida or probably a Hollowman, but looks like we're deciding. Yeah, I think you're totally right. Like, running the remote server, forcing the res, and being able to click through the brown is really nice. And that boomerang actually very important on the hard and the run 1 strength ice. But I think Ba here needs that to be the 3-2 ontological on the remote server to have a chance, unless it's a Rashida and you're trying to draw into the Elevagao. Second mining accident. Honestly, maybe a bit greedy. We'll see if he can use those bad publicity credits before the game's over. I think Boss still has a lot of work to do.
Yeah, I agree that it's suspect, but it'll probably pay off.
We'll keep that in mind again. It was a click and 2 credits. A bit cheaper with Mystic, actually. It was free. That's not bad. And now we're going to do a mutual favor. Whether we're going to go find our decoder, that's still very difficult for code gate breaking on Gatekeeper, so probably the Kurapira just to deal with the Bladives. And it is the ontological. Ba is on game point. There is a 2-2 maybe in hand. 1 more ontological. Ba can steal this game potentially, but that remote server not getting attacked here. So there's 1 agenda that wins it for Ba. Just install advance. It's hard to do enough financial pressure. We have a game.
Oh no.
Singles on R&D. Too bad publicity again. If the game is only 1 more turn, you have to run HQ here. If you're purged out and it's a drafter, you can still break it. Oh, finding a salvo! Hey, good game.
Oh no. There's the 3-pointer.
Yeah, sometimes that brick. Step 1 score a 3-pointer. What a game. Still a lot of points in the game. Only 22 cards left in R&D. We never drew off of our fully ops. I don't think we got more than 1 spin doctor, so there's still a lot of cards there. Great game. Yeah, did not fold. I think Ba fought absolutely valiantly there. That's definitely a difficult matchup and navigated the early game. Encoder's pressure again, just forcing it to make some awkward lines for Encoder to stay in the game. That pinhole through a drafter, very interesting line as well, just to stop that step 1 score 5-3. As much as Ba did land that.
Okay, so it looks like our odds end up being pretty bad.
Yeah,
with the 2 salvo testings showing up before the last onto.
Yeah, 1 onto left and 22 cards in R&D, so not having it. But of course, Encoder doesn't know that. So Boss still has to survive for many turns, and it's actually really hard to close the game out. Wait, are the only agendas left in the deck like 1 ontological, 1 salvo at this point, and 1 Elevagao?
There's 1 more bifurcation. Yeah.
It's like really hard if Ba doesn't score the onto to close the game out, because it's either score 5-3 and the Elevagao does nothing.
Yeah, like the corp is trying to find 1 agenda and the runner is trying to find for.
Yeah. Huge shout out to Baremu. Mind you, you can find his YouTube channel if you search that name on screen. Streams Monday evenings, if I'm not mistaken. But also organizing or help organizing in Bristol at his hometown, or not hometown, where he is right now. UK Nationals coming up November 15th to 17th. Looks like it's going to be an absolutely fantastic event. UK Nationals are always super, super big. So shout out to Ba. Coming in third place after a huge event. We're just about to start the finals. Undefeated, we have Santa, Man of the Moon's brother. It's a very competitive player, both brothers, and going to be facing off against Encoder, who is still undefeated on Nearth Hub. We'll see which side that table starts on.
So
We might have,
one of these sides is Arisana versus NEH, which is one that we were talking about earlier.
Not easy.
So I think Charlie's really looking to win his Corp deck. He's really looking to win the Asmari versus 419. That's the game that I feel will determine this, because that Arisana versus NEH is going to be really, really tough for this Arisana.
Yeah. That Arisana probably has slightly more asset tech than what we saw before, and even maybe some card draw tech. I need to pull up the list myself, but yeah, that's probably not the matchup you're excited to pair up as the runner. We might actually take maybe a 5 to 10 minute break here on the basis that Encoder just got out of a really, stressful game and has to go on to maybe one or two more of those. So we might throw to break again. Shout out to Axu, who's running the stream in front of and behind the scenes sometime. So Axu will let us know. I might need a second to go get a glass of water, I'll be honest. Maybe this is just for me.
Yeah. Go on ahead.
Hey, Boz and chat. Well played, Bob. Very exciting games. Okay, they're just going to the restroom. Okay, so we might just throw to a break for a second, unless, William, if you want to just take the floor for a second, I'll be right.
Yeah, yeah, of course. Oh man, it's like 86 players showing up to this event is just so good to see, and a lot of HBs, and only, I guess, none have made it to the top two. We've got Mesmari and NEH, and Arisana and a 419. As I said, like the 419 should do well in this field, and Encoder took an early, like Encoder was top of Swiss, and then took an early loss in round 2 against Asa, which, yeah, but then I think we actually end up winning that same matchup against Hector S later. Yeah, so it should be a favorable matchup for 419, but it didn't do it in that one instance.
Mm-hmm. I'm here. I can chat a bit if we want to just
kill
time. But
yeah, we're just waiting for players to sit down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I said they could. Yeah, take a few minutes. Excited to watch the next game. We'll see. This. I'm curious to see how Charlie plays or how Santa plays the Arisana against NEH. It seems like it could be painful, but he's also done a really good job of dissecting asset decks at being I guess I can't say Thule one trick, but he's played a lot of kill asset decks and has a tendency to really dissect board states in a way that I think will be really interesting to watch. I mean, he might just die right away, but
we got the 1 wheels, 2 pawn shops, 2 stone chips, so like we can get money rolling and contest. Oh, there's no urban art vernissages in here, so this is better than what Baremu was doing.
This is a deck that
this matchup. Go on.
Oh no, it's fine. This is a deck I built like fairly heavily inspired off of your boring lat list. It's basically like boring lat, but instead of playing SMCs, you play Muse and you play Arisana, so you get to have get to play for Serum, which is fun. You got more recursion for your propellers. We played it in New Zealand Nats. Charlie did pretty well, got second with the list, and decided my original list was not playing Ika or when it was playing 2 propellers. So it was like it had a lot less permanent breaking solution. So he's like, I'm going to put in some more permanent breakers, and it's been working pretty well for him.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Yeah, when I finished New Zealand Nats, I was like, I think Arasana is fun, but it's probably not better than Lat. And I don't know, but Charlie's still been enjoying it and doing well today. So
Yeah, personally, my issue with Arasana in general is that there's like it seems that a lot of the times whether or not you can get into somewhere is like dependent on if you have a trick available.
Mhm.
So it's like it seems very like the cards all do like very powerful, unique things. And sometimes drawing certain cards for certain circumstances seems to be a bigger deal in Arizona than in other runner decks. So
Yeah.
like the biggest contrast to that point is like Reg Anarch is like a very clear example of like all the cards kind of do the same thing. And it's just like you're managing your resources and you're managing the cards that you do get, and you can find a way to do the thing that you need to do.
Mhm.
But Arizona naturally is very techy, so you have your Entangler, your Hush. In this deck, we got wheels, and like we have to draw our pawn shops if we want to trash our Muse and get value off of that, and then like simulchip installing programs in payability windows. Like it's all very like, do you have the tool or do you not? And
Yeah.
sometimes that can be frustrating to deal with.
For sure. You definitely have to be willing to analyze like, oh, I like can do this or I can't do this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like
Looks like we're off.
we just started the game. It looks like we're doing the 419 versus Asmari matchup first. Santa is in the upper bracket. So Santa has not lost. Encoder has lost a game. So if Santa wins, we're done. And if Encoder wins, then we do go to that second game where they switch sides.
So looking at some surveyor stats, both of these players have actually faced off in a couple tournaments this year. The last 2 games this year were both at Circuit Breaker Invitational and APAC Continentals during Swiss rounds, if I'm not mistaken. And so far, Santa has not lost Encoder this year. They played a couple times. So I don't know whether that's Encoder's head going into this. This is this Mari re-education deck that you might know of. It's been top of meta for this whole summer. This is actually an older version of it. I think I've seen more modern versions with different agenda suites slightly, and then some other tricks like Neurospike. This is the more straightforward one with like send a message for punitive threat. If you step out of line, you have to steal that. And of course, you can just die to core damage. Now, 419 has some tricks into here. Amaku is really good in this deck. It doesn't have a virus. It doesn't really want to purge as much as there is some 6 strength ice. And we have 3 class acts, which can be very, very valuable. Diversion of funds, of course, as much as calling an event every turn is, I imagine, what we're going to see. What do you think about this sort of list? I think a lot of people have strong opinions on this Mari. I don't know if I've heard you talk about Sokka. It's something you see more in Europe, in the UK specifically, and it is dominating events. But I think on this side, people have been less slow to adapt to it and also like play different changes of it, which I think is really important for a deck that people start to understand how it wins. And then I think you have to make some slightly small deck changes to kind of surprise people. And it's been working out really, really well.
I think you're spot on about the fact that this is a deck that's really common in Europe and in the UK specifically, and that it hasn't picked up as quickly in North America. But I would say it has picked up in North America. I have seen it played a bunch. I think like at Cascadia.
It won a Canadian Nationals 2 months ago in Toronto.
Yeah. So it's certainly seen play, and it's a scary deck.
Oh yeah.
Personally, it's like I personally don't like how you just kind of like rip through your deck, and the game is not going on for very long, so like so much depends on your draw at the very start of the game. And I've played this deck a couple times where it's like, okay, we're gonna play Sun Commandment and then into Planogram, and we're probably gonna see that today. And we're just the corp's gonna have like 10 cards in hand, but you haven't drawn your YDL yet.
Yeah.
So you're like, okay, like we're gonna play this Planogram on click 2, and like, man, if I don't draw this YDL here, like we've probably just lost. And then you do draw it, and then you play it, and then the game keeps going, and like that doesn't feel great to me.
I hear you.
But like I think that's part of the thrill of the deck, and that's like a reason that people like it, is that you get to rip through your cards, and it is fairly consistent. You've got 40 cards, and it is a very, very, very threatening situation that you're presenting the runner with very quickly.
And it's not only like a 40 card minimum deck, it is a 40 card deck. So I've seen the Rashida into Rashida into Rashida. Here we're starting Santa just going for card draw. And I think if he finds a YDL here versus not, it's a different game. Encoder respecting it, not playing an event turn 1, very important. As Mari says, the first time you play an event each turn, let's just say it says that, you gain 2 credits. So Encoder taking the slow start there with the Earthrise and the Mystic after a mulligan as well. Whether you have a Diversion or Amakua, you might consider keeping the early hand, but you want to keep those class acts. You generally don't want to play the early ones. You want to play them on turns you're going to die. And I think that's actually one of the big differences between the list that Cobra Bubbles brought to one of the regionals that he won, is that list is actually on a Neurospike as well, and even red level clearance, which gives you more lines into Class Act, where you can actually score out a re-education with more cards in hand and flatline with a Neurospike, as opposed to the 1 core damage with re-education into, excuse me, Jupe side grid that doesn't always connect.
So, and this is an interesting matchup. I actually played against Whiteblade last Tuesday, just at like a casual meetup where I was playing as Mari and he was playing Sable. And we were just kind of like testing this matchup. And it's actually, the Crim matchup is uniquely hard because the Asmari in every other matchup aside from Crim, the Asmari is always like, okay, we're going to make this remote. We're going to put 3 cards in there and put 3 ice on top of the remote. And there's no ice on centrals.
You can't do that.
You can't do that against Crim. And we haven't even installed our Amakua yet, but like, which is actually kind of concerning considering how low the runner's money is at right now. But against Crim, usually like you have to respect Amakua, and you have to respect the central threats of Diversion, and like Hermes is going to be less consistent because there's only 6 agendas in the deck, but you do have a small deck size. Like you are playing 40 cards with 6 agendas. So even though you only have 6 agendas by count, like the agenda density is still decently high.
I think it's also, we heard from Santa's brother that this is a deck that he's not a big fan of, and I think he picked it up recently for this tournament. And I do also think it is a deck that requires reps because, again, understanding the risks of how often do you just do the planogram to hope, and versus like what sort of kill combo forks can you make. And obviously Santa is an incredibly skilled player, but might not have as many reps into this deck as some of the other, I think Man of the Moon says one trick Thule player he might have his reps in on Thule.
Not a one trick Thule player, but actually I've been meaning to I was wanting to jump in just a little bit of history between these two players that I know and probably not that many people know. But when Charlie last season started playing and played in APAC, he made it into the cut with a consecutive series of 2-for-1s, and his last game, playing Big Deal Outfit against Encoder, playing Control Out with Clot, was a 2-for-1, which Charlie ended up winning and going into the APAC cut and won the whole event. As like his kind of like debut onto the competitive netrunner, at least international competitive netrunner scene. And then at Cascadia, and like they were like Cody and Charlie became like friends after that, and then Encoder came to Cascadia and brought the Big Deal Outfit deck that Charlie had played at APAC card for card and eliminated Charlie from the top cut of Cascadia with his own deck. So they've been really good friends ever since that whole thing went down. So Charlie's known for the Big Deal Outfit as well as lots of other lists.
That's true. And I do think, again, the stats I'm looking at show exactly that, the 2-for-1 history. But I think that is the last game that Encoder has managed to take off of Santa so far. We get an ice, install in archives. It's just a ping. And again, there's some Amaku respect here, but we're charging the remote server. We don't know what this is. It looks like a Rashida would be my guess, and saying like, I'm going to force you to res a ping. I'm going to show you, like, res the Piranhas, give me a bad publicity. I'm not sure what the bad face check could possibly be, besides maybe Satyevna that gets a bit ugly, especially if you can hit a breaker from hand. That can really slow down some criminals.
Yeah, it's a bit of a risk if there's breakers in hand, as you said. But the odds should be low to hit a breaker, especially considering that we've decided to make this run. And this is like it should be Rashida. So it's a great run. It gives you a bit of information. Because later in the game, we're going to be running this remote on a really, really important critical turn. And it's important to know, like, can I break this with Amakua or can I boomerang it? But looks like no res. We're just going to trash Rashida.
That is half of Encoder's credits. And speaking of credits, right? Like this is turn 3. We haven't seen a single event. Now, Mystic Miami eventually she will play an event herself, but this is Mari. A lot of times you're playing against Anarch, if they're not very careful against Asmari, this Santa would be here on like 13 credits. As opposed to 7. That's a huge difference. Obviously, it's a huge difference. Now, Encoder needs to get that Amakua down. Needs to get that Amakua up to massive strength to be able to contest the remote server because he just doesn't have the time or economy to be able to get the right breakers for the job, let alone a 6 strength code gate. So you can beat Piranhas by having cards in hand, inside job, boomerang, but if you don't get the Amakua rolling here, it's going to be hard to get those accesses.
So I haven't practiced this matchup a ton, I mean, really at all. Like I've played this. I've played like Asmari versus Krim like once or twice. But I find it really interesting that we've iced archives. So we're
That
just like
doesn't
that
often
does
happen.
it does 3 things in my head. We're blocking Amakua, we're blocking Dirty Laundry, and we're also blocking Pinhole.
Yep, that's
but
important.
it is costing us a piece of ice and a click to install it that could have been on the remote. And maybe that's an ice that we would have been willing to res to protect this Rashida.
Yeah, you don't often see it. A lot of times, like you said, oh, it is a Piranhas. We're going to get that bad publicity. We'll see what the net damage hits here. Again, getting a Cat's Cradle out of hand. Now, it's not like you're going to Cat's Cradle through a Piranhas, but this is going to be a 4 credit run and getting information. Santa now down to 4 credits, getting 2 credits off the first event of the game.
That's a huge deal. There's only one Cat's Cradle. That's the only code gate breaker.
Now, the code gates in this deck, some versions are message chest, so I think this one's only on Piranhas and maybe 1 Magnet. So it's not like you want to break this with Cat's Cradle, so this is probably now Boomerang territory or just have more cards in hand territory.
Yeah. That's I mean, that's a good fallback for the Corp here. If the game isn't going well, we're not drawing the cards we need, like at the very least, we can set up some lines where we put code gates on key servers.
If I'm not mistaken, Cobra Bubbles' recent version of this has dropped the Piranhas for just a 3 mess and chest foes as like an annoying face check. 4 strength is pretty reasonable into the meta, and saying that players are figuring out how to beat Piranhas. Just draw up, draw, run. It can beat the Piranhas remote server and stop you from spending so much money breaking a 6 strength code gate. Now, of course, this is a mining accident 419 list, so maybe Encoder is just totally hyped to start to get that bad publicity coming in for free, but you're still going to need the breaker. You're going to need the Amakua, and then you can, we threw out 1 Chesva, so I don't know what the rest of the hand is, but that doesn't do anything unless you have your Amakua.
So as you said, yeah, we got to get our Amakua out, and we got to do it now. While the Corp is poor, while they haven't quite gotten a lot of draw, they don't have a ton of money, and like they're not threatening to kill you. We need to spend this time to build Amakua counters. Because if that ice on the remote is another Piranhas, and we have enough money to res it and get our kill combo, like our turtle might better be at 6 strength, or we're not getting into that remote.
Yeah, I think Santa might want a hard end to run of the remote server because 2 Piranhas can be beaten not as easily as 1 Piranhas. Like you do have to do more work, but we see a Holloman on the remote server. You're worried about I think you need around 8 to 9 credits for the kill combo, and of course you need 3 cards in the remote. You need Jupestad, Holloman, and Agenda in this version. But we're running HQ and finding a punitive. It can be scary to run central servers because if you do have to steal a send a message or a degree mill, a re-education, you can get punitive. However, Santa is going to need a Rashida into double YDL to even threaten that, and Encoder has reasonable money. So this might be a good window to touch centrals and try and get a Hermes bounce, but Encoder not getting the Amakua down first. Doesn't have it.
I think Encoder knows what's up enough that if an agenda gets stolen, we're going to be bouncing the other unknown card in the remote, which should be Rashida here.
Oh, now can Awaken? Oh, losing the core appears to Awaken Plant. That means the ping, you actually can be purged out here, and running last click into a ping is going to give a tag. This doesn't have a lot of tag punishment in the deck besides the planograms, which now become Rashida Yahims for a click. But losing the Kurapira, the 1 in 6 probably, for a ping on HQ, ping on archives, and a Klavetnik somewhere in the list can be important. Now we're very much, it's Amakua or a bust, losing 2 breakers in the first couple turns.
Yeah, yeah. that's
hard.
Really bad.
Don't think I've been very poor this weekend. Yeah, we've only played, I think, 1 event so far. This is not great for Encoder. Now, it's not a Rashida on the remote server. It's Holloman, and it might actually just be the agenda feeling safer there than anywhere else. But Asmari, just clicking for 3 credits is not the turn you're expecting. Encoder can still get the pressure on, but we're looking at Amakuas. Is it on 2 or is it on 3 Amakuas? 2. Just 2.
Yeah.
Now, Encoder, if you want to clear the tag, it does only affect Predictive Planogram. I think some of the modern versions of this deck are also on F2P, which can be pretty cute as a hard end the run of sorts if it's set up properly. But we're going to be running R&D here again. There's only 6 agendas and 40 cards. You need to steal 9 points and also not die to punitive at any point along the way.
Yeah, I don't really see this. I don't really see this happening for the runner.
Saryevna hitting a boomerang. One of the other ways to deal with ice here, and Saryevna drawing 2. Santa is bottomed out here. We're 2 tags in. Don't have the money to clear that. Finding a Rashida at least off the top there, but Planogram more likely to be in hand. Santa is going to need to recover, and Encoder here probably doesn't want to play an event while Santa's bottomed out.
Oh man, like the runner's hand was really bad.
Yeah.
Like boomerang, mining accident, another Hermes, like 2 breakers.
This mining accident giving Encoder the second bad publicity, but also giving Santa 2 credits. It's like playing against the outfit, making your own outfit. Santa can play both at home. But now with only 2 credits, again, just to go over the math, the kill combo is Res Holloman for 2, Res Jupestad for 2, and then Advance for 6. Sorry, Jupestad for 4. So that's 12? Did I do the math right? I want to say 12.
That number sounds familiar.
Big misplay,
Yeah.
methinks. Those
Yeah, it
breakers. That's
It is
pretty
tough.
rough again. Not a lot of NBN decks run as much damage as this deck is with both Piranhas and Saryevna, so installing your breakers and just imagine Encoder here had a Kurapira down and bad publicity with just a ping and a Wake Implant on HQ. That game would be so different.
We got to get this turtle down, and I don't know where we're gonna get these counters from. We got to get one, and then
Yeah.
okay.
Falsified.
Here's what we got.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got falsified. We've got 2 bad pub. So if we can go install turtle, run archives, or falsified, then we can run HQ twice, and that's 3 counters.
Wait, this is credit card as sudden commandment to attitude adjustment. Santa's still not funding your digital life? Gonna shuffle probably 2 agendas back for 4 credits, but Santa's economy is just not doing it.
Man.
That's the sudden wait, it's sudden into sudden? Oh yeah, you can do that as long as you don't do the mandate thing at the bottom.
Yep.
Oh, that's goofy. I was like, how did these get out of the game? Oh no, they're just in the play area, whatever that is. I'm still like the wrong deck. It looks like there's 3 YDL in the bottom 14. And speak about bottom 14, we've drawn through 26 cards. We're on 4 credits, no points in anyone's score area. This is weird. Now what do you do with the agendas? The thing is, like, Santa can throw out agendas into archives, and Encoder can make a misplay. If you run archives and for some reason you choose not to res the ping and feed the runner 6 points, you can just die to punitive. Now you need money. You probably need double punitive if Encoder installs a class act, but you have to be careful that you don't just run archives and steal 6 points and the game's over. Send a message re-education being shuffled back with attitude adjustment. It looks like there's 6 points at least in R&D of a deck that's only running 6 3-pointer agendas.
Oh, and we're about to discard 4. I mean, the runner has a chance. See, but this is what I was saying at the very start of this game.
Yeah.
When I was just talking about Asmari, is like you get into these situations where like, okay, well, my best line is to draw and hope I get YDL, and my odds are decent. But if I don't find it, like I'm really screwed.
Yep.
And that's exactly the situation that we found ourselves in here, and we did not draw it. And that's the thing about this Asmari is like our econ comes from, like, I guess 2 other sources is Rashida and our ID.
You got
and
Planogram.
You're not supposed to play Planogram for 3 credits, but like you technically can. But like what other deck relies so heavily on a card for econ?
Well, have you played YDL PD?
No, but like even then, like if PD
you got
doesn't-
Tranquility, you got stuff.
Yeah. If PD doesn't draw YDL, they're fine. If Asa doesn't draw fully up, they're doing better than this Asmari is right now.
That might be true. We've just played another event that is 6 credits, I think, so far for Asmari, and it's an Amakua. We can't install that. We don't have the click compression. Throwing out a pair of dirty laundries there with the Mystic. That Amakua is going to come down, and we're aware that it's ping on archives, ping on HQ, 1 strength. So the line here in Coder is either drop Amakua, just send it through Saryevna and start farming HQ, hope you don't die to punitive, or of course we know exactly what card in server 1 is a Holomin, so you can just go ahead and falsify that. There should be 2 in the list. That will give you the one counter, so you can deal with ping with Amakua, and then you can start maybe snowballing. Again, running HQ with Amakua at 1 is entirely free with the 2 bad publicity we have. Santa deciding here.
That's interesting. I think. Oh, okay. No, that makes sense. Because I was thinking we could have like poked archives to maybe get the mutual favor click efficiency install, but we're probably scared of double agenda
Punitive.
in archives and then
Yeah.
punitive.
I've seen
Yeah.
far too many players just get punitive way sooner than they need to, and it's a really interesting change. I would kind of say quote unquote modern versions of this deck moved off of Send a Message and are actually playing Degree Mill, which gives runners
Yeah.
choices of whether they want to steal the 3-pointers or not. And obviously that's not great if someone wants to stumble into punitive. I guess you're guessing the best players are not stumbling, but it means it's harder to just like win because you need cards installed in a fast matchup.
It's a trade-off.
Yeah.
I'm not
Oh,
totally sure which one I like better. Because as like obviously stealing Degree Mill is annoying for every runner.
yeah.
But like if you're playing Degree Mill in your deck, like I know that when I run archives,
You're totally safe.
I'm safe unless you've thrown 2 re-educations in there for some reason.
Yeah.
That 6-point punitive threat is not online with Degree Mill in the deck, and that kind of gives most runners, especially criminals, a lot more freedom.
Speaking of criminals,
but in this case, we've iced archives, so that point is moot.
Falsified guessing upgrade here. I think we know which one is a Holoman, so there shouldn't be a gamble. I'm not sure why I hung up. Wait, 2 Holomans? You can do that. And it actually can matter on some board states. That's actually a really important thing. You can install Agenda, do Holoman, second Holoman, and that can matter on some kill combos. But we also now know there's a Rashid on the remote server. Santa might have lines here. We're finding a second Holoman. So Holoman is a lot of money, but that puts 4 advancements. So you can do install, Holoman. This could be lethal if Encoder, if I'm not mistaken, doesn't put down a class act.
Off the Rashida fire?
Yeah, you do Rashida. Okay, yeah, money might be a problem. I think that's the biggest thing. Money is going to be a problem there. But with slightly more money, you can do install 5/3, Holoman, advance, res Jupstead.
That's not enough clicks. Install 5/3, Holoman,
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good point. I think that's going to come up sooner than later. But I've seen those lines where like double Holoman actually does do something, because if there's already an agenda in the server, you can do Holoman, install Jupstead.
And then you have an extra click. So yeah, install Jupstead, yeah.
Now Encoder has to be careful here, because now having the Amakua might be frightening to run HQ, because if you do steal a 3-pointer, we know there's at least 1 punitive in there, and we're going to have the credit differential, and there's no way Rashida doesn't hit a YDL here, right? No way.
Let's find out.
Literally, no way.
The 4 out of 14, and there's 3.
Now, Santa also has access to the cracked predicted planogram for draw 3, gain 3, but at this point, with only 10 cards left in the deck, you're going to have some issues unless you can threaten lethal as soon as like this turn or next turn.
I would also assume that the runner has class act in hand. Like there's only 24 cards. There's only 24 cards left in the deck. 3 class acts.
Sure.
I haven't seen any.
And that's the problem with the Jupstead version, is like it's much harder to beat class act than Neurospike classically. But it still can be beat. Like sometimes you want to do the click compression. The issue is like it's hard to score at a 3-pointer. Like being on threat 3 actually does change the game fundamentally. Or if Encoder does steal 3-pointers, then you can start to clicklessly get like a lot of card draw by playing commandments. But actually 3 commandments are in the bin. So that is a line that's even harder for Santa to do, to threaten like the class act lethal.
Yeah.
Santa is thinking, again, 10 cards left in R&D. It's only a 40-card deck. There are 6 agendas. We know the remote server should be Holoman, probably Jupstead is my guess. Triple Holoman is a possibility, but like, that's weird. Oh, there's a way. YDL, gain 6. Santa now.
We have enough money now.
Yeah, and punitive is a thing that Encoder is going to struggle to interact with.
Card in the remote is going to be... and that's the thing about the Asmari, is like we haven't scored any agendas, and there's only 10 cards left in the deck, but we only need to score 1 to win the game.
Yeah, this is gonna be difficult. Even if Santa puts an agenda in server 1, can Encoder get enough money to survive punitive? I don't think he can. So it comes down to like always having a class act. One of the things that you want to do is like do pinhole as well, and that's another important reason to put down 2 Holloman, is that if you pinhole one, Santa can still get the other one to fire off. So we're pretty sure we know all these cards have to be upgrades. So if that's the case, you can always pinhole the Jupstad, and if you pinhole the Jupstad, that will buy you a whole turn for the combo, unless you're on threat 3 and the deck runs red level clearance and some other stuff, which is not going to be a problem in this matchup.
Well, we know Encoder knows 2 of them are Holloman, and he also knows which 2 that is. So there's only one unknown upgrade in the remote. Right
exactly. Now. So you're assuming that's probably the Jupstad, not the 3rd Holloman.
Right.
So that's the one you would probably pinhole if you want to pinhole any of these, because trashing 1 Holloman doesn't matter. Attitude adjustment to put 2 send messages back in R&D. That's the 3rd and 4th agenda that went back into R&D there, getting some money. We're installing on server 1. This could be the lethal turn. Now we're not on threat 3. So if Encoder just has enough cards in hand, you can survive this with Class Act. If you try and contest this, obviously Piranhas on 6 is going to be a problem. We don't know what the outermost ice is. It's probably not a ping. Klevetnik is also really interesting because you want to install the Class Act after you run through the Klevetnik. But we're just going for a diversion. I don't think this diversion does much. I guess you need to get away from punitive, but you need to get a Class Act down here for sure.
Double diversion is enough.
Oh yeah, you're right. Just to stop the kill combo. Yeah, you'll be on 10.
Yeah, we need 12.
Yeah, so it's whether it's double diversion here or whether you want to get down the Class Act. Again, you do need to fix those credit differentials if you want to ever steal agendas, because punitive is really difficult. And you always need to have a Class Act in hand for the turns that it matters. And luckily, one Class Act usually begets the second.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is like even if we don't have the other diversion in hand, we could install Class Act and draw the other diversion.
Yeah.
And the runner, click to draw. Uh-oh.
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 Wait a second. That's not according to plan.
Uh-oh.
Does Encoder not have it? Obviously, there's no 2 diversions anymore. That's a double. So, like, Encoder needs to drop a Class Act here, or Pinhole is the only other. Buy a bands. Okay, you're hoping to get a Class Act here. You have a bit of bad publicity to work with, but, like, you need a Class Act on this, or this is the game. A Hermes could do it, but then you have to survive punitive, so that's still a thing. But we know there's like 3 agendas maybe in R&D. Buy a bands. Go and install a Class Act. Oh, there we go. Okay. Draw up to 9 cards in hand. Santa can go for the combo and get to at least threat 3, which can matter. But with 9 cards left in R&D, it's going to be hard for Santa to close the game out if he can't find lethal.
Diversion actually might not be enough, because we could have re-education double Holloman Jupestad in the remote, which gives us a click to play YDL. So we could
Yeah, the double Holloman can exactly matter. It's money's gonna be a problem, right?
Actually, no, that doesn't make sense at all, because we're spending a click to gain money in order to save ourselves. It doesn't save us any money, because we'd have to res another Holloman and spend 4 to click the Holloman, which is definitely credit negative.
But it's not so much that like that plays good into the money. That plays good for the card draw, right? Like if you want to be Class Act, you just need to spend a click to play Planogram to draw 3. But then, like, can you do Planogram, Holloman, lethal? Like, what does that cost? It costs 4 for the Jupestad. Each Holloman is 6. So 6, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
But the thing is, paying 6 and a click for Holloman, for the second Holloman, is always going to be worse than just spending 2 clicks and 2 credits.
But it's not about the money, it's about the card draw, right? Because you need to get lethal.
Oh, yeah. We're talking about the card draw. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think it's plus 4 credits, so it would be 16 credits for lethal. So we're 1 credit short in this board state. But I guess we get the credits off of the planogram because we're tagged, so that's.
Oh,
wait,
yeah.
do we possibly have it? Because okay, so it's Holloman is 6. Holloman is 6. That's 12. Then you have the Jupestad. That's 13, 14, 15, 16. So if you play Planogram here, you should have it.
One card short.
Cards. Because you go to 4 to 5, 6.
Yeah, we're a card short.
Oh crap! It's close. It's actually close.
And if we had Commandment, it would have done it, but we don't have any Commandments left. There's all 3 in the bin.
Oh yeah, just for more card draw. Yeah, all 3 in the bin. Because obviously on threat 3 text you have more options there, but this is where like the Neurospec versions can get you at different angles, and like obviously Encoder's playing around Jupestad, but the Neurospec version gives you a bit more reach on these sorts of board states. but then you have click problems. I think it does do more damage. It should. Because then you have to only get 6 cards out of hand here. Or sorry, 7 cards out of hand. You're still going to have issues. You're still going to have problems, but I think it's easier to land.
Which one?
If you have Neurospike. Because then you just need 1 extra click, but it does 3 damage instead of 1. But you need the click, so you'd need like double Hollow Man, and then still cards in hand.
You need one.
We'd still be short because we'd have to keep the Neurospike in hand, and even if we had 7 cards in hand right now, that wouldn't be enough.
Okay, hear me out. With only so few cards left in the deck, you actually can re-education almost all of your hand, and then just hope you draw back into the same Neurospike. Now, obviously, it doesn't matter because we're not playing that. But like that's one of the weird things when you bottom out is that you should be able to know what you're drawing into. I'm not actually sure if re-education shuffles. It adds to the bottom in your choice of order. So you can actually set up that you're going to redraw the same cards you bottom. That's kind of interesting. Just purge. Saying I can do it next turn potentially, but that means Encoder has another window to get a class act down, or obviously we can get a really cheap expose. There's only 1 more falsified in the whole deck.
Yeah, the square re-education, shuffle your whole hand back, and then draw the Neurospike is definitely something I've heard told in the,
Yeah, it sounds sick.
Stories of, I took the line. Got the, 6 out of whatever.
You think in chat saying run R&D for the C3. Yep.
This is where like you can maybe win on a single turn. There's probably 3 agendas in R&D's 9. So Boomerang is a 1 day to get an Amakuwa counter, but you can always just run R&D and let the Sarievna fire. Now cards will really matter here, but we're running HQ. We know there's a punitive, we know there's a predictive.
Diversion?
No, this is just a run, right? Predictive again.
Show me diversion.
Yeah, you need another diversion here for sure. And you need that Amakuwa counter, you have it. Please hit puny.
Saying that works. Does it work?
Playing an event. Encoder needs a second class act, and he has it. Gonna be up on 9 cards. Santa's on 17. Wait, does that mean he has lethal now? Or is he still short? I think he's still short a card.
I think we were always short cards was the problem.
Yeah. Unless Santa has, again, we're still not on threat 3. Obviously, all of the Sun Commandments are out, which is a nice way to sometimes clicklessly draw with more money on threat. But we have some choices here. Diversion could be hard. This is the sort of like lock that Santa needs to figure out how to beat it. Again, there's only 1 more class act. Those are not coming back. You can't DJ Steve and Criminal. So it might just be like 1 more window here. Santa, like, I don't know if he just scores out and tries to do like cards out of hand damage, or whether he just tries and purges again, which seem to be kind of annoying as much as there's still 1 Boomerang in circulation and 1 falsified credentials to get that 1 Amakuwa counter because the Fractor is gone.
So to respond to some of the comments in the chat about running R&D and stealing an agenda bounces the re-education. So that is what delays the game for another turn. Like adding cards back to hand or like finding agendas. But it's risky because like we probably still need to install the class act so we don't die to punitive.
Yep.
But that like if we don't have the class act, maybe that's like the line we have to take is we find an agenda and we hope they don't have 2 punitive. Although with only 8
it definitely
cards
does, yeah.
Yeah, with only 8 cards left in R&D, we probably have 2, maybe 3 punitives.
Yeah, so Santa has to figure out whether he wants to purge. Again, also pre-advancing the card, either Holloman or the regular way. Like, we know exactly which one the agenda is, so it doesn't really give off much information. We also are pretty sure which one the jupe stat is. So if Encoder has the pinhole and trashes the jupe stat, you do buy yourself another whole turn. So there's like, I think 3 cards in these 14 plus 9 that buy Encoder another turn. Maybe even more than 3. It might be 3 or 4.
Not actually sure if we know which of the last 2 cards installed are the second Hollow Man and the re-education.
We know bottom most is Holloman, 3rd is Holloman, top is probably the agenda because it used to be Rashida, so we're guessing the 2nd has to be Jupestad.
Yeah.
Okay, how do we know the 3rd is Holloman?
He falsified it.
Okay, so we don't know which card was falsified, but Encoder knows which card was falsified. And Encoder wouldn't have guessed upgrade on the bottom card because the bottom card being Hollow Man was exposed via 419. And
unless he wanted to guarantee success.
No, because the turn that the falsified was played, we installed Rashida and exposed that.
so we knew which card was the
Yeah.
non-upgrade. So
Okay.
I'm assuming that Encoder picked one of
Yeah.
either the second card or the third card and saw Hollow Man.
That makes sense. Okay. Okay, then we do know.
Yeah. He said
Ooh,
2
this is
Hallman, he was
good.
surprised. This play is really cool because obviously if it's
The
Rashida or
spin.
Spin Doctor, it's more cards. But also I've seen this play that you actually put out an agenda, a 5-3 on server 2. Now that's risky because obviously you'll get the bounce on the card in the remote server, but it's actually a hard thing for Encoder to interact with while surviving punitive. And sometimes that can matter. Now I don't think it's great play on this board state, but it is like sometimes that's the fears, understanding that this also might not be. It might be an agenda. You might have to bait a run here that is gonna, again, there's 2 lethals on the table.
We also knew that we were 1 card short the last few turns.
Encoder
So
Encoder is on Class Act, is on 3 Class Acts. So we do
Yeah.
have a 3rd Class Act. But yes, this is most likely Spin Doctor because as Abraham, you just said that we have been 1 card short the last 2 turns. So 3rd Class Act does not beat this Spin Doctor on the board.
Now Diversion could maybe do it unless server 2 is a Rashida, but Encoder has a bunch of options here again. Pinhole might do it. Running server 2 might do it. I don't know if he can get his money up to survive double or triple punitive. Again, if you only steal 3-pointer, you still need a lot of work, and then you're kind of okay into Class Act, get that Hermes bounce. But again, we're only looking at here 1 agenda in the remote server, and then there's 6 agendas across what is 7 cards in R&D, a bunch of face downs, and maybe the Spin Doctor in server 2 helps that. But it's still kind of tricky to touch the right cards here and not just collapse the punitive.
So double diversion does not do it because we have called event.
Yeah,
so
you'll be on 12.
Double diversion leaves the corp at exactly 12. Pinhole, we have
Pinhole for the Jupe stud does it.
Right. So we do have both pinholes that haven't been played. So pinhole is an out.
Yeah.
And then like ripping 9 points out of R&D and HQ is also always an out.
Yeah, Encoder has to figure out what to do here. Again, tagged. We know planogram in hand. It looks like Santa's holding on for that for a turn where he needs the burst or the economy. And server 2 being a big question mark. Encoder, again, if he doesn't have the last class act, and even the last class act can be tricky if we're assuming server 2 is either Rashida or a Spin Doctor.
I mean, I think it really just depends on if we have this pinhole in hand. I don't see any other out. So if we have pinhole in hand, then we can think about lines where we play the pinhole.
Yeah.
And if we don't have pinhole in hand, then I think we're just running HQ 3 times and then running R&D and seeing 4.
I think there's agendas and archives. Like maybe you have to run archives first to see if Santa will give you the free points and then go R&D. Because there must be 6 points in archives at a minimum.
Yes. Yeah. I missed that. Yeah. So we probably need to think about how do we get the Spin Doctor popped and get a run on archives.
Yeah.
The ordering on the R&D and HQ run is also interesting because if you hit an agenda out of R&D, you can bounce the re-education, and then now there's an extra agenda in HQ.
Yeah. Bravado, we're going archives. This is huge. Now, Santa has full control over how this interaction works if there is a Spin Doctor on the table. We do know this is a ping, which I don't think Santa's heavily incentivized to res. It's broken for bad publicity. The 3rd tag won't matter in this matchup. There's no actual tag punishment besides planogram, but we're looking at 6 face-down cards, and there must be agendas in there. We'll see again. Send a message, like whether res is the card on server 1. I guess we'll get information on the server, but this is now up to the bluff to some extent. Is there a class act in hand? Nothing. What the heck? 2 punitives are out. Wait a second. Just run centrals.
Wait a second. There's 2 punitives in the bin. Wait a second.
There's 15 points across 12 cards.
So there's a bunch of agendas in HQ, I guess. What is
we saw attitude adjustments shuffle a bunch back. So the hand is planogram. Maybe with the punitives are just discarded now, unless like in theory, Encoder can still steal 1 6-point turn and lose to punitive. So there might still be 1 in hand. Whereas no, there's a planogram in hand, maybe 2. Inside job. We're just going for the remote server, saying we're getting in here.
Oh, yeah.
Now this actually, I think gets.
Yeah, we get in.
If there's a but if there's a Spin Doctor in server 2, doesn't this get you?
Oh. Yeah. Yup.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's a trick that you have to watch out for. Again, this is calculated when the subroutine fires. Major misplay. Encoder says, yes, that is going to be kind of rough. This Piranha is going to end the run, and let alone give Santa cards in hand. Encoder needs to steal points, needs to win the game. Now, we know where all the agendas are here. Encoder's only plays run HQ, run RDC4.
But that's fine.
That's like, honestly okay, yeah.
There's 2 punitives in archives.
Yes.
Like, we can...
Just get the Hermes.
We just need to find 1 agenda and bounce this re-education.
Yeah.
We don't want to find 2 agendas. If we find 2 agendas, then we
Yeah,
can
it's a
buy
bit
the
dicey. Yeah.
punitives. But if we
Far-
only find 1, then we have to like spin back the punitives and hope to draw one.
So it's
Oh,
either
actually no. Wait.
because the punitives can go back in, and then you can do planogram into punitive.
Do we have the money for that?
Definitely. I don't know. Maybe. I want to say definitely. Maybe.
The runner's got 12 credits.
Yes.
Okay, so to land a punitive, you need 11.
You're assuming you're going to start your turn with 9 in hand and have like a YDL for a lot. You can also like shuffle back in sudden commandments, which are like very, very good if you hit a YDL, let alone a punitive. So now the question is whether we're stealing 3 or 9. We're going R&D first.
Not
Now
with
again, you
Redraw.
can't use more than 3 Waken plants, so Hermes here is really important for the balance. Let's see how many agendas we steal. We're going to see the full 4, I think.
We need to see 1 agenda or 3 agendas.
Yeah.
One agenda, we're actually safe. Because
Yeah.
with the Bravado, we don't have enough money for double punitive, even with Plano. Maybe with YDL though.
Now, Encoder
not with Bravado. Not with Bravado. No, I haven't done the exact math, but I have a very strong feeling that double punitive is not enough.
We're deciding what to do with the Spin Doctor here. I think Encoder broke all 3 subroutines on Tsarevna. 2 of those were bad publicity, but breaking that tag subroutine is like 1 credit actually could matter on the punitive math. We'll see if that comes up, but we've seen Encoder actually break extra subroutines than necessary here, just hitting the break all. But now we're going to get, again, 7 credits back from the Bravado. We've used mostly bad publicity. The question is whether Santa wants to shuffle back in with the spin. It's 39 minutes on the clock. If I'm not mistaken, this is not a timed round, so there's going to be no time stress. What do you shuffle back in here? Like, punitive is the most interesting, obviously. There's a trash cost on sudden commandment, and that might be worth trashing because that does see the cards behind it and gives you click compression, which we're assuming we're going to be on threat 3. Let alone just plays an event. Yeah, this is wild.
Like, you have the ability to see 4 cards, but you only want to steal 1 agenda or 3 agendas.
Double punitive. Do you just like hedge your bet and see Wake, see 2 cards? Lol. Yeah, I know. I think you just run
Wait,
this
wait,
D4, run HQ.
We have another class act.
We should. We might, but it dodged damage so far. But there could be one more. I don't know if Encoder has it. We're seeing all 4.
We're seeing 3. We're seeing all 4, yeah.
Starting with re-education, okay. We'll see the bounce here. Probably the agenda in server 1.
Yeah.
That's back in HQ. You have 1 run on HQ after it. It looks like it's only 3 points.
Okay.
This is the best case for the runner.
Well, we're good. We just take a credit and we're good.
We just take a credit, and I think we are good. Triple punitive seems really difficult. Double punitive seems already really difficult. Now, I haven't run the math. I'm not good at the math very quickly here, but if you can do YDL into double punitive, is there any chance?
No, it's not enough. You need 4 with. Actually, 4.5 has
Just
a link.
Yeah.
So you need to pay 15 credit. You need to match the runner's credit for each punitive. So you need 30 credits, and we can't get to 30 with 1 click.
Yeah. Now, very importantly, the 6-point threat no longer exists. So if Santa can rebuild server 1 here with this many cards in hand, and what we know is to be just a ping on archives, right? Like, you can't really purge here. You can always send it in R&D. Waken Plan should be free. You can run HQ, run HQ, run HQ, run R&D. You only will be seeing no new cards, actually. Click is not that easy. Encoder deciding, again, if he runs HQ and steals 3 more points, he definitely dies to double punitive as long as Santa has it.
No, we can't run. We could really do anything but run.
Yeah.
And like spend money.
Yeah, you can do credit. You can maybe run archives. Yeah.
No. Just take credit. Like there's no. I mean, this is what Encoder's doing right now. Is we're just looking through the deck list and thinking about lines. But I don't see any lines. Like, well, there's no. We're not dead to punitive.
Yes.
And the re-education is not in the remote. So if the re-education is not pre-installed, we can't die next turn. So we have a whole other turn.
I think, like, maybe, again, I think clicking for credit's the safest. I don't think you can play an econ card if you have it. You've already played an event. 4 cards in hand doesn't make a difference. But whether you want to run archives and start farming the Amakua, because once you get to 6, if you can flush that remote server, Santa's win condition evaporates. It's a bit risky because you're still open to stealing a 3-pointer on a punitive, but like if you trap the Jupstad, Santa needs to find the second Jupstad. Oh wait, this is going to cost money. Has Encoder done the math? This has to be the Jupstad. I think it's 4 to trash. Pinel should see the card that's known to be not a Holloman. Is this an overextension? We still have 1 bad publicity to work with. have to hit the other hollow? Wait, what does Cody know?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh,
Wait,
no. What? He bounced the card that wasn't the agenda.
Wait, how is that?
How? What happened?
How did that happen?
I thought he knew exactly which one of the agenda
I
was. It has to
think-
be the topmost one.
Yeah.
I think that he must have bounced the second Hollow Man. And I think he didn't know. He must have exposed the Hollow Man that he knew for sure. And when we were talking
Yeah.
about the installing the Rashida, either Cody missed that expose or I don't remember if that Rashida. So
But the top card had to be the agenda because it was replaced by Rashida the turn before.
no, he installed 2 that turn. The turn that the Rashida was replaced, there were 2 new cards installed. It was the second Hollow Man and the Re-Education. And so Cody didn't know which was which because they were installed after the Rashida. There were 2 cards installed that turn.
Oh, I don't
And
remember
Cody
like
had
that.
to bounce the 50-50, and he bounced the Hollow Man, the second Hollow Man, instead of the Re-Education.
Yeah, man,
Wild.
that's not how I remembered it, but we'll have
Yeah.
to go back and take a look. I mean, those on YouTube can go back right away.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, the way that we
because
saw the
2 cards
Rashida.
entered that server.
Yeah, I
and
thought
when
it
he
was
ex-
Rashida and the
when he-
Hollow Man.
No, he did the Rashida and the Jupstad in the same turn, and then the next turn it was second Hollow Man and Re-Education, and then when Cody used the Falsified to expose, he exposed the original Hollow Man because that's the only one he knew for sure was going to be a successful expose. Well, he could have gone for the
Wild.
Jupstad, but he knew that as well. But yeah, so he bounced the. He could have actually gone for the Jupstad bounce, which could have been an interesting, maybe 100% play there. But he went for the 50-50 and then pinhole.
Yeah, it's hard to do anything else there. If you steal another 3-pointer, you're almost definitely dead to punitive unless it's exactly the bottom cards of R&D, which is quite tricky there. So that is the combo. For those who didn't see, again, we were a bit stunned there, but the Jupestad, the Hollow Man, you score the Re-Education, get all the cards out of hand, and then 1 core damage will flatline. So core damage, obviously, mattering twice in the top 3 here, but well played to Coder. Santa, undefeated in the top cut, is going to take that champion spot.
I'm gonna invite them both into comms if they're interested in doing like a quick interview, if that's all right.
Yeah, I think Santa said they would drop in. Yeah, he said he'll hop
and it
on.
looks like Encoder says he recorded his side too, so you can
Super
go
cool.
check that out. Encoder runs has a little YouTube channel of his own.
Yeah.
Posted a couple things on there.
I imagine that's where it's gonna go.
Yeah, Encoder's saying in the chat if he touched the Jupestad, he was dead to double punitive because of the credit differential. So he had to exactly hit the Hollow Man on the 50-50, which would probably give him enough money to survive against, because it has a slightly cheaper trash cost, which probably mattered. I imagine both players did the math there. Wild game, that's for sure. But flatline there, Santa is going to take it.
Yeah, very cool game, very exciting. I do wonder if the Hermes bounce on the Jupestad. No, it wouldn't have, because he could have double Hollow Man installed, just like we were talking about. That would have been aligned. So wild
Already
game,
tricky.
wild ending.
Cody, how's it going?
What's up, folks?
Yo, good game. That's an exciting game that we watched. That with the slow start, you lost a bunch of great cards with damage, but still putting the pressure on the last turn. Can you describe to us? I imagine you might watch the tape back. What did you know that was in the server? We were sure that you knew the order of the upgrades on certain turns. What happened?
What do you mean? How could I have known?
So, okay, we think we might have misreported it, but it seemed like the turn that the Rashida got installed, another upgrade got installed. I think Man of the Moon told us what happened, but we were convinced you knew that there was 2 Hollowmans in the remote server, and you got one of them, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So okay.
My
I see.
question was.
So I knew the last one wasn't an upgrade. Got it.
When you
Yeah, I
falsified,
botched that big time.
when you falsified, which card did you falsify?
The leftmost Hollowman.
Okay, right. Yeah. Okay, so that's like a point that stream can't tell which card you've clicked,
right.
because and I'm actually on another tab looking back at this now. So there was a Hollow Man that was installed, which was the leftmost Hollow Man, and that was exposed via 419. And then on the turn right before you played
No, by
Falsified.
falsified, not 419, right?
It
The
also
very
was
first,
exposed by 419.
yeah.
It's hard to catch those things in JNet
I must
sometimes.
have
That was
missed
something
the.
I was concerned about, was that credit total, I think at that time, like I needed the credits since I was so broke, and I did have to expose that one.
Oh shit. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
so
zoom in a
that's
lot so I can like have good I don't know, like good viewing for the recording, but then then the chat window is so small. I just must have missed it.
Yo, did you
Yeah,
record
I-
this for your channel? Is this gonna be up?
Yeah, I'll post the whole. I like live commentated everything as I was playing it, so I'll stitch it
Oh,
all
heck
together
yeah.
in post.
Yeah,
Super
Oh,
exciting.
that's so awesome.
it's so easy to miss on JNet. I mean, it's
Totally.
So I was of
I've-
the opinion that it wasn't guaranteed because I thought after the Rashida popped, Charlie installed 2 cards, the Hollow Man and the Reeducation, and I don't think you had a guaranteed knowledge of that, but I'm not positive.
I installed the Jupes did. So the first
After the
were
Rashida
Hollow Man.
Uh,
So basically, the turn that I installed 2 Hollow Man, I exposed the first one to 419, and that was the 2 cards I installed at the same time.
oh, and then you installed 2 cards
And-
another turn, and that was with Rashida?
Yeah, the line I was going for there at the end, which I think I could have potentially considered the turn before, but I was hoping to get rid of your like 1 tricks to get in, was that I could score it out with a click to draw up to hand size even past Class Act. But that was
We
like
were
one that I
talking about that.
expected I wouldn't be able to sneak past, but yeah, interesting.
We were talking about that, but you were 1 card short of using Planogram and then scoring
Exactly.
with. Yeah, we were.
And yep, all three of the sudden commandments are already gone too. Otherwise, those would be game winning.
Yeah, congratulations,
Yeah.
by the way, to both of you. Just for those who are watching the stream, for the voice that's just recently joined, that's Santa. That was a wild game and
Really.
absolutely exciting top cut. So well
So,
played,
The-
everyone.
there were multiple times where I could have double doofed after I had done like the first class act, but you were exactly on 22 credits. So if I had zapped 10, you would have still been at like combo level. Twice, like 2 turns back to back, that happened.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was noticing, like, I was concerned about double doof. I forget at what point, but Hermes bounce was actually what I was concerned about more because
Totally.
of the fact that I had a super awkward hand early. I mean, as it was kind of obvious, I didn't draw YDL for a long time, and so just had to kind of pitch a ton of cards. And the punitives had to get cut at that point, and I was like, I really hope you never check me on this. So I was actually not keeping agendas in hand because they were mostly bad if you like found one, which I thought was actually pretty interesting.
Yeah, it was wild. The Wake turn was like a huge misplay. I think obviously getting Kurapira down would have been huge there, but definitely kept you in the game.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Good stuff. Very well played.
Yeah, good game.
Sid, I know there's core damage in this deck, and that's how the flatline connects, but not on Thule. What's going on?
Yeah. So I love Thule, as I think a lot of people know. It's definitely my like favorite deck to I think bring in player and stuff like that. I was playing it pretty much consistently as the only deck I was kind of messing around with, at least in like tournaments, because it felt really solid to bring out to tournaments. I found that like the deck I still think is like really good, but it's something where like people have definitely picked up how to play into it a bit more. So like before it felt like I could run into kind of anyone and it was their first game playing against it, which like gives a really big edge for the deck. And it still is a good deck. I still think it's a tier 1 deck. I still think it's like a solid deck to pick. But after North America, or I guess it wasn't North America. Yeah, it was last year. But after Cascadia, which was West Coast Nationals in the US this year, I ended up like noticing that like people seem to be piloting into it pretty well, and probably from people playing it throughout like JNet and other places, like people have become more familiar with it. And so rather than having it be like a snap pick deck for me, it's still something that I think I would definitely pick up and play. I mean, I absolutely love it. But I thought across kind of I kind of took a 3-month break from Netrunner actually, kind of after Cascadia. My JNet like history goes like July 15th, I think, and then last weekend. And or maybe it's not 3 months, but it's been a while. And basically, I ended up going to New Zealand Nationals. Like, did that just like online last weekend, which was super fun. And I decided that I'd just bring like a fun list that I kind of had in my back pocket, which is Outfit, which was really fun to be back on that. And then for this tournament, I was just kind of looking for something different to play courtside. I feel like kind of exploratory at the moment, rather than just like kind of try and true things. So I had no games on Punitive Ismari going into this
That's what I
tournament.
heard. Yeah.
Yeah, but I was like, like this deck didn't get banned, so let's see how it feels. Let's bring it, have some fun with it. It's really annoying to play into, so maybe I can like play it and see how it feels from the corp side. And it was interesting. Yeah,
What do you think you learned?
It's a cool list. It's a list that I don't feel like should exist, but it's a cool list. It's a really cool list for the fact that all the cards exist.
All right, that's praise, I guess. I know you're not a big Punitive fan, so yeah, okay. Obviously, like this list is doing killer. I think we've seen it more across the pond than here, but it's obviously great to see it, and that was such an exciting final game. Coder, I want to ask real quick because this came out across the weekend. I don't think I've seen you in a tournament play Criminal since like 2020. That 419 list, which like mining accident, is just so fun to watch. We saw that alarm clock just sing in the last couple of games.
Oh yeah.
How are you finding it? How'd you end up on Criminal? It's fun.
Yeah, so I also haven't been playing much recently, and I kind of just wanted to play some like messed up Netrunner, right? Like, just wanted to do something just totally messed up, and I feel like mining accident 419 can do some messed up things. I also expected sort of a jammy meta, right? Like lots of HP. And so it obviously does well. And I was also like first, I guess 6 games or something, we're really dunking on alarm clock. Like this is just a dumb slot. It didn't do anything. But so you also started really doing some things in some games, which is cool, which is really cool. But yeah, I also had a thought of like, I've panicked last minute, played 419 on a tournament and done well at like American Cons, and I don't know, just have it in me, I guess.
So 419's got like, it's like a really, really strong pressure ID, and you mentioned you were expecting like a jammy meta and like a lot of HPs. Did you run into a lot of HPs? I was only here for parts of the cut, and it looks like you played against a number of them in the cut at least.
Almost only. I think I played 2 NBN, and the rest was just HB.
Oh wow, okay. And I think yeah, and I think there's like 28 or something PDs out of the 86 people that played. And not a ton of ASAs. So I take it that most of your games were probably against those 2 IDs, yeah?
That's right.
Yeah, the top cut there I think ended up being like half HP. What do you think about the Ag Infusion matchup? I don't think I'm excited for that.
I dodged it entirely.
Oh, just killing it out there. That's sick.
I know. Look, I had a lot of luck this tournament. Definitely played tight in a lot of games, a couple of misplays, like, not more than a couple, right? But I think the biggest thing that got me here was just like lucky matchups throughout the day.
Hey, I think you're a great player. Obviously, a great player with lucky matchups goes even further. But congrats to both players. Hey, real quick, are both of you going to be down in a couple weeks on your side of the coast to play some World Championship?
You know it. It's my backyard.
Yeah.
I think in Coda you are in SF, right?
Yeah, in the East Bay, but I'm in the Bay Area.
Cool.
Right.
Very cool.
Yep.
All right, we got to close the stream down. It's real late for Axu. I want to give a huge shout out to Axu. We'll do some thanks in just a second. Real quick, Encoder, do you want to have any shout outs? I think we linked your channel in the chat so people can grab it. But anything you want to shout out real quick? Fantastic weekend, by the way.
I mean, obviously, props to Santa, but just more importantly, like the team overall. I don't know. Netrunner's a cool game. Thanks for everybody who supports it.
Heck yeah. And Santa, do you want to take the mic?
Yeah. I don't feel like I have any particular real shout outs except for like Cody said, shout outs to the team. It was great, super fun. I definitely had like multiple team pairings throughout the tournament, which was super fun too. Feels like playing with friends. And then also shout outs, I guess, to Abram for running the tournament. It was awesome, Man of the Moon, everyone on comms, and also I guess both the people that more built the list that I brought today, since neither of them really were my own. Abram for the runner, and the EA Sports making this sick corp deck. So,
Super cool. Awesome. It's been a huge weekend. Again, 86 players coming out for an online event is a lot of folks coming out, and it takes a village. Of course, huge shout out to Man in the Moon for organizing it. This is, I think, the third showdown by now, and they've all been massive events. So I think people are excited for the sort of grassroots play again. It's been a huge narrative this year. Before we sign off, Man in the Moon, you want to say anything? I know you're on comms, you're muted. Maybe you don't hear this.
I
there you
heard
go.
you. I'm
Perfect.
here, just sitting in the background. It's great to hear you all talking. It's been a busy and fun weekend. Thanks so much, everyone who showed up and played. I want to shout out everyone. I don't know if any of them are watching, but who played in this event as their first tournament. I think that we had, I'd have to check the numbers, but like 15 or 20 people roughly in that area who played in this as their first online event.
That's
which
awesome.
is really, really cool. So part of what's growing these events is that the people who come and play for their first online event often come and play in the next one. So we keep growing a little bigger each time. But yeah, thanks for everyone who's a part of it, who showed up, who played. Yeah, if you're coming to Worlds, awesome. Introduce yourself. Come find me. It's nice to meet people. Thank you all for playing. Thank you all for helping out with the stream. It makes it so much more fun. And the cut is also it's super chill. You all know how to play Netrunner, so I just get to watch the stream. It's a lot of fun.
Heck yeah. And with that, again, I think we're gonna be shutting this down. It is real life for Axu. Saga, thanks for joining me. Thanks for everyone who dived onto comms across the weekend. Again, Axu does a heck of a lot of work at a time zone that doesn't make a lot of sense. So it takes a village.
Yeah, my
Saga.
pleasure.
Yeah. Huge
my
props
pleasure. Thank you everybody for coming and yeah, dude, shout outs to Abraham, like running these tournaments. It is a lot of work, just on everybody involved, but these tournaments really do keep the community going and growing, as you've talked about, and it's a really important part of the community.
And with that, we'll see you at the next one. If not, in 3 weeks at Worlds, there'll be a stream of that as well up on Null Signal Netrunner. But take care, y'all. Thanks for coming out.
Thank you all. Huge thanks.